The loss of a loved one filled her heart with sorrow. Yet, there was also a sense of relief. Relieved that in this life, she would not forget her kin, would not have to look at her grandmother's remains and utter the question, "Who are you?" Your grandmother's time had come. Sui comforted, at least she passed away with a smile, didn't she? Yes. Zhu wiped away her tears and nodded. The six-tailed old woman had toiled her entire life for the Mystic Fox clan, and perhaps it was only in the moment of loss that she felt at ease. After taking a deep breath, Zhu dug a hole and buried the six-tailed old woman right there at the bottom of the abyss. By rights, she should have taken her grandmother back to their clan's land for burial. But she knew all too well that place was not truly their land but a prison. Her grandmother should not remain imprisoned even in death. Although the bottom of the abyss was filled with ghostly shadows, it was at least quiet and no one would disturb her. Seeing that Zhu was reluctant to leave, Sui urged, "Zhu, you only have a few hours left. You should hurry and find Jiang Chen." Zhu remained silent. "Don't worry, I will lead 10,000 ghosts to the ghost-controlling sect, and they will surely release him," Sui added. "Sister, the ghost-controlling sect should be destroyed," Zhu said somberly. With that said, she recounted the 9 lifetimes of enmity between Jiang Chen and the ghost-controlling sect. The ghost-controlling sect was arrogant and devoid of righteousness. Zhu remembered it all too well. For 9 lifetimes, Jiang Chen had been made a scapegoat for the ghost-controlling sect countless times. Especially that first true disciple of the sect, Yan Mei. If it weren't for her desire to seize Lin Mubai's innate Dao bone, Jiang Chen would not have been expelled from the sect. Upon learning all this, Sui became furious. She decided that if the ghost-controlling sect handed over Jiang Chen, they would only be taught a lesson. Otherwise, the ghost-controlling sect must be destroyed. Initially, when Sui heard that Jiang Chen had gone through 9 reincarnations and that Zhu had witnessed all the memories, she didn't believe it. After all, it was too miraculous and beyond comprehension. But she had no choice but to believe it. Because she had witnessed a 9 heavens mystic fox burn its own body and refine its soul in defiance of fate. Sigh. With a deep sigh, Sui said, "Time is limited, let's go. Let me stay with grandma a little longer." Zhu shook her head persistently. "You don't have time. If you spend all your remaining time here, your grandmother wouldn't rest easy," Sui consoled. With that said, she disregarded Zhu resistance, lightly swept her sleeve, and whisked Zhu away. Soon, the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss howled with specters, and Sui and Zhu leapt out, followed by a dense and vast army of 10,000 ghosts that seemed to cover the entire world. Ghost-controlling sect. The sect master, Tu Zheng, led hundreds of elders and disciples in a rebellion, which was personally suppressed by the ghost ancestor. Due to the magnitude of the incident and its origin in madness, the ghost ancestor only stripped Tu Zheng of his position as sect master, and all the other disciples were imprisoned without taking a single life. At this moment, inside the sect's grand hall, the ghost ancestor was discussing the specifics of attacking the Juyin sect with a group of supreme elders. Without a doubt, the current Juyin old ancestor must not have peak strength. But to be cautious, we still need to use all our might, the senior elder said. Indeed. However, the current issue is that the Juyin old ancestor has a good relationship with the imperial dynasty. If we undertake such a sect-destroying action, will the imperial dynasty make a move? Another supreme elder asked. Absolutely not. Supreme Great Elder Han Kun spoke up. Juyin sect harboring Jiang Chen, with the imperial dynasty turning a blind eye, has already exhausted the goodwill between Juyin old ancestor and the imperial dynasty, so the imperial dynasty will definitely not act. As for the strength of Juyin old ancestor, we don't need to worry too much. Firstly, our sect also has a 1,000-year foundation, and our ancestor is in the late stages of nirvana. Secondly, the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss is home to over 10,000 ghosts. There are hundreds of ghost generals from the upper 4 realms and 3 divine passage realm ghosts. In addition, there is the Ghost Master of the Ghost Abyss, who is also in the late stages of nirvana. I dare say that this alliance between the Ghost Abyss and our sect is enough to sweep through most of the sects in the central domain. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Even the ghost-controlling sect old ancestor smiled with narrowed eyes, appearing to have everything under control. In my opinion, the person we should be more wary of is Jiang Chen. Han Kun spoke again. What do you mean? The ghost ancestor frowned. Ancestor, have we considered a possibility? Han Kun asked seriously. That Jiang Chen might be the vanguard sent by Jiang sect. The ghost ancestor's expression turned solemn. Everyone thought carefully, and it was indeed possible. Jiang Chen bullying the disciples of the ghost sect was a minor matter, but destroying the ghost tower was a blow to the ghost sect's foundation. More importantly, the disappearance of the sect's disciples and the timing of the madness coincided with Jiang Chen's arrival. Before returning to the sect this time, I went to the Buddha temple to gather information. Han Kun continue, it is said that during the great battle between Jiang sect and the Buddha temple, this Jiang Chen also went by the name, Triple Burial Monk, and caused chaos in the Buddha temple. What? Is that so? The ghost ancestor was shocked. Wasn't the current plight of the ghost-controlling sect exactly the same as that of the Buddha temple? She truly hadn't expected that Jiang Chen, who was always arrogant and unruly, causing trouble everywhere, would willingly sacrifice for Jiang sect. This man, he must not stay for long, the ghost ancestor narrowed her eyes. Her words were not out of a desire to kill but to quickly drive Jiang Chen away. However, with the imminent sect war, if Jiang Chen returned to Jiang sect, it would only tie the hands of the ghost sect. Ancestor need not worry. Han Kun stood up and bowed. In the face of absolute power, as long as the Jiang family does not interfere, no matter how much Jiang Chen struggles, it will be in vain. Now, the time agreed upon with Sui has come, we just wait for the 10,000 ghosts to emerge from the abyss, and we can directly start the sect war, he added. The ghost ancestor found this reasonable and looked at him approvingly, if we destroy Jiang sect this time, Supreme Great Elder will take the lead. Thank you, ancestor, Han Kun trembled with excitement. Why hasn't Sui taken action yet when the time has already come? Does she intend to back out? Old ancestor of the ghost controllers shifted the tone of the conversation. As soon as her words fell, old ancestor, all the supreme elders, ghosts, nothing but ghosts. A dense swarm of specters is rapidly approaching our sect, the sect elder burst in, shouting. Hearing this, the eyes of the old ancestor of the ghost controllers and the others lit up. Don't panic. Haha, our allies have arrived, the old ancestor of the ghost controllers laughed heartily. Old ancestor, preparations for the great battle are already complete. You only need to give the order, and the war bell can be sounded. We should immediately go and join forces with the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, Han Kun suggested. Good. The old ancestor of the ghost controllers stood up and with a grand wave of her hand declared, the rise of our sect begins today. Oh. The next instant, the great hall was filled with cheers. Boom. The bell of the ghost-controlling sect rang loudly. Upon hearing the sound, all the elders and disciples rushed towards the spirit boats that had been prepared and took to the air. Then, the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect, accompanied by a group of supreme elders, appeared. Depart, the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect waved her hand grandly. The next moment, the sect's grand formation was withdrawn, and hundreds of spirit boats followed the old ancestor and others, quickly departing to meet with the myriad of ghosts at the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. Inside a certain room, Jiang Chen blinked in a daze. The elder before him blinked as well. The two of them stared at each other, both remaining silent. What does the bell ringing mean? Jiang Chen asked. It's just a routine bell tolling, the elder replied. Glancing out the window at the sky, Jiang Chen asked again, and these spirit boats as well as the old ancestor and the others, where are they going? Just a routine outing, not targeting anyone, the elder replied again. Jiang Chen was speechless, feeling that the other party was treating him like a fool. Such a big commotion was obviously the start of a major sect war. A routine outing. At this moment, he really wanted to ask. Does your sect have nothing better to do than to mobilize its entire force for a routine outing? The elder before him was the last-ranked supreme elder of the ghost-controlling sect, surnamed Li. Since the day when sect master Tu Zheng led 100 people in rebellion, Jiang Chen had been under close surveillance by the people of the ghost-controlling sect, with a supreme elder following him wherever he went. This made Jiang Chen very uncomfortable. November LBJNN. What did Tu Zheng's rebellion have to do with him? What did the madness of hundreds of disciples have to do with him? He was innocent. Lately, being followed by a bunch of old geezers every day, he couldn't even properly claim his system rewards. Elder Li, aren't you going? Jiang Chen asked again. No, my task is to accompany you. Elder Li almost slipped up. Jiang Chen was speechless again. He couldn't stay in the ghost-controlling sect any longer. They had agreed to be one family, yet they closely monitored him and guarded against him everywhere. It was too disheartening. Lately, the ghost-controlling sect had been extremely quiet, just like the calm before the storm. He had already asked Xiao Hongyi to help find out what was happening and was waiting for news. Such a small matter, and he had to ask his master to take action because he had no choice. After all, Lin Mubai and Jiang Hu were also under strict surveillance. Half an hour later, a figure in red arrived. Xiao Hongyi came to Jiang Chen's side, looked at Elder Li, and lightly said, "Scram. I'll take my leave." Without hesitation, Elder Li promptly got up and left. He knew he was no match for Xiao Hongyi and naturally saw no need to confront her head-on. Besides, even if he left the room, he could still monitor from nearby. After he left, Xiao Hongyi stated directly, "Although the people of the ghost-controlling sect are tight-lipped, I still managed to find out some information. It seems that the ghost-controlling sect is joining forces with the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and is preparing to make a move against the Juyan sect." I see. Jiang Chen realized. This made sense. He had anticipated that the Juyan sect's repeated raids on the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to snatch the 9 Abyss Soul embryo would sooner or later provoke retaliation from that female ghost. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and now, the Juyan sect might indeed be in trouble. Thinking of that female ghost, Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. This ghost is not benevolent at all. Specifically, Su Yi was not the heroine but a typical female ghost villain. In the original story, the protagonist Lin Feng also went to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss multiple times to help old man Tianji replenish his soul power and to seize the 9 Abyss Soul embryo. At first, Su Yi tolerated it because she was wary of the Juyan Old Ancestor, but after the Juyan Old Ancestor fell, Su Yi joined forces with the demonic sect to strike against the Juyan sect. In the end, she was killed by the divine soul left behind by the Juyan Old Ancestor before his death. 9 cycles of reincarnation. Jiang Chen went to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss in every cycle, aiming to prevent the protagonist from obtaining the 9 Abyss Soul embryo. But in every cycle, he encountered Su Yi, who toyed with him like a cat cornering a mouse, chasing him to hide everywhere. To be honest, that female ghost was indeed powerful, and her beauty was no less than that of the heroines, but Jiang Chen really couldn't be moved. In the previous 9 cycles, it was because he didn't want to get involved with this female ghost villain. And in this cycle, it was because he didn't want to be taken away to become an abyssal consort. Being an abyssal consort meant having to stay in the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss for a lifetime. He had many things to do and he didn't have time to stay with Su Yi in the abyss. Originally, Jiang Chen had decided not to approach the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss in this cycle, but he didn't expect that Su Yi would still appear nearby. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to leave. To leave the ghost-controlling sect and stay as far away from that female ghost as possible. It was naturally impossible to return to the Juyan sect, because once Su Yi and the ghost sect joined forces, they would go to war with the Juyan sect. So there was only one destination left: the ancient Pill Tower. It had been several months since Lin Feng joined the ancient Pill Tower. There had been rumors recently that Lin Feng had gained the trust of the ancient Pill Tower and had become the #1 true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower. As the great villain, he definitely had to visit this Son of Destiny. And after hearing his plan, Xiao Hongyi seemed somewhat hesitant. "Are you worried about the old ancestor and the Supreme Great Elder?" Jiang Chen asked. Yes, Xiao Hongyi nodded. Although she was mad, she was not without humanity. These two were her relatives, and naturally, she couldn't just ignore them. "Don't worry," Master Jiang Chen reassured. "Nothing will happen to the Juyan sect. Everyone underestimates the strength of the Juyan Old Ancestor. To put it bluntly, the cultivators of the central domain vision were still too narrow. They had no idea what it meant to surpass the upper 4 realms. They didn't know that even if the Juyan Old Ancestor became a divine soul, his strength was still far beyond what the cultivators of the central domain could handle. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, the Juyan Old Ancestor, with only the divine soul left before his death, was able to kill several demonic old ancestors, which showed his might. Of course, if you're really worried, we can go back and check, Jiang Chen added. Xiao Hongyi thought about it and shook her head. "No need, I'll listen to you." After setting their goal, the two began to ponder another issue. The person who was monitoring them, Elder Li. Jiang Chen also guessed that the ghost-controlling sect kept him behind because they feared harming the mouse while trying to break the vase. Therefore, before the sect war was completely concluded, the ghost-controlling sect would not let him leave easily. If he wanted to leave, he had to take a tough approach, but taking a tough approach was not simple either. After all, although Elder Li was no match for Xiao Hongyi, he could still contend with the help of the ghost sect's grand formation. If the situation escalated and attracted the return of the ghost ancestor, along with the female ghost, then they really wouldn't be able to escape. "I'll hold him off, you go first," Xiao Hongyi suggested. "How can that be?" Jiang Chen refused. "We, master and disciple, are united in heart and will never abandon each other." Hearing this, Xiao Hongyi smiled sweetly. "If you're worried about me, just let Chen Sheng assist me." All right. In the end, Jiang Chen still agreed. 100 li away from the ghost-controlling sect. When the ghost ancestor led the sect's powerhouses and hundreds of spirit boats to this place, the sky was already filled with ghosts and specters. Each ghost inspector was baring its teeth and claws with crimson eyes. The ghostly qi gathered by tens of thousands of ghosts and specters formed clouds that covered the sun and obscured the sunlight, plunging everything into darkness. In front of the myriad ghosts, there were 100 who had condensed ghost bodies, with strong ghostly qi, led by the ghost master Sui and her ghost generals. Beside Sui was a four-tailed ghost fox. Witnessing the spectacular scene, the ghost ancestor laughed. "Ancestor, this Sui truly lives up to her name as the abyssal ghost master. Such a scene and such momentum, it's really spectacular," Supreme Great Elder Han Kun exclaimed. "A myriad of ghosts emerging from the abyss and obscuring the sky. Such a scene is indeed rare to see in 1,000 years," another elder commented. Hearing this, the rest of the supreme elders of the ghost-controlling sect all nodded their heads. They felt very confident. In the beginning, they were somewhat uncertain in their hearts. After all, Juyin old ancestors' pressure dominated the central domain. But looking at the strength and formation of the ghostly soul abyss, it was not inferior to a first-class sect at all. It was a wise choice for the ghost-controlling sect to join forces with them. At this moment, the two parties were facing each other across several miles. Glancing at Sui, another supreme elder said, "Ancestor, why do I feel that Sui looks displeased?" "You know nothing." Before the ghost ancestor could reply, Han Kun interjected, "Have you ever seen a ghost with a good complexion? Ghosts are inherently cold, do you expect them to greet you with a smile?" His words once again received the approval of the other supreme elders. The ghost ancestor nodded in agreement and said, "Our sect also has some enmity with the ghost abyss, and this alliance is only temporary, so naturally, they won't appear too enthusiastic. Let it be, since it was our ghost sect that proposed the alliance, we should show some tolerance for ghosts. I'll go and greet them," she said after some thought. With that, the ghost ancestor instantly floated several li to approach Sui. "Fellow Taoist is truly worthy of being the abyssal ghost master. With a myriad of ghosts emerging from the abyss and obscuring the sky, the scene is quite spectacular," she complimented. Sui was silent, seemingly deep in thought. "Are you worried about Juyin old ancestor?" the ghost ancestor asked with a light smile. "Together, our strength is enough to sweep the entire central domain. Juyin old ancestor is only in a soul state, and although powerful, is not at his peak." Sui still did not reply. This made the ghost ancestor frown and she asked again, "Do you have other concerns?" "Indeed, I have concerns. Come closer, and I will whisper them to you," Sui finally responded. The ghost ancestor immediately floated to her side without any suspicion. "My concern," Sui, with a sneer, suddenly shouted, "is you, you old hag." As she spoke, she had already struck out with her palm. A simple palm strike, yet it contained all the might of the Nirvana realm, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The ghost ancestor was immediately shocked. But the two were too close, and in a situation of the unexpected against the unprepared, she could not avoid the strike and had to take it with her physical body. Upon contact, a boom, sound and a visible shockwave erupted for Li. Under the shockwave, the lower cultivation ghosts and cultivators exploded. The resulting roar was like thunder from the ninth heaven, making one's heart tremble. After the shockwave dissipated, the ghost ancestor, having taken Sui's full force blow head-on, although not life-threatening, was pale and staggering. "Too shameless," the ghost ancestor shouted loudly. To this, Sui just sneered. She was a ghost, not a human. Whether she had face or not, did not affect the essence of being a ghost. Seeing that the first strike did not hit, Sui did not waste words, turned her palm into a claw, and struck again at the ghost ancestor. At the same time, over 100 ghost generals moved, surrounding the ghost ancestor and then surged forward. Under normal circumstances, these ghost generals were like ants to the ghost ancestor. But at this moment, she was injured and had to face Su-Yi's full-force attack, so for the time being, she could do nothing against these ghost generals and could only tiredly respond. Soon, Su-Yi struck the ghost ancestor again, knocking her directly from the sky and raising a cloud of dust and debris. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, the ghost ancestor kept coughing. Everything happened so fast, the people of the ghost-controlling sect were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. Weren't they allies? Why was their ancestor suddenly being ganged up on? How dare you? Han Kun was the first to react, wielding his spiritual weapon, ready to step forward to support. Seeing this, the other supreme elders also quickly took action. But they had barely taken a step when... Wait! Su-Yi raised her hand to stop them. Let's talk first. Talk. Upon hearing this, the people of the ghost-controlling sect were on the verge of exploding. Why didn't they talk before taking action? Now that our own old ancestor is almost beaten to the point of spitting blood, what's there to talk about? What they don't know is that Su-Yi took the initiative to strike first in order to increase her chances of winning. At this moment, with the ghost-controlling old ancestor injured, Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss holds an absolute advantage, so naturally, there can be a discussion. Regardless, the ghost-controlling sect is enraged, seemingly ready to go all out in a desperate fight. Han Kun and other supreme elders, wielding various spiritual weapons, rushed out, and hundreds of spirit boats were also equipped with all kinds of spirit cannons. HMPH, Su-Yi scoffed with disdain. Her voice, carrying her breath, came out like a divine pressure from above, immediately causing Han Kun and others to feel a stagnation in their bodies and blood flow. At this moment, the people of the ghost-controlling sect finally understood a reality. In front of someone in the late stages of nirvana, even if they all attacked together, they were just delivering themselves to their doom. Su-Yi, the ghost-controlling old ancestor, suddenly shouted loudly, leaping into the air from the ground. Her breath was disordered, and a trace of fresh blood hung from the corner of her mouth. She said in disbelief, although there is enmity between the Ghost Sect and Ghost Abyss, with Jiang Sect as the formidable enemy before us, why do you turn against us? For one person, Su-Yi replied instantly. Who? Jiang Chen. The ghost-controlling old ancestor fell silent, her mouth twitching. She had never dreamed, nor could she understand, why Jiang Chen's name would appear here. She couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Jiang Chen had colluded with Su-Yi from the beginning with the purpose of dealing with the ghost-controlling sect? If that was the case. With that thought, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the ghost-controlling old ancestor. If it was really so, then she could only fight to the death. Sensing her thoughts, Su-Yi bluntly said, I have already stated during our alliance that I want one person. And that person is Jiang Chen. Hand over Jiang Chen and our agreement still stands. Upon hearing this, the people of the ghost-controlling sect were speechless. You want Jiang Chen, why didn't you say so earlier? They would have been more than happy to send that troublemaker away. What should have been an extremely simple matter, why make it so complicated? Now look what's happened. Their own old ancestor has been injured in a group beating, and now handing over Jiang Chen would be like admitting defeat. Does the ghost-controlling sect's face not matter anymore? Hand over Jiang Chen, and I will only take 40% of Jiang sect's foundation, Su-Yi spoke again. The ghost-controlling old ancestor was tempted. After all, face is not as important as benefits. Fine, I will have the supreme elders of the sect bring Jiang Chen here. After some deliberation, the ghost-controlling old ancestor nodded. But as soon as she finished speaking, an elder from the ghost-controlling sect arrived under everyone's watchful eyes. After glancing at Su-Yi, the elder secretly communicated with the ghost-controlling old ancestor, saying, Old ancestor, it's not good. Jiang Chen has escaped. Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng are fighting with Elder Li at the sect. Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng are both in the Divine Passage realm, and Elder Li is no match for them, so he had to use the sect's grand formation to contend. The aftermath of their battle has almost destroyed the ghost-controlling sect. If this continues, our sect will eventually become ruins. Upon hearing this, the ghost-controlling old ancestor was dumbfounded. In just a few hours since she led the people of the ghost sect away, Jiang Chen not only ran away but also nearly destroyed the ghost-controlling sect. At this moment, the ghost-controlling old ancestor just wanted to ask Jiang Chen. Is it worth it? Is it worth wreaking such havoc on the ghost-controlling sect, leaving no way out for others? Then, the ghost-controlling old ancestor remembered another problem. How could she hand over Jiang Chen to Sui now? If she told the truth, would Sui believe her? Jiang Chen has left the ghost-controlling sect, and his whereabouts are unknown. The ghost-controlling old ancestor finally had to speak up, toughening her scalp. It seems you are determined not to hand him over. Sui's gaze turned colder. The ghost-controlling old ancestor had no response. After all, she had just agreed to Sui's conditions a second ago, but now she was coming up with this excuse. Not to mention Sui, she herself found it hard to believe. Hand over Jiang Chen. Otherwise Sui narrowed her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of cold light. Otherwise, the ghost-controlling sect will be annihilated today. Ah! The ghost-controlling old ancestor sighed. At this moment, she truly understood. Jiang Chen could indeed bring about the calamity of sect annihilation for the ghost-controlling sect. The ghost-controlling old ancestor could only say after swallowing a healing pill, Jiang Chen is not in the ghost sect. If you don't believe it, then let's fight. Sui frowned slightly. Sister, Jiang Chen must be in Juyin sect, not a single word from the ghost-controlling sect people can be trusted, Zhuang reminded her. Sui nodded, feeling that it made sense. Whether it was the 9 cycles of reincarnation or this life, the reputation of the ghost-controlling sect was famously bad. Such an unprincipled sect naturally could not be trusted. At this point, there was no choice but to take by force. Zhuang, you don't have much time. Go find Jiang Chen first, Sui said, composing herself. Okay, Zhuang nodded in agreement. Immediately after, a horde of ghosts surged towards the people of the ghost-controlling sect, and Sui battled with the ghost-controlling old ancestor. Zhuang took the opportunity to leave, running wildly towards the ghost-controlling sect. In a dozens of miles away from the battlefield between Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and ghost-controlling sect, deep in the dense forest, Juyin old ancestor sat cross-legged on top of a jade coffin, with billowing clouds old ancestor standing behind him. Both of them extended their divine consciousness towards the battlefield, enjoying the spectacle as if they were watching a drama while eating melon seeds. Senior, that was close. If it weren't for the internal strife between Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and ghost-controlling sect, the Juyin sect would have faced a great disaster today, billowing clouds old ancestor Fan Tong exclaimed with emotion. HMPH. A great disaster. Juyin old ancestor scoffed. Just 2 juniors, they can't stir up any real trouble. If it weren't for the sudden turn of events, I would have already made my move and suppressed that female ghost and the old hag. Fan Tong did not doubt these words at all. Having witnessed the 9 cycles of reincarnation so many times, he naturally knew the prowess of Juyin old ancestor and immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. Senior, what should we do now? Fan Tong asked again. Follow Jiang Chen quietly. Wherever he goes, we go, Juyin old ancestor blurted out. Fan Tong nodded, thinking it made perfect sense. After all, only by doing so could they let more people experience their pain. But before that, there's something else we need to do, Juyin old ancestor added with a sly smile. What is it? Fan Tong asked, puzzled. Of course, it's looting, Juyin old ancestor stroked his beard. The ghost-controlling sect has left their nest, leaving it empty at this moment. It's the perfect opportunity to rob them of their foundation while they're away. Senior is wise, Fan Tong admired him greatly. Elsewhere, the once majestic sect was now mostly in ruins. Elder Li, relying on the sect's grand formation, was holed up in the main hall, struggling to fend off the external assault. Outside, the phoenix fire raged, and laughter was wild. Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng were breaking the formation. They were not in a hurry. Because at this moment, Jiang Chen had already left the ghost-controlling sect, and all they needed to do was buy time for Jiang Chen's escape. Chen Sheng, Xiao Hongyi. When the old ancestor returns, he will crush you to ashes, Elder Li's curses echoed from inside the hall. Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng both sneered. Although they were physically present, they were also monitoring the movements of the ghost-controlling sect old ancestor with their divine consciousness. Elder Li didn't know, but they were very clear. Now that Sui had turned traitor, the ghost master old ancestor probably couldn't return. That's why they were making such a commotion at the ghost-controlling sect, planning to destroy most of it before going to meet up with Jiang Chen. Peak Master, isn't it about time? That's right, Master, we should hurry and meet up with eldest senior brother. 2 voices called out from below, belonging to Lin Mubai and Zhang Hu. Jiang Chen had slipped away quickly. Perhaps he found it troublesome, or perhaps he forgot, but he didn't bring those two with him. Just as Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng were about to leave, satisfied with their fun, a four-tailed fox with a dark blue body suddenly arrived from outside. Zhu Shuang didn't want to deal with Xiao Hongyi and Lin Mubai and went straight to Chen Sheng, asking, "Old man, where's Jiang Chen?" Chen Sheng was startled by the question. The appearance of the fox in front of him felt very unfamiliar. And the dissipating ghostly qi, which was fading away, proved that this fox was a ghost fox whose life was not long for this world. "It's me, Zhu. Old man, there's no time to explain, take me to see Jiang Chen," Zhu said urgently. "Zhu." Chen Sheng descended from the sky to stand in front of the fox. He knew of the 9 heavens mystic fox but not of the 9 abyss ghost fox, so he examined Zhu while marveling at her. Somehow the Ra changed from 9 nether to 9 abyss. As for letting Zhu see Jiang Chen, Chen Sheng made it clear. Impossible. Although he didn't know why Zhu had turned into this form, since Jiang Chen said she was trouble, he would never allow this fox to get close to his young master. Zhu was desperate, but no matter how much she pleaded, Chen Sheng remained stone-faced and silent. "Let her go." After a long while, Xiao Hongyi finally spoke up. Lin Mubai nodded in agreement, fully supportive. Both could see at a glance that Zhu had become a ghost fox and would no longer forget, so naturally, they didn't stop her from seeing Jiang Chen. But Chen Sheng remained unmoved. Helpless, Xiao Hongyi had to telepathically inform Zhu of their meeting place with Jiang Chen. "You're not as bad as a master as you seem," Zhu said before hastily departing. Watching her leave, Chen Sheng initially wanted to stop her. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Alas! For some reason, he let out a long sigh. When Zhu found Jiang Chen, several hours had passed. Her form had become extremely ethereal, and her ghostly qi was rapidly dissipating. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting cross-legged in an open space, quietly waiting. Zhu approached anxiously, but after taking just one step, she stopped. The belief that had sustained her through the burning of her body and soul was to see Jiang Chen one last time, even if it meant dying in his arms. But now, she hesitated. Glancing at her own body, she felt sorrow. She was no longer the snow-white fox but a dark blue ghost fox. Jiang Chen most likely wouldn't recognize her. The name Zhu also seemed so out of place with her current self. Zhu asked herself, what could she say if she went to see Jiang Chen now? Apologize for her forgetfulness. However, the harm caused by such events cannot be healed with a mere apology. Moreover, it wasn't just once or twice that it forgot Jiang Chen, but dozens of times across 9 lifetimes. Furthermore, if it were to truly apologize, it would have to admit to knowing about the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Zhu couldn't do it. It couldn't because its own capriciousness had plunged Jiang Chen into the sorrow of 9 lifetimes. In this life, Jiang Chen was smiling happily. It didn't want to see again the lonely figure and the helpless expression of Jiang Chen in white. In the end, Zhu did not approach Jiang Chen but leapt onto an ancient tree, lying prone on a branch, gazing foolishly at that black silhouette. "Jiang Chen, you must take good care of yourself in this life. This time, you don't need to protect me. You need to protect yourself. If one day you remember that white fox from the Hengduan mountain range, go to the enlightenment tree and look for me. Although I'm not buried there, that's where we first met. Jiang Chen," it murmured softly. The voice grew fainter until it was sobbing uncontrollably. It struggled to restrain the impulse to throw itself into Jiang Chen's arms. But it couldn't. It had been selfish and willful for 9 lifetimes. At least in this one, it wanted to be sensible. Just to see you from a distance before I die would be enough, it tried to convince itself. That's how it should be, that's how it was supposed to be. Yet at this moment, it felt heart-wrenching pain, as if being torn apart. Time continued to pass. As the ghostly qi dissipated, Zhu form became more ethereal, and its thoughts more blurred. It dared not close its eyes, fearing that once closed, it would never awaken. It tried to bite itself, hoping to stay alert by this means. But, "Jiang Chen, I'm tired," Zhu finally whispered. It didn't want to give up, but time was up, and it could no longer exist in this place. Suddenly, it remembered telling Jiang Chen that it wanted to marry him after shape transformation. "Now that I think about it, you never really agreed," Zhu said with a pale smile. 9 cycles of reincarnation. Every time it brought up the matter, Jiang Chen would remain silent. Now it seems that perhaps Jiang Chen was never sure of the ending. After all, in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he was never the one to find happiness. If there's a next life, even if you don't marry me, I'll stick by your side for a lifetime, Zhu said with a forced smile. With that, it could no longer hold on and finally closed its eyes. Its world plunged into darkness, and a figure in white drifted further away in the void. Just as it was about to lose consciousness completely. Little fox, we meet again. A familiar voice sounded in its ear. Using all its strength, Zhu finally opened its eyes. Tears streamed down its face. Because there, right before its eyes, was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had somehow moved from the distant clearing to this towering ancient tree. At this moment, the words of Jiang Chen from the 9 cycles of reincarnation echoed in its ears. Zhu, it's okay. No matter how many times you forget me, I will help you remember. No matter where you are, I will find you. No matter what you become, I will recognize you at a glance. Yes, Zhu felt moved. This man before its eyes always helped it remember everything. He was always fulfilling his promises, never breaking his word. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen always found it after its shape transformation. In this life, even if it wanted to be bad, even if it became a ghostly fox from the 9 abysses, Jiang Chen still recognized it and found it. Zhu had never felt such happiness. But this happiness was mixed with a deep sense of heartache. It felt sorry for Jiang Chen's foolishness. Throughout the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had been tirelessly doing good, fulfilling his promises without ever considering himself. In this life, even though he had planned to be bad, Jiang Chen still kept his promise. It decided to get to know Jiang Chen again. And this encounter, this acquaintance, would never be forgotten by it, until death. Wiping the tears from the corner of its eyes, Zhu smiled and said, "Yes, human, we meet again. What's your name?" "Jiang Chen, and you?" "I had a name before, but the moment I saw you, I seem to have forgotten it." "Strange fox, in that case, shall I give you one?" "Sure. Whatever the name, I'll remember it for a lifetime." "All right, I'll call you Zhu." Zhu was taken aback. It had thought that in this life, Jiang Chen would give it a different name. Unexpectedly, even if it was no longer the 9 heavens mystic fox, no longer the snow-white fox, it was still named Zhu. "Why Zhu?" Zhu asked. "You are the 9 abyss ghost fox, naturally, Zhu 9 is your surname. As for Shuang, frost." At this point, Jiang Chen pulled Zhu into his arms, gently stroking its fur and said, "I can't be bothered to think of another one." Hearing this, Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wanted to complain, but it had completely lost the strength to do so. The draining of its ghostly qi was making its consciousness blur once again. It had thought it wasn't afraid of death. But now it understood it was afraid. Afraid that after death, it would never see Jiang Chen again, never be able to speak to him. If possible, it wanted to accompany Jiang Chen through all the worlds to shield him from all enemies. If possible, it really wished that after its shape transformation, it could marry Jiang Chen. But at this moment, all that awaited it was death. Even so, it had no regrets. Because in this life, it could truly die in Jiang Chen's arms while retaining its memories. "Jiang Chen, you smell so good." Closing its eyes, Zhu murmured as if in a dream. "Nonsense," Jiang Chen composed himself. "You're no longer the 9 heavens mystic fox, how can you smell the goodness in a human heart?" "But I can smell it, smell your goodness, your kindness, all of you." "Weird fox. Silly human." The conversation came to an abrupt halt. Zhu completely lost consciousness, and its body, formed of ghostly qi, began to disintegrate. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly took out a blue crystal. The crystal emitted a rich blue light. Under the glow of the blue light, Zhu ghostly qi not only didn't dissipate but became even more solid. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. Dog system, so this secluded spring crystal is meant for this. Jiang Chen couldn't understand. How did Zhu suddenly turn into a 9 abyss ghost fox? He knew very well that to become a 9 abyss ghost fox, one must burn their body and refine their soul and only have a few hours to live. These things, without great determination, not even a madman could achieve. This plot twist was simply outrageous. If it weren't for his sudden palpitations, his inexplicable observation of his surroundings, and finally noticing Zhu presence, Zhu might have really been in trouble. Dog system. Jiang Chen cursed in his mind. The good news was that the ghost crystal of the secluded spring could extend Zhu life and help it shape a ghostly body. In this way, Zhu wouldn't have to worry about its life for a short time. He placed the ghost crystal of the secluded spring on Zhu and then leapt down from the tree. I need to find a spirit vessel that can accommodate ghosts. Looking up at the sky, Jiang Chen murmured. Although Zhu current strength was comparable to a cultivator of the upper four realms, a ghost was still a ghost. The reason why the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss could gather thousands of ghosts was that it was perennially shrouded in darkness, and its geographical location was suitable for ghosts to dwell. If exposed directly to sunlight, even Sui, the Ghost Abyss Master, would be affected. Fortunately, now the ghostly chi covered 100 li, hiding the daylight. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to take Zhu away. Jiang Chen regretted it deeply. Spirit vessels that could accommodate ghosts were numerous in the ghost-controlling sect. Especially the Ghost Tower, which was the best spirit vessel for containing and nurturing ghosts. Alas, he had fled too quickly and had not looted the ghost-controlling sect. However, returning now would be too risky. For now, we'll travel by night, and once we get a spirit vessel that can accommodate ghosts, we'll move during the day, Jiang Chen finally decided. He glanced again at the sky covered by ghostly chi and shook his head helplessly. Without thinking, he knew that this sky-covering ghostly chi must be Sui's doing. He didn't know what madness this female ghost was up to. At this moment, Zhu had fallen into a deep sleep, and the ghost crystal of the secluded spring was helping it shape a ghostly body. Jiang Chen roughly estimated that it would take several days. To be cautious, he found a relatively hidden cave, planning to wait there for Chen Sheng and Xiao Hongyi to arrive. But as soon as he reached the entrance of the cave, his pupils shrank. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy around him was rapidly thinning, as if someone is setting up an array. Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open. The moment his words fell, many obscure symbols appeared under his feet, and then a divine light burst forth, and an array, like a turtle shell, quickly rose. In just an instant, it covered dozens of li of land. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, holding an array disc, appeared in the sky. My name is Jiang San. Jiang Chen, today is the day you die, the middle-aged man said coldly. Jiang San. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't believe that someone with such a common name could lay down an 8th-grade formation. Even the grand formations of first-rate sects in the central domain are only 8th grade. This person, relying solely on his own power to control and set up the formation, must be a cultivator from the upper domain. This Jiang San, name must be a pseudonym. Jiang Chen, surrender without resistance. This formation is called the Dragon Turtle Lock Formation. From the outside, cultivators of the upper four realms cannot detect any movement within. Even if you crush a jade slip, you cannot transmit any message out of this grand formation, Jiang San said maliciously. Don't try to resist, your protector has been blocked outside the formation. Unless a cultivator beyond the upper four realms comes, there is absolutely no way to break the formation. You and I have no grievances, but I am also entrusted by others to take your life, he added. Jiang Chen did not respond, but with a thought, an ancient bell appeared beside him. The Dragon Cauldron Ancient Bell. Jiang San's pupils shrank. Your Jiang family's old ancestor really is generous, to actually give you such an item. Formation arts are complex and consume more energy than the way of the pill. Although you come from the upper domain, your cultivation level is definitely not high, Jiang Chen retorted. If I hide inside this ancient bell, what can you do to me? Jiang San seemed to have anticipated this response. Indeed, my cultivation is only at the divine passage realm, but I am a cautious person, so. With that, he shouted towards the distance, Brother Wang, show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly overweight middle-aged man appeared beside Jiang San with a swoosh. My name is Wang Yi, the chubby middle-aged man grinned. Seeing Jiang Chen's disdainful face, he continued, unfortunately, I am a cautious person. Upon learning that the target was you, the young master of the Jiang family, I called over some fellow senior brothers and sisters. Then, several more swoosh sounds followed. Several figures appeared behind Wang Yi, and although their cultivation levels were uneven, they were all from the upper four realms. Such a grand display made Jiang Chen click his tongue. To deal with him, a core formation cultivator, so many upper four realms cultivators had come. Don't they have any shame? If it were any other core formation cultivator facing such an ambush, they would surely be dead without a doubt. But Jiang Chen was not afraid. Because even if these people attacked at the same time, as long as he hid inside the ancient artifact, he could wait until Chen Sheng and Xiao Hongyi figured out a way to rescue him. Seeing through his thoughts, an ugly-faced woman stepped forward and said, "My name is Wang Lu, I've always been timid. Therefore, this time I specifically asked my old ancestor to come. You don't mind, do you?" Before Jiang Chen had a chance to reply. Ha ha ha. A dwarf-like old man appeared out of nowhere, laughing loudly. Jiang Chen, there's no need for names. Just end yourself, the old man said in an unquestionable tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened. Because in his heart, he actually felt a sense of despair and helplessness. Under the control of these two emotions, he actually had the thought of ending his own life. Words follow the law. Nirvana realm. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Worthy of being the young master of the Jiang family, at least your insight is good, the old man said with an indifferent smile. Jiang Chen, I don't want to provoke the Jiang family, but unfortunately, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Haha, what a joke, Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The mere ancient pill tower dares to claim, should not be offended. Upon hearing this, everyone in the high sky stiffened. They hadn't expected that Jiang Chen would see through the mastermind behind this so quickly. Jiang Chen was all too experienced with such matters. Firstly, looking at the entire central domain, the only power capable of mobilizing upper domain cultivators was the ancient pill tower. Secondly, through 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had been repeatedly targeted for assassination and besieged, almost all of which were by the ancient pill tower. Of course, there was another possibility that the imperial dynasty wanted to get rid of him. But this possibility was quickly dismissed by Jiang Chen, because as long as the Jiang family stood, the imperial dynasty would not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, if it really was the imperial dynasty wanting to take action against him, they wouldn't have sent these trash. Yes, trash. Although these people were upper domain cultivators, from their use of fake names and hiding their true faces, it was clear they did not have the confidence to face the Jiang family's revenge. You may be upper domain cultivators, but you're just dogs of the ancient pill tower, Jiang Chen said again. Upon hearing this, everyone became furious. Don't waste time arguing with this kid. Let's finish this quickly, we'll all attack together and test him, Jiang San, who was holding a formation plate, said. Good. Everyone attack together and don't hold back. The Jiang family is not to be underestimated, this kid might have valuable treasures on him. Remember, don't use any too conspicuous techniques. The Jiang family's old ancestor has vast divine powers and might be able to trace back to this scene. It doesn't matter, not only are our names fake, even our faces are fake. Jiang Chen, this is your end. Die. As they spoke, everyone charged towards Jiang Chen. Aside from Jiang San in the Divine Passage realm and the Nirvana realm old man, several other upper 4 realms cultivators took action simultaneously, their might vast and shaking the void. Any core formation cultivator facing such a perilous situation would indeed be doomed, but Jiang Chen was not panicked at all. Knowing that the ancient pill tower would resort to such assassination and siege tactics, how could he be unprepared? Glancing at the upper 4 realms attackers, he remained calm, a golden talisman appearing in his left hand, inscribed with 8 cinnabar bloodlines in a large blood-red break character in the center. The sight of this item made the attacking cultivators pause in disbelief. A formation-breaking talisman, and its 8th grade. The so-called formation-breaking talisman is where a formation grandmaster seals their thoughts and insights into a golden talisman, which can be activated at a critical moment to forcefully break a formation. The grade of the formation-breaking talisman is linked to the bloodline seals on it. An 8th grade formation-breaking talisman can break all formations below the 8th grade. In other words, as long as Jiang Chen activates the talisman in his hand, the Dragon Turtle Lock formation would be instantly broken. Then, if Jiang Chen crushed a transmission jade slip, the Jiang family would arrive in an instant. Watching the attackers who were aggressive just a second ago now looking horrified, Jiang Chen shook his head and sneered. He thought these people were all fools and a bunch of frogs in a well. Indeed, these people had investigated him and acted very cautiously. To deal with him, a core formation cultivator, they even brought out a Nirvana realm old ancestor. But the might of the Jiang family, how could these people comprehend it? As the sole son of the Jiang family, he might not have many other things, but he had plenty of life-saving items. The once certain kill situation had been reversed by a simple formation-breaking talisman, causing the faces of the attacking cultivators to darken. Jiang Chen, consider it as if I was never here today. One cultivator decided to make a run for it. Wang Er, are you thinking of retreating in the face of battle? Another cultivator loudly questioned. HMPH, Wang Er snorted coldly in response. We can't kill him now, so should we stay here and wait for the Jiang family's retaliation? His words left the speaker speechless. For a moment, many cultivators began to entertain thoughts of leaving. Ha ha ha, suddenly, a formation cultivator named Jiang San burst into laughter. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards him, he smirked smugly and said, I've always said that I'm a cautious person. This 8th grade formation is just a facade. Facade. His companions, puzzled, cast inquiring glances at him. Calm down everyone, just watch me, Jiang San said with a proud smile, infusing a stream of spiritual light into the formation plate in his hand. In an instant, the formation plate began to spin, gathering spiritual energy upon it. Under his control, the dragon turtle lock formation's light reversed, divine light spread out, shooting up into the sky like pillars from 5 different directions. It was like 5 divine pillars, standing tall on the earth, locking the heavens and trapping the earth. A grand master of formation paths, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. Ha ha, no more hiding, no more pretending, Jiang San laughed loudly, his expression full of pride. That's right, I am a grand master of formation paths. In fact, the full name of this formation is the 5 pillars locking dragon sky and trapping formation. Its grade surpasses the 8th grade, and although it's not quite 9th grade, your 8th grade formation breaking talisman can't break it. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. After coming back to their senses, the cultivators from the upper 4 realms were speechless. Jiang Taoist friend, you're being overly cautious. Indeed, but it's precisely because of your caution that we've managed to turn the situation around. They say Jiang Taoist friend is incredibly strong but excessively cautious. I didn't believe it before, but now I see the rumors are true. Jiang Taoist friend, this move of yours is truly eye-opening. Even the Nirvana Realm Elder gave a thumbs up in praise. Jiang Taoist friend, you really keep your cards close to your chest. Hee hee. Jiang San smiled faintly, modestly waving his hand as if indicating that it was nothing much. He then looked towards Jiang Chen with pride and said, how about it? Jiang Chen, you didn't expect this, did you? Indeed, I didn't expect it, Jiang Chen nodded honestly. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jiang San laughed heartily. Although Jiang Chen was an enemy, the fact that he had surprised the young master of the Jiang family clearly delighted him. I didn't expect that the ancient pill tower would go to such lengths this time, even inviting you, a grand master of formation paths, Jiang Chen added. Jiang San was taken aback. What did he mean? Wasn't he supposed to be surprised that he was so strong yet so cautious? Why bother with him? Another cultivator interjected. Now that he can't break the formation and send a message, let's make a quick decision. With that, everyone unanimously agreed. The next second, several cultivators from the upper 4 realms charged towards Jiang Chen again. But halfway through their charge, they were stunned. Because Jiang Chen, unhurriedly, took out another talisman from his spirit ring, a golden talisman with 9 cinnabar bloodlines. Fuck, a 9th grade formation breaking talisman. One cultivator exclaimed in shock. Jiang San, who was skilled in formations, kept rubbing his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things correctly. That was a 9th grade formation breaking talisman. Not to mention the central domain, even in the upper domain, they were extremely rare. The value of just this one 9th grade formation breaking talisman far exceeded the entire foundation of many second tier sects in the central domain. At this moment, Jiang San wanted to ask, "No, vel bjn.c ohm. Was it necessary? Did the Jiang family really have to be so extravagant, entrusting such a precious treasure to Jiang Chen and letting him run around with it?" And while everyone was in shock, "There's something I forgot to tell you," Jiang Chen said with a grin while holding the talisman. "Actually, I'm also very cautious." Everyone was speechless. Jiang San felt defeated, truly defeated. It wasn't that his caution was inferior, but rather his financial power. The Jiang family was simply too extravagant. Jiang Chen, consider it as if I was never here. Cultivator Wang tried to make a run for it again. This time, no one stopped him. Because everyone knew that with a 9th grade formation-breaking talisman in hand, Jiang Chen could contact the Jiang family at any moment. Unless someone could kill him with the speed of lightning before he could break the formation and send a message. And the only one who could do that was. With this thought, everyone turned to look at the dwarf elder in the back. For them, a Nirvana realm expert was not easy to invite. And the dwarf elder's arrival had been agreed upon to only oversee the situation, not to take action. If he were to take action, the price would be astronomical. Please, Elder Zhao, take action, Jiang San said, bracing himself as he bowed. My fee for taking action is not small, the elder said with narrowed eyes. In addition to the agreed upon reward, everything on this young man will belong to me. This, Jiang San hesitated, but soon, he nodded, indicating no objections. It was a simple choice. To run away would mean gaining nothing and possibly facing retaliation from the Jiang family. But by asking the elder to take action, they could at least repay the favor to the ancient pill tower and gain a substantial amount of wealth. After exchanging glances, the others had no objections either. The elder smiled in satisfaction, stepped forward into the air, and looked directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are indeed very cautious, even bringing out a 9th grade formation-breaking talisman. But in the face of absolute power, caution is of little use. Really? Jiang Chen said with disdain, caressing the ancient bell beside him. Do you know who the previous owner of this ancient bell was? Who? The elder frowned. It was my father. Oh, so what? My father did not completely remove the blood binding with this ancient bell. I can only simply control it. Guess what would happen if I were to detonate this ancient bell? Upon hearing this, the elder's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well if that were to happen, it would mean. The moment the ancient bell exploded, the Jiang family would notice and quickly arrive. During that time, he might have enough strength to kill Jiang Chen. But he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Jiang Chen, pretend I was never here today. The elder cupped his fists, ready to make a run for it. With the strongest elder ready to flee, the others naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. After expressing that they were never here, they wanted to leave. But just as everyone took a step, Jiang Chen's cold voice rang out, "Did I agree to let you go?" "What do you mean?" The dwarf elder frowned. "Since you've come, you should leave something behind, right?" Jiang Chen said as if it were a matter of course. Such an obvious threat made everyone feel uncomfortable inside. But they couldn't act out. The situation had now reversed, and if Jiang Chen was determined to shake them down, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. But what exactly did leaving something behind mean? If it was just valuables, that would be fine, but if it was their lives, how could that be acceptable? At this moment, everyone regretted their decision. They thought they had come well prepared this time, enough to surround and kill Jiang Chen. But who would have expected Jiang Chen to have too many life-saving items on him? And each one was more exaggerated than the last. This made it seem as if they were the ones surrounded by Jiang Chen. What they didn't know was in 9 reincarnations, whether it was the ancient pill tower or Lin Feng, they had tried to kill him multiple times. If he didn't have some trump card life-saving items, how could he survive until the grand finale? Keep in mind that with the strength of the Jiang family, they could even give Jiang Chen some attack treasures far beyond his level if they weren't worried about attracting the attention of the imperial dynasty. Jiang Chen, don't be too aggressive. If we risk our lives, you won't escape death either, a cultivator shouted loudly. Jiang Chen didn't reply, just smiled faintly, looking towards the dwarf elder. The dwarf elder understood in a second. His hand transformed into a blade, slicing through the air. The next second, a flash of spiritual light flashed on the field. Ah! The right arm of the shouting cultivator was eerily chopped off, blood splattering everywhere. Other cultivators were drenched in cold sweat but dared not speak after seeing this. Is this enough? The dwarf elder asked. Not enough, far from enough. Jiang Chen's voice was colder, his tone unquestionable. Each of you leave behind an arm, or today we all perish together. The dwarf elder frowned again. Everyone. Did that mean he also had to sever his own arm? If you have high-grade medicinal pills, an arm can be regrown, but if you lose your life, that's the end, Jiang Chen reminded meaningfully. But before that, you will die, the elder threatened coldly. You can try, Jiang Chen replied instantly. The elder fell silent again. With Nirvana realm cultivation, he might be top tier in the central domain, but in the upper domain, it wasn't enough. He didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to be threatened. So, he decided to give it a try. To see if Jiang Chen truly had the resolve to go down together. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his old hands reached out towards Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's mind stirred. The floating ancient bell began to tremble violently, swaying from side to side. Dong, dong, the sound of the bell continued to ring. And with each ring, the oppressive force and spiritual power contained within the ancient bell scattered like a stormy sea, showing signs of exploding. In the end, the elder withdrew his hand. At the same time, the sound of the bell and its trembling stopped, and everything returned to normal. After taking a careful look at Jiang Chen, the elder came to a conclusion in his heart. This Jiang Chen was truly ruthless. November LBJNN. A ruthless man who could do anything if pushed to the brink. But even so, the elder was still hesitant. After all, being forced by a junior to sever his own arm was hard to accept. Running away seemed like a good option. But he wasn't sure if his speed could outpace Jiang Chen's ability to shake people down. If not, what he would lose would be his life. You should be grateful that I don't have a way to kill all of you. Otherwise, you would all be dead today, Jiang Chen added. Upon hearing this, the elder and the others looked even more solemn. And just at that moment, a deafening noise erupted from the sky. Boom! Everyone looked up, their eyes wide and their mouths agape. They saw a 9-story tower, dozens of feet tall, spinning rapidly as it descended, finally crashing onto the top of the formation. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The formation, which was beyond the 8th rank, was directly smashed open with a large hole. Immediately after, the tower flew in from the outside, landing on several cultivators from the upper 4 realms. Before these cultivators could react, they were crushed to death by the tower, instantly biting the dust. Is this a divine-grade spiritual weapon? The dwarf elder's pupils shrank in an instant. Jiang Chen thought the same thing, but he was even more shocked inside. Because he recognized the tower. It seemed to be the ghost tower from the ghost-controlling sect. After the shock, Jiang Chen noticed there were 2 elder figures on the ghost tower, which had created a deep pit on the ground. One of them was unfamiliar to Jiang Chen, but the other he knew very well. It was Juyan Old Ancestor holding a jade coffin. Drifting down from the ghost tower, Juyan Old Ancestor asked in a fierce tone, "Who dares to harm my Juyan sect disciples?" Juyan sect. Are you Juyan Old Ancestor? The dwarf elder was immediately startled upon hearing this. After checking Juyan Old Ancestor's cultivation level, he was even more horrified. He couldn't comprehend it. This meant that Juyan Old Ancestor's cultivation had surpassed the upper 4 realms. The dwarf elder was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He knew that the Juyan sect had become a demonic sect and that Juyan Old Ancestor had become a soul form. But he clearly remembered that Juyan Old Ancestor should be within the Juyan sect at this moment. How could he suddenly appear here? Jiang Chen was also puzzled and immediately cast an inquiring glance at Juyan Old Ancestor. Just passing by, Juyan Old Ancestor replied in a second. Just happened to pass by billowing clouds, Old Ancestor Fantong added. I don't buy it, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Passing by all the way to the ghost-controlling sect. And even bringing their divine-grade spiritual weapon. Don't mind the details, Juyan Old Ancestor said with a stroke of his beard and a smile. Just tell me, how do you want them to die? Drive them mad, or drive them mad. Jiang Chen was left speechless. He instantly understood that Juyan Old Ancestor must be crazy too. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the dog system. The poisonous buff it added to him even managed to drive a figure like Juyan Old Ancestor insane. Taking another look at Juyan Old Ancestor, Jiang Chen suddenly guessed, Old Ancestor, you didn't happen to plunder the ghost-controlling sect, did you? How could that be? Juyan Old Ancestor denied. I'm just safeguarding it while the ghost sect is unguarded. Jiang Chen was speechless again. With a quick thought, he then said, I've infiltrated the ghost-controlling sect for our sect, faced numerous dangers, and my contributions are second to none. Shouldn't I get a share of the ghost-controlling sect's heritage? You can have this ghost tower, Juyan Old Ancestor replied instantly. This took Jiang Chen by surprise. He thought he would have to haggle to get his hands on the ghost tower. Unexpectedly, his old ancestor, though crazy, was very generous. What he didn't know was that if it weren't for his visit to the ghost-controlling sect, the catastrophe that befell them today wouldn't have happened, and Jiang old ancestor wouldn't have had the chance to plunder. His contributions were indeed unparalleled. Seeing that the two had finished their conversation, the dwarf elder, not daring to make a move, gritted his teeth and severed one of his arms. Blood gushed out as his left arm fell off. He endured the pain and asked Jiang Chen, "Can I go now?" "Of course not," Jiang Chen grinned. Before, he couldn't kill, so he let these people sever an arm. But now that he could crush them, why would he leave them alive just for that? Sensing his killing intent, the dwarf elder looked towards Jiang old ancestor. "Jiang Chen is right," Jiang old ancestor nodded. "All his word is right," billowing clouds old ancestor added. The dwarf elder regretted his decision. Had he known he would end up with a death sentence today, he would have fought desperately, at least taking Jiang Chen, the young master of the Jiang family, with him. But now, he severed his arm too early and was left without a complete corpse. Soon the elder calmed down. Although Jiang old ancestor's cultivation surpassed the upper four realms, he was still in a soul state, so perhaps he could attempt to escape. With this thought, the elder's eyes showed a ruthless glint, and he grabbed Jiang San beside him and threw him toward Jiang old ancestor. Before Jiang San could react, he was struck on the head by a jade coffin wielded by Jiang old ancestor and instantly lost his breath. Meanwhile, the elder took off running. "HMPH, think you can run away?" Jiang old ancestor said disdainfully. "Fan Tong, carry the coffin." "Okay." Billowing clouds old ancestor Fan Tong immediately hoisted the jade coffin onto his back. Then, a powerful soul force poured into his body, and his form was controlled by Jiang old ancestor. It's worth mentioning that Fan Tong was originally at the fate transformation stage of the upper four realms, but after witnessing the 9 cycles of reincarnation countless times, his cultivation insights rapidly increased, and he had now become a divine passage realm cultivator. This was a blessing in disguise, so to speak. After possession, Jiang old ancestor did not choose to pursue but instead flicked his finger. The next instant, a spear-like beam of spiritual light shot out from his fingertip, seemingly ordinary but containing unique might, and with incredible speed, it pierced through the chest of the fleeing elder. Upon impact, the spiritual spear along with the elder's body exploded on the spot with flesh and blood scattered everywhere. One move to kill a nirvana realm. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. He had a feeling that in this life, the Jiang old ancestor seems to be much stronger than in the previous 9 lives. A total of 10 cultivators came to attack Jiang Chen. The Jiang old ancestor crushed several of them with the ghost tower, smashed that formation expert Jiang San with a jade coffin, and now has instantly killed the dwarf elder, leaving only 4 ordinary upper 4 realms cultivators. At this moment, these cultivators were as pale as ghosts, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They were filled with regret. Who would have thought that what was supposed to be a certain kill situation would end up with them on the brink of annihilation? Had they known, they would never have laid a finger on Jiang Chen. But now, it was too late. To survive, the only option was Jiang Chen. It was the ancient Pill Tower Great Elder's idea to kill you. We simply owed a favor to the ancient Pill Tower and had to repay it. If you are willing to spare our lives, we are willing to be your oxen and horses. Slave, a cultivator named Wang immediately begged for mercy. Being oxen and horses is unnecessary, but, Jiang Chen said with a ferocious smile. How about becoming ghosts? Ghosts? Wang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. That's right, becoming ghosts, Jiang Chen, stroking the fox in his arms, said calmly. My little fox is in the process of forming a ghost body, needing to devour ghosts to enhance its cultivation and extend its lifespan. I'll destroy your physical bodies, leaving only your souls, and then nourish them into ghosts with this ghost tower, which will be perfect food for Jushuang, he added. As soon as he finished speaking, host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, ghost controlling sect superior grade technique, ghost controlling demon strategy. What? Upon hearing this, the cultivators all turned even paler. It wasn't enough to kill them. He wanted to devour their souls too. They wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. This was worse than a quick death. These words also made the Jiang old ancestor's heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but think that the people around Jiang Chen were all talents. Xiao Hongyi and other lunatics kill in various ways, and now there's a fox that specializes in devouring ghosts. In other words, those who offend Jiang Chen in the future will not only die miserably but also lose the chance to even become fierce ghosts. The Juyan old ancestor believed that if it weren't for Zhu cultivation limit in devouring ghosts and not being able to exceed its own level by too much, that dwarf elder probably wouldn't have died so easily. The control of the ghost tower and the nourishment of ghost creatures all require ghost techniques. Do you know any techniques related to ghosts? Juyan old ancestor asked Jiang Chen. Not at the moment. Jiang Chen shook his head, then closed his eyes quietly. Not at the moment. Juyan old ancestor was puzzled and said, I have been safeguarding the ghost-controlling sect's heritage, and I do have quite a few ghost techniques that I could teach. Before he could finish the word teach you, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and interrupted, I know them now. The old ancestor of ghost controlling was dumbfounded. What did he mean by not knowing them at the moment but knowing them now? Does it mean he just learned it? At this moment, all he wanted to say was, now that we have an absolute advantage, can we not boast? Even Lin Mubai, with his innate Dao bone, couldn't learn a ghost technique in such a short time. Jiang Chen didn't explain but silently approached the fallen ghost tower. He touched the tower, and the ghost technique within him began to operate. The ghost tower was soon moved by the ghost technique, standing up slowly, spinning, shrinking, and finally becoming palm-sized, falling into Jiang Chen's hand. Is this the ghost-controlling demon strategy? Seeing this, Juyan old ancestor was dumbfounded. Isn't this the ghost-controlling sect's treasured technique? I haven't even gotten my hands on it. How do you know it? Guess. Jiang Chen grinned. Guess my ass. Juyan old ancestor cursed inwardly. After calming down, he guessed that all this must be related to the mysterious power that was helping Jiang Chen. Such power was truly unfathomable. It was better not to delve too deeply into it. Turning his gaze away, Juyan old ancestor looked at the surviving cultivators. He then gently pinched his hands. Boom, boom. Several explosions sounded, and the cultivators' bodies burst into blood mist in an instant, leaving only their souls. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to operate his technique, his aura forming a black net, capturing these souls and forcibly stuffing them into the ghost tower. Truly worthy of being the ghost-controlling sect's treasured secret technique, allowing you with a core formation cultivation to capture and control the souls of upper four realms cultivators, Juyan old ancestor praised. Jiang Chen smiled without a word. Although he appeared calm, he was actually somewhat shocked inside. He had thought that with the system's help, relearning other techniques would replace his previous ones. After all, techniques are not like manuals. Logically speaking, ordinary cultivators should only be able to practice one technique unless they have a special constitution. But unexpectedly, his Buddhist technique still existed. November LBJNN. Not only did it not disappear, but with a mere thought, he could switch between Buddhist and ghost techniques. Extremely smooth. If this were to get out, who knows how many jaws would drop. Putting aside his shock, Jiang Chen prepared to put the ghost tower into his purple mansion. Such a divine artifact naturally needed to be nurtured in the purple mansion. But soon, he frowned. Because no matter how he operated his technique, he could only simply control the ghost tower and couldn't fully master it. This ghost tower is bound to the essence blood of that old hag, the ghost-controlling sect old ancestor. If it weren't for your knowledge of the ghost sect's treasured ghost technique, you wouldn't even be able to control it, Juyan old ancestor explained. The reason he was running around with the towering ghost tower was precisely because of this. Fan Tong, with experience in this matter, explained in detail, to fully control a divine-grade spiritual weapon, you must either have the old hag willingly unbind it or cause her demise. With your current core formation cultivation, even if you could fully control the ghost tower, you wouldn't have enough spiritual energy to support it. My suggestion is to keep it for now, and when you reach the upper four realms, I'll go and slay that old hag, Juyan old ancestor added. After understanding this, Jiang Chen nodded and no longer insisted. Although he was the young master of the Jiang family, he had never come into contact with a divine-grade spiritual weapon. It wasn't that the Jiang family didn't have any, but they were well aware that even if they gave him one, he wouldn't be able to use it with his cultivation. Just as Jiang Chen was about to put the ghost tower into a spirit ring to carry it, suddenly, the ghost tower changed. Not only did the tower body become dim and lightless, but the unique radiance of a divine-grade spiritual weapon also seemed to slow down. This, the old hag has fallen. Juyan old ancestor couldn't believe it. Time rewinds to several moments earlier. The myriad of ghosts clashed with the ghost-controlling sect, battling fiercely until the sky darkened and the void trembled. Although the ghost-controlling old ancestor was at the same level as Su Yi, the initial fight between the two was evenly matched due to a previous sneak attack. However, as time passed, the ghost-controlling old ancestor began to steadily lose ground. Old ancestor, this ghost is formidable. We should quickly retrieve the ghost tower. Seeing the ghost-controlling old ancestor being pushed back, a supreme elder suggested. The ghost-controlling old ancestor fell silent, showing hesitation. The reason the ghost tower wasn't brought along this time was that they thought their opponent was the Juyan sect. Since all the specters within had been eradicated, the ghost tower's strong restraining effect on ghosts was deemed unnecessary. Although the ghost tower was bound to her lifeblood, it was 100 miles away from the ghost-controlling sect's current location, and she couldn't summon it directly. She would have to go and retrieve it. But going now would be too risky. After all, the ghost-controlling sect was already at a disadvantage. If she, the old ancestor, left, the remaining members of the ghost-controlling sect might not hold out for long. At this moment, the ghost-controlling old ancestor gritted her teeth in hatred as she thought of Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Jiang Chen destroying all the specters within the ghost tower, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. Old ancestor, there's no time for hesitation. We will hold off Su Yi for you. Go quickly and return swiftly, another supreme elder urged urgently. All right. Do not engage her directly, just try to contain her. Once I retrieve the ghost tower, I will capture Su Yi inside it and refine her, the ghost-controlling old ancestor instructed. With those words, she transformed into a streak of light and departed. Seeing this from a distance, Su Yi's brows furrowed slightly. She sensed the ghost-controlling old ancestor's intentions and wanted to pursue and stop her, but she was blocked by several supreme elders of the ghost sect. Move aside or die, Su Yi threatened fiercely. Despite the threat, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, but they did not back down. Supreme Great Elder Han Kun stepped forward and said, Fellow Taoist Su, why should Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and ghost-controlling sect be destroyed over a mere Jiang Chen? If the battle continues, one side will surely be annihilated today. You don't know shit. Su Yi cursed bluntly, do you know how lonely and bored I've been in the Ghost Abyss for 1,000 years? Finally, I've met a man who can move my heart, so I must have him. In this world, there are many good men, like my grandson, Han Kun continued to persuade. But before he could finish, shut up. With someone like you, your grandson must be hideously ugly, Su Yi interrupted sharply. Han Kun's face darkened. Why the personal attack? With the intention of stalling for time, he said, Fellow Taoist, think about it. If Jiang Chen really was with the ghost-controlling sect, why would we refuse to hand him over? He's not a disciple of our sect. Who knows? Su Yi said with disdain. What if that old hag is coveting Jiang Chen's appearance? Han Kun was completely dumbfounded. Because he knew very well that the old hag, Su Yi referred to was none other than the ghost-controlling old ancestor. All he wanted to say to Su Yi at this moment was, Are you kidding me? The old ancestor is of such an age, how could she do such an absurd thing? You female ghost, do you think everyone is like you? Of course, he couldn't say these things out loud, as that would invite a beating. Helplessly, Han Kun continued, Fellow Taoist, I have a suggestion. Why not cease hostilities for now? You can come back to our sect with us and search for Jiang Chen yourself. How about that? Do you think I'm stupid? Su Yi rolled her eyes. Who knows where you've hidden Jiang Chen? Besides, I don't want to face the might of the ghost sect's grand formation in that ghost tower. Han Kun realized that there was just no way to have a conversation today. But even if the conversation couldn't continue, they had to talk. Otherwise, how would they stall for time? Fellow Taoist, Han Kun was about to speak again. But before he could finish, his voice abruptly stopped. He suddenly realized that a ghost general comparable to the divine passage realm had somehow sneaked up behind him. Die! The ghost general struck fiercely, its ghostly claw lashing out. At close range, Han Kun wanted to resist, but he was suppressed by Su Yi's Nirvana realm aura, which froze his blood and left him unable to move. No-vel-bjn.c Ohm. At this moment, Han Kun finally understood that while he had been stalling for some time, Su Yi had also taken advantage of the situation, allowing her subordinate to sneak up behind him. The purpose was for this one fatal strike. You shameless female ghost, as the ghostly claw pierced through his chest, Han Kun spat out blood. I've said it many times, I'm a ghost, what do I need a face for? Su Yi sneered with disdain. Han Kun was left speechless and died with his eyes wide open. The next second, the ghost general withdrew its claw, and Han Kun's lifeless body fell from the heights, only to be devoured by countless specters below. Seeing such a scene, the surviving supreme elders of the ghost-controlling sect felt their scalps tingle. Being consumed by specters meant that their souls would also be devoured, with no chance of reincarnation. Seeing Su Yi's gaze turn towards them, one of the supreme elders made a desperate move and charged at Su Yi. "You female ghost, I will not let things go your way." Midway through, the supreme elder chose to self-destruct with a loud bang. The vast spiritual energy instantly swept through the surroundings, shocking everyone in the ghost-controlling sect. Facing the blast head-on, Su Yi stood unshaken, merely flicking her sleeve to brush away the incoming spiritual hurricane. She then looked towards the other supreme elders of the ghost-controlling sect and asked, "Anyone else going to self-destruct?" Hearing this, the supreme elders all had grim expressions. Elsewhere at the ghost-controlling sect. In just an instant, the ghost-controlling old ancestor crossed 100 li and arrived above the sect's grounds. What met her eyes was a scene of ruins. The sect's grand formation was shattered, disciples' dwellings had collapsed, and the sect's roads were cracked. Even the sect's main hall was gone. Her divine consciousness quickly swept over the ruins, and she soon found Elder Li, the supreme elder left in charge. At this moment, Elder Li was lying in the ruins, his breath weak and his body severely injured. What happened? Landing in front of Elder Li, the ghost-controlling old ancestor asked. Cough cough. Elder Li let out a violent cough, and it took him a long time before he could finally utter a complete sentence. Old ancestor, that Jiang old ancestor is nothing but a robber, a bandit. He personally destroyed our sect's grand formation and then looted all of our sect's foundation, even the ghost tower. What happened to the ghost tower? The ghost-controlling old ancestor exclaimed in shock. Even the ghost tower was taken away by Jiang old ancestor. No. It was the Jiang demon ancestor who took it. This person is too ruthless, he didn't leave us any foundation at all, Elder Li said while crying uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the ghost-controlling old ancestor felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it. With a turn of her body, she appeared in an open space. She clearly remembered that this place was where the ghost tower stood, but now there was nothing left. Not only was the ghost tower gone, even the 9 chains that locked the tower, forged from high-grade profound iron, had been directly pulled out. Beast! Robber! The ghost-controlling old ancestor screamed with tears streaming down her face. The ghost-controlling old ancestor truly opened her eyes. The ghost-controlling sect had been a demonic sect for 1,000 years, infamous in its own right. In her youth, she had also done things that made the righteous path gnash their teeth in hatred. But an old ancestor also needs to save face. She would never personally stoop to such bandit-like behavior. At this moment, the sect was destroyed, the foundation looted, and the sect-defining ghost tower taken away. To say is an exaggeration, the ghost-controlling sect was now almost as good as annihilated. Indeed, one must admit defeat, the ghost-controlling old ancestor lamented. Compared to Jiang old ancestor, she, the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect, was simply too kind. Suddenly, the ghost-controlling old ancestor thought of Jiang Chen again. She regretted it. She wanted to bash her head in with regret. If it hadn't been for the idea of forming a marriage alliance with Jiang Chen and for keeping Jiang Chen as a guest in the ghost-controlling sect, it would not have fallen into such a state today. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Jiang Chen must have been the vanguard for the Jiang sect. The Jiang sect first sent Jiang Chen to the ghost-controlling sect, causing chaos, destroying the thousands of ghosts in the ghost tower, and then colluded with Su Yi, the ghost master, for a sudden betrayal. In the end, while the ghost-controlling sect and the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss were engaged in a great battle, Jiang old ancestor personally came to loot. What a scheme! The Jiang sect not only tricked all of the 9 Abyss soul embryos from the ghost sect but also effortlessly obtained the entire foundation of the ghost sect. Such a sect, indifferent to righteousness and evil, only seeking profit. Even other demonic sects are ashamed in comparison. Now that she understood all this, it was too late. What she needed to consider was a way to break the situation. Sigh. After sighing, the ghost-controlling old ancestor used her blood essence to sense the location of the ghost tower. Quickly, her eyes suddenly opened wide. The ghost tower was indeed in the hands of Jiang old ancestor. And not far from the ghost-controlling sect, a grand formation surpassing the 8th rank had been erected. The situation inside the formation, she couldn't probe. But she guessed that the person who set up the formation must be from the upper domain. The purpose must also be for Jiang Chen. After all, only Jiang Chen could attract cultivators from the upper domain. The dilemma she faced now was that she dared not snatch the ghost tower, and without the ghost tower, she couldn't contend with Sui. Capturing Jiang Chen to offer to Sui was a good idea, but the problem was now that cultivators from the upper domain were targeting Jiang Chen. She couldn't even break the formation surpassing the 8th rank, so how could she capture Jiang Chen? Analyzing over and over, in the end, the ghost-controlling old ancestor came to a conclusion. This was completely done for. Her consciousness once again turned towards the battlefield between Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and the Ghost Sect, and the ghost-controlling old ancestor's face grew even more solemn. At this moment, the supreme elders of the Ghost Sect were self-destructing one after another. They hoped to resist Sui and to delay time in this way. They were counting on her to come and rescue them. The ghost-controlling old ancestor did want to save them, but she lacked the ability. She was very certain that if she returned now, she would surely die at the hands of Sui. Since the situation is beyond salvage, then there's only one thing to do. The ghost-controlling old ancestor's eyes showed a ruthless glint, and a single thought emerged in her mind. Run away. Abandon the sect without a care. In fact, the demonic sects are also very united, otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the righteous path long ago. After the thought of escaping emerged in her heart, the ghost-controlling old ancestor also felt a strong sense of guilt. But upon further thought, she let it go. Juyin old ancestor had taught her a lesson. She understood, as an old ancestor, one should be shameless enough. Only then can one become the ultimate victor. And she was the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect. As long as she didn't die, the ghost-controlling sect wouldn't perish, and even if it did, it could be rebuilt. Once she had made up her mind, she glanced at the battlefield one last time, and the ghost-controlling old ancestor turned into a streak of light and fled far away. Her target was the upper domain. The current central domain had been thrown into chaos by the Juyin sect, so instead of staying here, it was better to go to the upper domain and take a chance to see if she could advance further. But she hadn't gotten far when suddenly, the sky changed color. Golden light shone everywhere, and then 100 jong tall golden Buddhas suddenly appeared, suspended between heaven and earth and blocking her path. Buddha old ancestor, the ghost-controlling old ancestor was greatly shocked. Benefactor, you have committed heavy sins. Only transcendence can save you, the Buddha old ancestor said with his hands together. The ghost-controlling old ancestor's expression darkened even more. She immediately understood now that the Juyin sect had become a demonic sect. It was viewed as an enemy by the righteous sects. It must have been the movements of Juyin old ancestor, as well as the great battle between Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and the ghost-controlling sect, that brought the Buddha old ancestor here to investigate. Bald donkey, the Buddha temple and the ghost-controlling sect have always kept to their own waters. Move aside and let me pass, the ghost-controlling old ancestor said sternly. Amitabha, the righteous and the demonic follow different paths, and when on the same path, we must battle, the Buddha old ancestor chanted in a confident smile. Benefactor, only one of us can leave today. The ghost-controlling old ancestor's face turned dark. Buddhist methods have a strong restraining effect on ghost methods. Not to mention she was already injured, even at her peak, she had no confidence in defeating the Buddha old ancestor. Helpless, the ghost-controlling old ancestor had no choice but to try to flee in another direction. Thinking of running. Seeing this, the Buddha old ancestor used Buddhist techniques to draw out restrictions, and a golden hand reached out directly toward the ghost-controlling old ancestor. The ghost-controlling old ancestor was forced to fight. And just as she was fully mobilizing her cultivation, planning to carve out a bloody path, a shocking sword cry suddenly appeared. Clang! A 7-colored spirit sword came from the sky, seemingly capable of piercing through the void, aiming straight for the top of her head. The 7 luminaries' ancient sword, the ghost-controlling old ancestor was once again greatly shocked. This was the divine grade spirit sword of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion. The appearance of this sword meant, ancient sword slays demons. Accompanied by a voice that seemed to be a whisper but echoed through the universe, an old man with white beard reaching his chest, straight in stature, with sword-like eyes and starry brows, also appeared in the sky. The ancestor of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion, ghost-controlling old ancestor, was even more astonished. Indeed, the person who had arrived was the very ancestor of the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion. Old ancestors of first-rate sects in the central domain mostly have cultivation at the late nirvana stage, and the sword master of the seven luminaries was no exception. However, the lethality of a sword cultivator is far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, even though they are both at the late stage of nirvana, the strength of the seven luminaries' sword master is definitely far superior to other sect old ancestors, except for the Juyan old ancestor. The appearance of the seven luminaries' sword pavilion ancestor proved that the seven luminaries' sword pavilion, which had always been dedicated to secluded cultivation, was about to make a move. As the ghost-controlling old ancestor was surrounded by Buddhist restrictions and with an ancient sword descending upon her, a sense of despair emerged in her heart. She resisted with all her might, but she could only watch helplessly as the ancient sword of the seven luminaries pierced through her defenses, and went straight through her. In a flash of sword light, the life force of ghost-controlling old ancestor was completely extinguished, and she fell from the sky. After crashing to the ground, a black and cold aura emerged from her corpse and then visibly gathered into a human shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the Buddha old ancestor sneered, trying to turn into a ghost with ghostly methods. "Today, I will make your soul scatter." With that, he flipped his right hand, and a golden bowl appeared in his palm. He tossed the bowl into the air and from it, shot out a pillar of seven-colored Buddhist light. At this moment, ghost-controlling old ancestor already had the outline of a ghost. Trapped in the Buddhist light, she screamed miserably, cursing non-stop, but ultimately she was unable to resist the Buddhist light and was completely annihilated. "Benefactor, by exorcising a demon, you have accumulated boundless merit," said the seven luminaries' sword pavilion ancestor with a slight smile towards the Buddha old ancestor. "Your sword strike just now was truly earth-shattering," the Buddha old ancestor praised in return. While the two were exchanging compliments, hundreds of li away, a middle-aged man in a black robe, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, stood suspended in the air. Both were dressed in the attire of the myriad Tao demon sect. "Ghost-controlling old ancestor has fallen," the middle-aged man said. "Why didn't the sect master help just now?" the woman asked. "The strength of the seven luminaries' sword ancestor is too strong, not something I can contend with." The other old ancestors must have noticed this and chose not to appear, which means they felt there was no way to save her, the middle-aged man replied. The woman nodded, saying no more. "Ju Shi, the situation in the central domain is in chaos, and the sect competition may be brought forward. You need to improve your cultivation further. Remember, you are our sect's hope for advancing to the upper domain," the middle-aged man added. The woman nodded again. "As for that Jiang Chen." After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man frowned. "The ghost-controlling sect has fallen to such a state, it seems to be all for the sake of an alliance through marriage with him." "What does the sect master mean?" the woman asked, frowning. "I mean, let nature take its course. TLN. There are two, chapter 240 feet somehow. IDKY, probably a mistake, so I'll put it here." The next day, Juyan old ancestor left, and Lin Mubai, having gained something from the ghost tower, decided to return to the Juyan sect to go into seclusion. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Jiang Hu and followed not far behind by Xiao Hongyi, prepared to head to the ancient Pill Tower. On their way, they arrived at a town known as Cold Realm City. Cold Realm City was geographically unique, covered in snow all year round and bitterly cold. In the past, few cultivators would pass through here. But when Jiang Chen and the others arrived, they found thousands of cultivators, of various attire and gender, queuing to enter the city. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Eldest senior brother, it seems the mysterious ice secret realm is about to open," Jiang Hu remarked with emotion. "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded, his expression wistful. The mysterious ice secret realm opened once every 100 years, and Cold Realm City was the only entrance to the secret realm. Although the secret realm was dangerous, it contained various ice attribute heavenly and earthly treasures, with the highest reaching the 8th grade. Therefore, whenever the secret realm opened, countless cultivators would flood into Cold Realm City, the sole entrance. Jiang Chen had been to the mysterious ice secret realm before. More than once, in fact. Because within the secret realm, there was an item called blood-tempering ice Ganoderma, which was the perfect item to eradicate the cold poison that had entered Jiang Lianyue's body. 9 cycles of reincarnation, in every cycle, Jiang Chen would enter the secret realm and face countless dangers. But no matter how hard he tried, he could never find the trace of the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma. He knew that because he was a villain, he was fated not to encounter great opportunities. Helplessly, he had to settle for second best, finding a cold jade ice bed in the secret realm, hoping to use it to help Jiang Lianyue suppress the cold poison. But the result in every cycle, when he presented the cold jade ice bed to Jiang Lianyue, she already had the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma in her hands. And this blood-tempering ice Ganoderma was a gift from Lin Feng. Jiang Chen later found out that every time he entered the secret realm, Lin Feng would follow him. And the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma was right next to the cold jade ice bed. When he arrived, the ice Ganoderma would hide itself, leaving only the ice bed. However, when Lin Feng arrived, the ice Ganoderma would reveal itself. This was the difference between the Son of Destiny and the great villain. In front of Lin Feng, the protagonist, no matter how hard Jiang Chen tried or what he attempted, he would always come up short. Not only would he come up short, but he would also attract much infamy. Remembering all this, Jiang Chen shook his head. Although this life's Jiang Lianyue was not as detestable as in the previous 9 cycles, he was no longer that upright eldest senior brother, and naturally, he would not enter the secret realm again for her. He had intended to bypass the city, but considering that Zhu was still condensing her ghost body and that they were still far from the ancient pill tower, he decided to enter the city for a brief stay. Also, it's easier to earn system rewards where there are more people, right? After all, these are all normal people. Upon reaching the city gate, the queue of cultivators stretched for miles. Hee. With a sly smile, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Zhang Hu, made his way straight to the front of the queue. You. Yes, I'm talking to you, a heavenly origin realm cultivator scolded upon seeing this. Don't you know the rules? Ever heard of queuing? Even cultivators from the upper 4 realms have to queue if they want to enter Cold Realm City. Jiang Chen didn't reply but simply gave Zhang Hu a meaningful glance. Zhang Hu caught on immediately and stepped forward, shouting loudly, "Bunch of trash, dare to talk about rules. Let me tell you, my eldest senior brother has the bearing of a great emperor. His word is the rule. Below the upper 4 realms, my senior brother is invincible," he added. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was instantly in an uproar. Seeing many cultivators glaring at him angrily, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. No doubt about it, he had successfully riled up a lot of hatred. This was exactly why he liked bringing Zhang Hu along. Compared to other lunatics, Zhang Hu was relatively normal, and there were many ways to provoke hostility, which he found very handy to use. Joke. The previously heavenly origin realm cultivator expressed his disdain and sneered, "A mere earthly origin realm dares to claim to be invincible. Announce your senior brother's name. Let's see which family's prodigy he is. Uttering my senior brother's name would scare you out of your wits." Zhang Hu puffed out his chest and looked smug. "For your own good, I won't say it, but you can call him Daddy, if you like." Upon hearing this, the cultivator's face turned dark. Jiang Chen then waved his hand, pretending to be dissatisfied. "Junior brother Jiang, how can you spout nonsense? How could I have such an ugly son?" Right, senior brother is correct." Zhang Hu bowed and nodded, then turned to the cultivator and said, "Forget it, when you see my senior brother next time, you might as well bark like a dog." The heavenly origin realm cultivator was instantly enraged. This was outright insult, and since they didn't dare to reveal their names, they must not have any significant background. "Bastard, come meet your death." The cultivator suddenly burst out from the queue, throwing a punch at Zhang Hu, intending to test the strength of Jiang Chen's Jr. Currently at the earthly origin level, Zhang Hu was naturally no match for him. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. Just as the cultivator was about to give chase, Jiang Chen suddenly made his move. His body channeled Buddhist techniques, and with a raise of his hand, he unleashed the great majestic heavenly dragon. The Buddhist power overwhelmed the area, and a golden dragon appeared out of nowhere. The attacking cultivator hadn't even had time to react before he was blasted away, flying several meters before spitting blood and falling unconscious. Seeing this, the other cultivators were all shocked. Jiang Chen was merely at the earthly origin realm, yet he managed to defeat a heavenly origin cultivator with one move. Wasn't this too powerful? Amitabha, it turns out he is a fellow Buddhist. A wandering bald monk from the crowd stepped forward to make a connection. "May I ask if the high monk is a disciple of the Buddha temple?" "Guess," Jiang Chen countered. The monk's face stiffened. Was there really any need to guess? He was certain that such Buddhist techniques could only belong to a high monk from the Buddha temple. But just as he was about to say something else, the Buddhist light vanished, and Jiang Chen switched to ghostly techniques, a chilling ghostly qi emerging from within him. Under the shroud of ghostly qi, his features turned fierce, and his eyes slightly reddened, looking extremely terrifying. Then the ghostly qi condensed into a claw, grabbed the bald monk's head, and then threw him out. Coincidentally, he landed right on top of the previous cultivator. It was like stacking arhats. In my life, I hate bald monks the most, Jiang Chen muttered. Upon hearing this, everyone twitched at the corners of their mouths. Those who challenged him got beaten, and those who tried to make connections got beaten too. Was there any reason left? What's more important, Jiang Chen used Buddhist techniques one moment and ghostly techniques the next, making it impossible for anyone to see through his true capabilities. Buddhist techniques should belong to the Buddha temple, and ghostly techniques should belong to the ghost-controlling sect. But these two, one righteous and one demonic, one Buddhist and one ghostly, were inherently opposed to each other. How could they possibly train the same disciple? Moreover, the ghost-controlling sect had been destroyed. This person has a significant background. He must have a special constitution that allows him to cultivate two types of techniques. Although his behavior is arrogant, he indeed has the makings of a great emperor. After some contemplation, a cultivator from the upper four realms concluded. As for Jiang Chen, seeing that no more cultivators were stepping forward to trouble him, he walked with an extremely arrogant stride towards the very front of the queue. How dare you? This is Cold Realm City. Even if you are a prodigy from the central domain, you must follow the rules. Pay and queue up to enter the city. Someone suddenly burst in front of him, loudly reprimanding him. Slap. Before anyone could see clearly, Jiang Chen backhandedly slapped the man away. After hitting the man, he realized that the person he had just slapped was wearing a standard armor, clearly one of the guards of Cold Realm City. Jiang Chen looked embarrassed. Had he just crossed paths with the city lord of this city right from the start? This was simply too thrilling. If you're going to do it, go all out. No-vel-bjn.com. Rather than letting the city lord trouble him first, it might be better to strike first. This treatment is too much. I will break through Cold Realm City today. With that, he held the flame blood dragon sword and charged towards a group of guards at the forefront. Seeing this, Zhang Hu was stunned. Kill, he also charged forward. Xiao Hongyi was also taken aback. The next second, the phoenix fire soared to the sky, causing the queuing cultivators to scatter in all directions. In just a few moments, the guards stationed at the gates of Cold Realm City were collectively annihilated. Even the towering several Zhonghai City gate was on the verge of collapsing under the onslaught of sword qi and phoenix fire. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Chen shook his head and lamented, why must you force me? At the same time, the system's prompt appeared. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Host's cultivation level has been raised to the early stage of heavenly origin. In Cold Realm City, within the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Meng Hong was in his room, preparing to enjoy life with his beloved wife. Suddenly, a subordinate reported that someone was causing trouble at the city gate, not only injuring several guards but nearly toppling the gate itself. Audacious, Meng Hong was furious. The city lords of the upper, middle, and lower domain were personally appointed by the imperial dynasty. He himself was also at the divine passage realm. With such a background and strength, he never expected someone would dare to stir up trouble right under his nose. Especially now, during the critical moment when the mysterious ice realm was opening, he was hoping to take the opportunity to amass a fortune and then live leisurely for another 100 years. Although angry, Meng Hong was not foolish. He guessed that anyone who dared to act so recklessly and attack his guards must have a significant background. Although his position as city lord was appointed by the imperial dynasty, the dynasty wouldn't clean up his messes, so he had to shoulder many responsibilities himself. Out of caution, Meng Hong inquired about the specifics from his subordinate. Hearing that the person knew Buddhist techniques, he exclaimed, "So it's a bald monk from the Buddha temple. I must capture him and have the Buddha temple pay a ransom today." Meng Hong could hardly contain his rage. But when he heard that the person also knew ghost techniques, he was shocked. How is that possible? Wasn't the ghost-controlling sect annihilated? Meng Hong was astonished. The ghost-controlling sect had been destroyed just a day ago, and the news had already spread throughout the central domain. No-vel-bjn.com. After repeatedly confirming that his subordinate was not mistaken, Meng Hong's expression became grave. He couldn't help but speculate that someone who knew both Ghost and Buddhist techniques must have a special constitution. Could it be that they came from the upper domain? So what if they come from the upper domain? With the imperial dynasty behind me, I fear nothing, Meng Hong reassured himself. Then, he heard that the person was carrying a flame blood dragon sword and was followed by a divine passage realm protector dressed in red named Xiao Hongyi. Fuck, isn't that Jiang Chen? Meng Hong was so scared that he jumped up. He could handle ordinary cultivators from the upper domain, but Jiang Chen was someone he could not afford to provoke. Even the imperial dynasty was wary of the Jiang family. Moreover, the Juyin sect had now become a mad demonic sect. The Juyin sect had attacked the Buddha temple and the Billowing Clouds sect, and it was rumored that they were involved in the annihilation of the ghost-controlling sect. Meng Hong was certain that they were a bunch of uncurable lunatics. He didn't want to deal with madmen, nor did he want his Cold Realm city to follow in the footsteps of the ghost-controlling sect. After a brief contemplation, he decided to play dumb and act as if he knew nothing. Although it was frustrating, it was better than inviting a calamity. Alas, first a crazy woman from the Juyin sect came, and now Jiang Chen is here too. What a disaster. Meng Hong felt sorrowful in his heart and felt like crying. Whoosh! Suddenly, a breeze blew through the room, and two elders appeared out of thin air. One of them was in a spirit form, holding a jade coffin, while the other held a bronze mirror. This scene made Meng Hong break out in a cold sweat. These two people could easily enter the city lord's mansion and evade his spiritual detection, proving that their cultivation was definitely not lower than his. Who are you? He asked as if facing a great enemy. Juyin Old Ancestor. The Juyin Old Ancestor blurted out. I am the old ancestor of the Billowing Clouds demonic sect, a subsidiary sect of the Juyin demonic sect, Fan Tong. Fan Tong also introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Meng Hong's eyes widened. Now even the old ancestor of the Juyin sect had come. Wasn't this going to end badly for him and his city? Seeing Meng Hong's fear, the Juyin Old Ancestor said, "Don't be afraid. We're not here to harm you. We just need your help with something." What is it? Meng Hong stammered. A good deed, the Juyin Old Ancestor said with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had been waiting at the city gate for a long time, but the city lord had not come to trouble him. Eldest senior brother, I think the city lord of Cold Realm City must have recognized your identity and got scared, Jiang Hu speculated. Be more confident, drop the, I think. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He had planned to cause a commotion in Cold Realm City and then reap a wave of system rewards. But who knew that the city lord of Cold Realm City was so cowardly? Since they were already scared, there was no point in staying. Jiang Chen instantly decided to just enter the city and cause trouble right under the city lord's nose. He wanted to see how long the city lord could endure. It wasn't that he couldn't take a hint, but an opportunity like this was rare. With so many ordinary cultivators in Cold Realm City, how could he easily pass up the chance? With that thought, Jiang Chen and his companions swaggered into the city. Perhaps because of the commotion at the city gate, many cultivators avoided them. As they walked, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Not far ahead, he spotted a figure in a glaze-white dress. Judging by the figure, she must be a great beauty. However, the figure seemed familiar, and Jiang Chen felt he had seen it somewhere before. But he didn't dwell on it. He just wanted to go up and flirt a bit, then see if he could get a system reward. Beautiful lady. Jiang Chen approached with a sly smile on his face. At the same time, the woman turned around. Jiang Chen's smile instantly faded. The person in front of him, her aura and features, were all too familiar. It was Jiang Lianyue. Seeing Jiang Chen, the frost on Jiang Lianyue's face melted away, and she smiled brightly. Eldest senior brother, did you come to find me? Weren't you in seclusion at the sect? Jiang Chen countered. Yes, but my cultivation was advancing too quickly, and the cold poison became increasingly uncontrollable. So I came to the mysterious ice realm to see if I could find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to suppress it, Jiang Lianyue said with a smile, linking her arm with Jiang Chen's. Eldest senior brother, do you think the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the mysterious ice realm can cure my cold poison? She asked cautiously. How would I know? Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue's eyes dimmed. After seeing 9 cycles of reincarnation, she knew the location of the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma and the cold jade ice bed, and so did Jiang Chen. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was unwilling to remind her. This was enough to prove that Jiang Chen still harbored resentment towards her. Sigh. Jiang Lianyue let out a deep sigh. She didn't hope for Jiang Chen's forgiveness. Being by his side was enough for her. Stop sighing, it's affecting my mood. Jiang Chen frowned and then said, inside the mysterious ice realm, there's an unfathomably deep ice cavern. You might want to look there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue's body trembled. She knew very well that was exactly where the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma was located. Wu, eldest senior brother, I'm so touched. You really can't bear to see me die. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jiang Lianyue's eyes brimmed with tears. HMPH, Jiang Chen snorted, too lazy to bother with her. He wasn't truly soft-hearted. He had his own considerations. The plot was now more and more outrageous, and as Jiang Lianyue was an extremely important female lead in the original story, if she really died, it might affect the ending, which in turn could affect his plans for ascension. All things considered, it was better to play it safe. As this scene unfolded before his eyes, for some reason, a deep sigh also came from Xiao Hongyi, who was behind them. After entering the city, Jiang Chen and his companions casually chose an inn to stay in. Despite the commotion outside the city gates, the inn inside the city was unaffected. It was filled with cultivators who were chatting and laughing. The arrival of Jiang Chen and his group brought a momentary silence to the inn. At this moment, Jiang Lianyue was still clinging to Jiang Chen's arm, her fair cheeks blooming with a happy smile. Both of them were exceptionally attractive, and standing together, they gave off a sense of a match made in heaven, dazzling onlookers. Jiang Hu followed behind them, occasionally glaring at the cultivators around them, acting like a bully by association. After checking out Jiang Chen and Jiang Lianyue's cultivation levels, many cultivators' pupils shrank. At such a young age, both were at the heavenly origin realm. Especially Jiang Lianyue, whose aura was even more profound than Jiang Chen's, clearly having reached the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm. These two must be the chosen ones from some top-tier sect, a cultivator murmured. The others agreed and discreetly looked away, not wanting to stir up trouble. As for Jiang Chen, he always wore a smug smile, and his walk was extremely arrogant. Seeing that no one came to cause trouble, he looked somewhat bored and then casually took a seat and ordered a cup of spiritual tea. The city's inn was an important place for cultivators to exchange information, and he intended to find out if there was any fresh news. Sipping his tea, Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly closed, but his attention was on the cultivators around him. Have you heard? Juyin sect has become a demonic sect. Such big news, who in the central domain doesn't know? I not only know about this, but I also heard that Juyin sect has declared war on Billowing Clouds sect, and now the latter has become a subordinate sect. Oh. Really? Billowing Clouds sect is just a second-tier sect, why would Juyin sect do this? I heard that it's because Billowing Clouds sect detained a genius from Juyin sect. That's right. The genius is named Lu Lin, and he's said to be a human sacred body. Holy shit, a human sacred body. For real. No need to doubt, this news is spreading like wildfire and many people know about it. This conversation made Jiang Chen pause. Know what? Who is Lu Lin? And a human sacred body. In his 9 reincarnations, how come he didn't know about such an impressive figure in his own sect? The current Juyin sect was full of madmen, and Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to think too deeply about the actions and words of madmen. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to another group of discussing cultivators. The ghost-controlling sect has been annihilated. Yes, it was so sudden. Who would have thought that the millennium-old ghost sect would be destroyed overnight? Buddha Old Ancestor and 7 luminaries Sword Ancestor took action together. Naturally, the ghost-controlling Old Ancestor was no match. But how did it come to such a life-and-death struggle between Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and ghost-controlling sect? Who knows? But neither side is from our righteous path, so their mutual slaughter benefits us. Indeed, but I also heard that after annihilating ghost-controlling sect, the Ghost Abyss Master didn't return to Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss but stayed in the same place, seemingly looking for something. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't met that female ghost in this life, so she shouldn't be looking for him. But for some reason, he had a bad premonition. He felt like the female ghost's target might actually be him. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Jiang Chen reassured himself. Maybe she's looking for Zhu Shuang. After all, the 9 Abyss Ghost Fox requires nether fire to refine souls. Zhu Shuang must have had some contact with that female ghost. Thinking this way, it seemed much more reasonable. Calming down, Jiang Chen continued to gather information. Juyin sect was once a millennium-old righteous sect, and Juyin old ancestor was known as a paragon of righteousness, but now it has fallen into a demonic sect. It's really lamentable. Alas, I think it's because of that Jiang Chen. It must be. There's a rumor that the people of Juyin sect have all gone mad. It must be Jiang Chen who used some evil method of the Jiang family to drive the people of Juyin sect insane. Indeed, the rumor says wherever Jiang Chen goes, people go mad. He's detestable. That Jiang Chen is really a scourge of this world. I cannot coexist with him under the same sky. This discussion left Jiang Chen speechless. Eating melons only to find the melon eater as oneself. TLN, eating melons equals following gossip, scandals, or drama as a bystander. What did they mean by wherever he goes, people go mad? Isn't this cold realm city free from madmen? This is definitely slander and defamation. Suddenly standing up, Jiang Chen looked towards the cultivator who claimed he couldn't coexist with him under the same sky. Immediately, he let out a loud shout, "Great majestic heavenly dragon!" Roar! The Dharma pervades, and a golden dragon suddenly appears. A massive golden dragon snakes out, knocking a cultivator flying while incidentally destroying the inn. After the golden dragon vanishes and everything returns to normal, the cultivators who were just discussing animatedly a second ago find themselves amidst ruins the next. They are all utterly dumbfounded. How dare you destroy my inn? The innkeeper roars in anger. As he speaks, the aura exclusive to the upper 4 realms presses directly towards Jiang Chen. Facing the overwhelming aura, Jiang Chen doesn't dodge or hide, a faint smile always on his lips. "Master," he shouts, turning his head. HMPH. A figure in red appears and releases a sky-filling phoenix fire with a cold snort. The phoenix fire spreads, causing the cultivators to scatter and flee again. The innkeeper, facing the phoenix fire directly, is burnt to a crisp in an instant. Too arrogant. The city guards won't let you get away with this, a cultivator yells while running away. Eldest senior brother, judging by the direction that cultivator is fleeing, he seems to be heading to the city lord's mansion to snitch Jiang, who quickly warns. Jiang Chen has already guessed as much. Not only is he unafraid, but he's also somewhat looking forward to it. The bigger the commotion, the better he can farm system rewards. Sure enough, soon, hundreds of guards converge from all directions, surrounding Jiang Chen tightly. A middle-aged man with a stern face steps out from among the guards, followed by the snitching cultivator. "City captain, it's him." The snitching cultivator points at Jiang Chen's nose and says, "This man fought recklessly within the city lord's territory and even destroyed an inn. He's too arrogant." The middle-aged man nods and looks at Jiang Chen. "Are you Jiang Chen?" "Indeed." Jiang Chen admits frankly. Hiss. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators all inhale sharply. They hadn't expected at all that the infamous Jiang family's young master, Jiang Chen, who drives people mad wherever he goes, had actually come to Cold Realm City. The snitching cultivator is also startled but still insists, "City captain, there are rules in Cold Realm City. No fighting within the city. Even if he is the Jiang family's young master, he cannot defy the city lord's decree." Indeed so," the middle-aged man nods. "I suggest we capture him and hand him over to the imperial dynasty for justice," the snitching cultivator adds. "No-vel-bjn.c ohm." The middle-aged man nods again, indicating that it makes sense. But just as he is about to act and Jiang Chen is ready to face the confrontation head-on, a guard rushes over anxiously and whispers something into the middle-aged man's ear. The middle-aged man frowns. Then, he slaps the snitching cultivator across the face. "Seize this troublemaker who fabricates lies and sows discord," the middle-aged man orders loudly. Ah! Holding his cheek, the snitching cultivator is bewildered. How did it turn into him being tied up? The city lord's decree states that in Cold Realm City, Jiang Chen can do whatever he wants, the middle-aged man explains. At these words, there is an uproar around. The cultivators and guards around are puzzled. The city lord is personally appointed by the imperial dynasty and belongs to the imperial dynasty's forces, while Jiang Chen represents the Jiang family. Although the two sides have not yet come to blows, it's clear to anyone with eyes that the imperial dynasty will sooner or later make a move against Jiang family. Under such circumstances, the city lord of Cold Realm City is actually protecting Jiang Chen. This doesn't make sense. And what does it mean by Jiang Chen can do whatever he wants? Everyone knows Jiang Chen is notorious for his misdeeds. How can others live with that? On the other hand, Jiang Chen was equally baffled. The reason he came to Cold Realm City and caused such a stir was not only to farm system rewards but also because the city lord was personally appointed by the imperial dynasty. It's not yet time to confront the imperial dynasty head-on, so it's still okay to bully the city lord appointed by the imperial dynasty. Who would have thought that the city lord would be such a pushover? No matter how much he caused trouble, there was no intention to oppose him. I guess the city lord must have gone mad. Worthy of being eldest senior brother, Jiang Hu praises, giving a thumbs up. Jiang Chen's face darkens. He feels this has nothing to do with him. After all, he hasn't even met the city lord. And he's quite aware that the city lord of Cold Realm City is of divine passage realm cultivation, not so easily driven mad. N-O-V-E in .c ohm. He must be being timid. In any case, it has nothing to do with him. Even if it does, it's the system's fault. Regardless, he still needs to farm the system rewards that are due. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back, Jiang Chen says with a grin. With that, he strides forward and, in front of the middle-aged city captain leading the guards, randomly grabs a cultivator still in shock and starts to beat him mercilessly. The middle-aged city captain frowns deeply. He is tasked with maintaining order in Cold Realm City and has always enforced the law impartially. Now, witnessing someone trampling on the city's rules yet unable to react, he feels extremely frustrated. The feel isn't right, let's change. Tossing the now unconscious cultivator aside, Jiang Chen's gaze shifts to the middle-aged city captain. The middle-aged city captain is full of question marks. What does this mean? Is he also going to be beaten? Jiang Chen, don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll have to, the middle-aged city captain starts to stammer. Even though he have to, for a long time, he really doesn't know what he can do. In the end, he can only take a deep breath and then turns around with his guards and bolts away. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Chen bellows angrily, transforming into a giant golden figure, chasing after them and pummeling them wildly. Only after chasing them to the end of the road and the system's prompt appears does he stop and return. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, major achievement in word chi, sword chi concentration. This reward is not bad. Jiang Chen smiles with satisfaction. The system once again helped him break through the suppression of the heavens. His comprehension of the way of the sword had been continuously accumulating after he had gone through 9 cycles of reincarnation. However, in his previous 9 lives, he was expelled from his sect each time, and it was only after the destruction of the Jiang family that he could reach the major achievement realm of the Way of the Sword. The Way of the Sword major achievement not only allowed one to concentrate and condense sword intent but also to ride the sword through the air. With a mere thought, the flame blood dragon sword, now several times more powerful, hovered in front of him. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, leapt onto the sword, and then extended a hand towards Xiao Hongyi in the distance, saying, "Master, would you like to join me in riding the sword and enjoying the view over Cold Realm City?" "Sure." After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Hongyi smiled and stepped forward to grab Jiang Chen's hand. Swoosh! The sound of the sword's hum filled the air as the two of them rose into the sky. Jiang Chen led the way, standing with his hands behind his back. Xiao Hongyi followed, her red garments fluttering. Their bodies were closed, the man occasionally taking advantage, but the woman seemed oblivious, her face only showing a touch of red. As expected of the eldest senior brother, Jiang Hu exclaimed while giving a thumbs up. Jiang Lianyue remained silent, her eyes filled with sorrow. The other cultivators were dumbfounded. It was rumored that Jiang Chen was brutal and ruthless, without a shred of propriety, righteousness, or shame. The rumors are indeed true, a cultivator with a bruised face lamented. This statement led the other cultivators to nod in agreement. More than just brutal and ruthless. He was utterly inhumane. Although the middle-aged city captain and several hundred guards had come because of Jiang Chen, they had not attacked him. Instead, they helped Jiang Chen capture the cultivator who had come to complain. In other words, these people were allies to Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen was too ruthless, he did not spare even his own people. Now, he was even publicly flirting with his master. Truly a rebellious and unfilial disciple. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, the middle-aged city captain, along with a group of guards, entered and found Meng Hong in a daze. The middle-aged city captain and his men immediately knelt down and said, "City lord, that Jiang Chen doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, hammering anyone he captures. If you don't manage this, where will your authority stand?" Meng Hong remained silent, giving a self-deprecating smile. Authority. The premise of authority is strength. Jiang Chen had the backing of the Jiang family, and Meng Hong couldn't afford to provoke him. The Juyan old ancestor's cultivation was unfathomable, and he had once been a military officer of the imperial dynasty. Meng Hong really couldn't afford to provoke him either. With no one he could afford to provoke, what authority did he have left? Thinking of the Juyan old ancestor, Meng Hong's brow furrowed again. The Juyan old ancestor had said he wanted his help with something, but he had not yet told him what it was. This made Meng Hong feel uneasy. Just as he was about to send his subordinates away, the voice of the Juyan old ancestor appeared in Meng Hong's mind. "Bring 10 of your men and come to me." Meng Hong was puzzled but still followed the instructions. Soon, he arrived at the location of the Juyan old ancestor, along with the middle-aged city captain and several ordinary guards. At this moment, the Juyan old ancestor was sitting cross-legged in the center of the city lord's mansion's great hall, with Fan Tong standing behind him holding the memory-reflecting mirror. Bang! Just as Meng Hong and the others entered, the doors of the great hall suddenly closed. The hall plunged into darkness. Then, a powerful force bound them, immediately rendering them immobile. Meng Hong was shocked and went on high alert. But the next second, he was stunned. He saw Fan Tong manipulating a mirror, and a silver screen about 10 zhang wide suddenly appeared above the Juyan old ancestor's head. "I need you to observe something," the Juyan old ancestor said softly. "What is it?" Meng Hong asked. "The truth of this world." Meng Hong indicated that he didn't understand at all. But as the silver screen in front of him gradually lit up, and the golden characters for first life appeared, he quickly understood. Several hours later. "Ah, who would have thought the truth of this world is like this? Under the heavenly Tao, all beings are mere puppets. Such pain, such torment, others must also experience it. Only by defying the heavens can we break free from these shackles." Aside from Meng Hong, the rest had gone mad, all howling incoherently. Glancing at Meng Hong, the Juyan old ancestor muttered, "This person is at the divine passage realm, he probably can't go mad." "Indeed, he cannot feel our pain," Fan Tong suggested. "In that case, kill him," the Juyan old ancestor added. Upon hearing this, Meng Hong's face was filled with horror. To be killed just because he couldn't go mad. Couldn't he be given a chance to live? Wasn't being a city lord hard enough? He hadn't even enjoyed life yet. He was sweating profusely. Seeing the Juyan old ancestor's aura rising, as if he really intended to act, he quickly interjected. "Wait, why not try one more time? I'll let go of my mental defenses and give up resisting, maybe I can go mad too." Faced with the choice between life and madness, he chose life. After a moment of contemplation, the Juyan old ancestor thought this was another opportunity for experimentation and nodded in agreement. "If you can't go mad, you'll die. Understand?" the Juyan old ancestor emphasized. Meng Hong. Days later. With the opening of the mysterious Ice Realm, the number of cultivators arriving at Cold Realm City was increasing day by day. Not only did many famous casual cultivators appear, but also many sect prodigies arrived. At the gates of Cold Realm City, clad in a blue robe, a stern-faced man carrying an ancient sword case walked side by side with a monk holding prayer beads. The man was named Su Shan, a disciple of the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion. The monk beside him was the foremost disciple of the Buddha Temple, Cn. The two arrived at the city gate. "Pay up." Several armored guards blocked their way. Su Shan's brow immediately furrowed. He had no objection to paying to enter the city, as it was the rule. Although he was a renowned prodigy of the Central Domain and a member of the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion, the Lord of Cold Realm City was appointed by the imperial dynasty, and the necessary respects had to be paid. What irked him was the attitude of the money-demanding guards. They were looking down on him with their noses in the air. Amitabha. Cn advised upon seeing this, "Brother Su, why bother with a guard?" Su Shan thought it over and agreed. What was his status? Arguing with a guard really did lower his dignity. He was a man of few words, not fond of talking. He tossed a bag of spirit stones to the guard and proceeded to enter the city. Not enough, the guard still refused to let them pass. Su Shan frowned again. How can it not be enough? CN was puzzled. I am very clear that during the opening period of the mysterious ice realm, cultivators entering the city need to pay 100 medium-grade spirit stones. And in this bag, there are 500 medium-grade spirit stones. That was before. The guard's attitude remained arrogant, and he scoffed. A few days ago, the city lord increased the entry fee from 100 medium-grade spirit stones to 500. This bag of spirit stones is only enough for one person. 500, CN was shocked. Such a price could buy a decent high-grade spiritual weapon. He suspected was this guard trying to extort money. After all, such a price hike was detrimental to the reputation of the Lord of Cold Realm City. It could easily lead to widespread resentment. HMPH. Su Shan also thought the same and let out a cold snort, his sword case trembling violently behind him. What? You want to fight? The guard was not intimidated and said, the price has gone up again, 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones per person, or you cannot enter the city. Courting death. Su Shan was furious. But just as he was about to draw his sword from the case, CN stopped him again. NO-VEL-BJN.C. Ohm. Brother Su, something is off with these guards. CN took a deep look at the guard and said meaningfully. What's off about them? Su Shan was startled. I see that these guards have murky eyes and unstable auras. They must have gone mad, CN stated gravely. Mad. Su Shan was taken aback again and then scrutinized the guards in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed as CN had said. In addition to the signs mentioned by CN, he also saw intense malice in the guard's eyes. I heard on the way here that Jiang Chen has arrived at Cold Realm City. It seems to be true now, CN lamented. The rumors that wherever Jiang Chen went, people went mad had almost spread throughout the central domain. Originally, CN did not believe it. After all, when Jiang Chen was at the Buddha temple, except for Mu Kui going mad, there were no signs of madness among the other members of the temple. But now, he had no choice but to believe it. Before the ghost-controlling sect was destroyed, there were reports of many people going mad. Now, even the guards of Cold Realm City were like this. This Jiang Chen is a sin of this world. I will eventually slay him with one sword, Su Shan spoke coldly. CN nodded in full agreement. Just as the two did not want to bother with the madman and were about to hand over the spirit stones to enter the city. Sin. The guards' faces contorted, and they said one after another. The sin of this world is you self-proclaimed righteous people. The heavens are unjust, treating all beings as mere dogs. This is the true nature of the world. The heavens blind you. Why not surrender and come to see the truth of the world with us? It's not too late to turn back now. I advise you not to be stubborn. As they spoke, the guards, holding various spiritual weapons, charged at Su Shan and CN. Their expressions were crazy, their eyes filled with malice, sending shivers down one's spine. Su Shan wanted to open his sword case again, but CN stopped him. This is Cold Realm City. If we cause a disturbance and alarm the city lord, our sects would have a hard time explaining it. Then what should we do? Su Shan asked. Let's retreat for now and not bother with these madmen. Once the mysterious ice realm officially opens, we'll find another way into the city, CN suggested. How infuriating, Su Shan could only grit his teeth and nod. Afterward, the two quickly made their escape one after the other. Kind donors, turning back as the shore. Halfway through their escape, CN did not forget to turn back and persuade. Go turn back to your mother. The guards cursed, insulting CN's ancestors for 18 generations. Several days later, an old man arrived with a young woman. The old man had a sinister look, with white beard and hair. The woman wore a long black dress with hairpins adorning her hair. Her black hair reached her waist, her skin was fairer than snow, and her beautiful eyes were like ripples on clear water. As she walked, her slender waist moved slightly, exuding grace. Her expression was indifferent, yet occasionally she would smile. With each frown and smile, she captivated hearts, and her charm carried an air of wickedness that made people wary. The two arrived at the gate of Cold Realm City. Pay up. The guards still had an air of arrogance. After a moment's thought, the old man took out a bag of spirit stones. But before he could hand over the spirit stones, the woman beside him suddenly struck. With a wave of her fair wrist, a thick black aura transformed into a palm and slapped the money-demanding guard, causing him to vomit blood repeatedly. Jushi, that was too much, the old man frowned. Is it over? Master, isn't it you who taught me that strength is everything in this world? The woman blinked, not understanding. Your strength is not yet enough to sweep everything aside, the elder said again. Don't I still have you, master? The woman blinked again. The elder was left speechless. He was the great elder of the myriad Tao demon sect, whose full name was Chen Shi. The woman beside him was the myriad Tao demon sect's #1 true disciple, Nangong Jushi. The two had come here not for the mysterious ice realm but for one person. Jiang Chen. Ever since Nangong Jushi learned that Jiang Chen was in this cold realm city, she had planned to come and meet him. Chen Shi was originally opposed to this. But thinking that he might see his own old ancestor Chen Sheng, who was also Jiang Chen's protector, he quietly brought Nangong Jushi along. Before departing, Chen Shi had repeatedly instructed Nangong Jushi to keep a low profile in everything. Because his own cultivation was not high, being only at the first realm of the upper 4 realms, he was not able to protect his own disciple. He was able to become the great elder of the myriad Tao demon sect and take Nangong Jushi as his disciple because the Chen family had made contributions to the myriad Tao demon sect. Furthermore, this trip was made without informing the sect leader of the myriad Tao. If the sect leader found out, he would not escape punishment. Although Chen Shi and Nangong Jushi were master and disciple, their relationship was extremely poor. The reason for this was that Nangong Jushi had developed a girlish crush on Jiang Chen after hearing some rumors, and Chen Shi was unhappy because his own old ancestor had become a protector, often speaking ill of Jiang Chen. Sigh. Unable to control his own disciple, Chen Shi was extremely helpless. He did not want to make a big fuss. Seeing the guards preparing to retaliate, he quickly took out a bag of spirit stones from his bosom and said, I am the great elder of the myriad Tao demon sect. My unruly disciple is beyond my control. These extra spirit stones are for compensation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jushi's eyebrows furrowed, but in the end, she remained silent. The guards who had just been glaring at each other were suddenly taken aback. Cough, cough. The injured cultivator coughed and stepped forward with a forced smile. No worries, it's all trivial. Since it's the myriad Tao demon sect, then you are one of us. One of us? Chen Shi was puzzled. Nangong Jushi also blinked in confusion. Specifically, the city belonged to the imperial dynasty's influence, while the myriad Tao demon sect was a demonic sect. How could these two be considered one and the same? Unable to figure it out, Chen Shi gave up. After thanking them with a bow, he led Nangong Jushi into the city. Is she the one? Yes, it's her. Wah, it's so touching. I hope she has a good ending in this life. To live for him, to die for him, the only wish in this life is to be by his side, to live under the same roof, and to share the same grave. Stop it. I'm going to cry too. How unjust the heavens are. The voices of the guards' discussion followed behind them. Although the voices were soft, Chen Shi and Nangong Jushi still heard them clearly. Seeing Nangong Jushi standing there in a daze with a somewhat bewildered expression, Chen Shi said, those guards have malice in their eyes. They are all mad, just spouting nonsense. Nangong Jushi did not respond but just nodded her head. Jiang Chen and the others had been staying at the inn recently and rarely going out. There were 2 reasons for this. First, Cold Realm City had not been very peaceful lately. At first, it was just the guards going mad, and then many cultivators mysteriously disappeared, only to be found in the same crazed state. In just over 10 days, hundreds of mad cultivators appeared in Cold Realm City. This left Jiang Chen speechless, and he was even more convinced of his poisonous buff. He chose to hide and not meet people. Because as soon as he appeared in the city, many mad cultivators would appear, wanting to say something to him and then bursting into tears. It made him almost mentally exhausted. He couldn't properly claim his system rewards. The second reason was that Zhu was showing signs of awakening and was about to condense into a ghostly form. For safety's sake, it was better to go out less. Of course, although Jiang Chen was in the inn, he would still send Jiang Hu out to gather information. In the evening, Jiang Chen took out the ghost tower and was observing Zhu condition when Jiang Hu suddenly arrived. Jiang Hu held a golden cloth, panting and extremely excited. Eldest senior brother, the Heaven's Pride ranking has appeared. Heaven's Pride ranking. Jiang Chen was startled. The appearance of the Heaven's Pride ranking meant that the Grand Sect competition was about to begin. But whether it was in his past 9 lives or in the original story, this timing seemed a bit early. He couldn't help but feel emotional. The current plot had completely escaped control and was utterly unpredictable. It seems the imperial dynasty wants to make a move, Jiang Chen mused after a moment's contemplation. Although the power center of the imperial dynasty was in the upper domain, both the lower domain and the central domain had supervisory institutions called the Imperial Pavilion. And this Heaven's Pride ranking was issued by the Imperial Pavilion. Jiang Chen guessed that it must be that the Imperial Pavilion had noticed changes in the central domain's landscape and wanted to reshape it by starting the Grand Sect competition ahead of schedule. There might even be intentions targeting him. Because once the Juyin sect was promoted to an upper domain sect, it would be right under the nose of the imperial dynasty. At that time, the Juyin old ancestor would no longer be able to protect him, and the Jiang family, for his sake, would have to change their low profile and come to the forefront to confront the imperial dynasty head-on. Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. The plot of this life truly caused him endless trouble. And the instigator of all this was the dog system. If it weren't for the system causing people to go mad wherever he went, the plot would not have completely escaped control. The good news was that even if the Heaven's Pride ranking were to be announced today, the Grand Sect competition would still be a year or even several years away. During this time, Jiang Chen had ample opportunity to grow stronger continually with the help of his system and accumulate resources for the Jiang family. "Hand me the Heaven's Pride ranking to take a look," Jiang Chen said, spreading his hands. Jiang Hu hurriedly passed the list he was holding. There were 30 prodigies listed on the Heaven's Pride ranking. From the bottom up, Jiang Chen quickly glanced through it. 30th ranked prodigy. Name: Jiang Hu. Cultivation: middle stage of earthly origin. Affiliated sect: 6th true disciple of the Juyin demonic sect's 9th peak. Evaluation: skilled in the way of the poison, suspected to be a disciple of a certain Grand Master of the way of the poison. Wealthy, possesses a 6th grade innate spiritual fire, and numerous poison pills and spiritual weapons. These words caught Jiang Chen's eye, leaving him full of question marks. He truly hadn't expected this. In his previous 9 lives, Jiang Hu, as Lin Feng's underling, had always remained unknown. But in this life, after becoming his underling, he had actually made it onto the Heaven's Pride ranking. No wonder Jiang Hu was so excited. Now he finally understood it was because of this. People from the same household knew their own affairs. Jiang Chen was well aware that Jiang Hu's skill in the way of the poison was due to the way of the poison Grandmaster's diary that he had given him. His wealth came from Xiao Hongyi, who had given him many valuable items to facilitate his poisoning. "It's all thanks to eldest senior brother and the peak master," Jiang Hu said while scratching his head with a slightly embarrassed expression. Not bothering with him, Jiang Chen continued to look up the list. The prodigies ranked from 30 to 20 were basically people he had no impression of. But those ranked above 20 were all familiar faces. 20th ranked prodigy. 1st true disciple of the Juyin demonic sect Sword Peak, Zhou Jian. 19th ranked prodigy. 3rd Buddhist disciple of the Buddha Temple, CFA. 18th ranked prodigy. 5th true disciple of the Myriad Dao Demon Sect, Chen Bin. 17th ranked prodigy. 6th sword disciple of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion, Jian Lu. 16th ranked prodigy. He quickly glanced through and found no one of interest to Jiang Chen. Finally, he turned his attention to the top 10 to see the rankings of himself and his junior brothers and sisters. 10th ranked prodigy. 3rd true disciple of the Juyin demonic sect's 9th peak, Qingning. Gone mad. 6th ranked prodigy. 2nd true disciple of the Juyin demonic sect's 9th peak, Lin Mubai. Gone mad. 5th ranked prodigy. 4th true disciple of the Juyin demonic sect's 9th peak, Mu Kui. Gone mad. 4th ranked prodigy. 5th true disciple of the Juyin demonic sect's 9th peak, Jiang Lianyue. Gone mad. PFF'd. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. The imperial dynasty truly had a knack for making people feel disgusted. Now that the Heaven's Pride ranking was out, no one would doubt the insanity of Jiang Lianyue and the others. Eldest senior brother's ranking must be in the top 3, Jiang Hu, who was beside him, said, sticking his head in. He had been extremely excited to see his own name on the Heaven's Pride ranking and had not looked at it in detail. In his opinion, with their senior brother being so awesome and Jiang Lianyue ranked 4th, Jiang Chen should at least be in the top 3 or even 1st. Jiang Chen thought the same. Although the Heaven's Pride ranking was issued by the imperial dynasty, he had always been listed in his previous 9 lives, and it should be no different in this life. Continuing to look up. 3rd ranked prodigy. Name: Nangong Jushi. Cultivation: Heavenly Origin Realm. Affiliated sect: First true disciple of the myriad Tao demon sect. Evaluation: Ruthless and cruel, possesses the profound dark demonic body constitution, has the demeanor of a demon empress. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen sighed deeply. 2nd ranked prodigy. Name: Su Shan. Cultivation: Heavenly Origin Realm Sword Cultivator. Affiliated sect: First sword disciple of the 7 luminaries Sword Pavilion. Evaluation: Taciturn, has been cultivating the sword for 20 years, achieved major accomplishment in the way of the sword, and hailed as having the demeanor of a sword emperor. Reasonable. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. N.O. Vel B. J.N.C. Ohm. The 7 luminaries Sword Pavilion was full of dedicated swordsmen, and in his 9 reincarnations, he was well aware that Su Shan indeed had the strength to be ranked 2nd. It seems eldest senior brother should be the number Jiang, who speculated. Stay low-key, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile, acting as if it was a trivial matter. But when he looked at the top of the list, he cursed the sky. Fuck. Jiang, who was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The top-ranked individual on the Heaven's Pride ranking turned out to be 1st ranked prodigy. Name: Lu Lin. Cultivation: Unknown. Affiliated sect: Juyin Demonic Sect, exact peak affiliation and location unknown. Evaluation: An unknown man shrouded in mystery, he possesses the human sacred body, capable of overwhelming everyone through the ages. The human sacred body. These words alone are enough to secure a top spot on the list, without a doubt. But there is a big problem. Eldest senior brother, who is Lu Lin? Jiang, who blinked. How would I know? Jiang Chen was annoyed. Aside from not knowing where this Lu Lin came from, what he cared about most was that he, the great villain, was not even listed. Is the imperial dynasty trying to disgust me? Jiang Chen said coldly again. The current Heaven's Pride ranking has caused a huge stir in the central domain. Apart from Jiang Chen's extreme dissatisfaction with the ranking, Lin Feng felt the same. Several li outside Cold Realm City. Lin Feng, accompanied by a group of junior brothers, rushed over. Upon learning of the Heaven's Pride ranking, he was furious. He, the dazzling son of destiny, was not even on the list. To him, this was an outrageous insult. The Heaven's Pride ranking is tied to one's battle achievements and fame. Try to see the bigger picture, old man Tianji consoled. Don't I have those? Lin Feng argued. Do you? Old man Tianji retorted. Lin Feng fell silent. Upon reflection, he really didn't. Since arriving in the central domain, he had been tormented by a bunch of lunatics. After escaping the Juyin sect, he was locked up in the Buddha's 6 prisons. He thought that after embracing Buddhism, he would become a disciple of the Buddha temple. But who would have thought that in the end, that Buddha old ancestor sent him to the ancient Pill Tower? Not only did he lack battle achievements, but his frequent changes of allegiance also tarnished his reputation. Sigh. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, feeling very troubled. The only consolation was that Jiang Chen, like him, was also not on the list. Fortunately, all this would soon be a thing of the past. Since entering the ancient Pill Tower, his talent in the way of the pill astonished everyone, and his cultivation level soared. Now, not only is he a 6th grade pill refiner, but his cultivation has also reached the Heavenly Origin realm. HMPH. What Heaven's Pride ranking? Sooner or later, I will trample all these so-called Heaven's Pride under my feet, Lin Feng snorted with a spirited tone. Senior brother is right, what Heaven's Pride ranking? It's more like a list of troublemaker. Exactly, no one from the ancient Pill Tower is on the list. That's too unreasonable. I think we should have a pill refiner master list to let the world see the strength of our ancient Pill Tower. This trip to Cold Realm City, senior brother Lin will surely show these misfits what true Heaven's Chosen are like. The disciples of the ancient Pill Tower echoed one after another. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, enjoying the feeling of being flattered. Then he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes brimming with tears. It hasn't been easy. Since coming to the central domain, only after joining the ancient Pill Tower did he finally start to live up to the title of Son of Destiny. Senior brother Lin, is that Lu Lin really a human sacred body? Asked a disciple of the ancient Pill Tower. How would I know? I'm not familiar with the Juyin demonic sect. Lin Feng frowned, then muttered, "But I feel like I've heard of this name somewhere before." Hearing this, the disciples of the ancient pill tower couldn't help but sigh. To have a human sacred body and not have shown any signs of it before, they had not expected the Juyan demonic sect to hide so deeply. What human sacred body? It's still nothing in front of senior brother Lin. Another disciple of the ancient pill tower spoke up. Hee, don't be too sure of yourselves. Although Lin Feng spoke modestly, his proud demeanor clearly betrayed his thoughts. What human sacred body? It must be the Juyan demonic sect trying to add glory to their own name, old man Tianji suddenly said. What do you mean? Lin Feng was puzzled. The human sacred body is rare throughout the ages and only appears during great wars when the human race is at stake for survival. It's not credible, old man Tianji explained. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. But isn't the Heaven's Pride ranking issued by the Imperial Pavilion? Wouldn't they know this? That's also what puzzles me. Old man Tianji pondered for a long time before analyzing. This appearance of the Heaven's Pride ranking, with the Juyan demonic sect dominating most of the top 10, if I'm not mistaken, is the Imperial dynasty's way of putting them on the hot seat. The Heaven's Pride ranking is related to the Grand Sect competition. Now, whether righteous or demonic, all see the Juyan demonic sect as a formidable opponent. The Juyan demonic sect's situation in the future will likely be precarious, he added. I see, Lin Feng realized. It was well known that the relationship between the imperial dynasty and the Jiang family was delicate. The Juyan sect first took in Jiang Chen, the sole son of the Jiang family, and then colluded with him to commit evil deeds. Logically, the imperial dynasty would indeed give them a warning. The absence of Jiang Chen's name on the Heaven's Pride ranking could be the imperial dynasty's warning. Warning the Juyan sect while also making Jiang Chen disgusted. As for the matter of the human sacred body, many old monsters from various sects must have guessed that such a physique could not appear at this time. Under such circumstances, the imperial dynasty still included the human sacred body in the ranking. Clearly, they wanted to embarrass the Juyan sect in the Grand Sect competition and use it as a warning. The imperial dynasty has made its move. It seems that in the future, both Jiang Chen and the Juyan demonic sect will have a hard time. Understanding this, Lin Feng was gleeful. Then, he remembered another rumor. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in Cold Realm City. When Lin Feng first heard this news, he was startled. He had already learned that his master, the great elder Yu Shi of the ancient Pill Tower, had used the foundation of the ancient Pill Tower to issue a kill order against Jiang Chen. And just before leaving the sect, Yu Shi told him. Several upper domain cultivators were preparing to join forces against Jiang Chen. Lin Feng thought that under such circumstances, Jiang Chen would surely be doomed. But to his surprise, not only was Jiang Chen alive and well, but he had also gone to Cold Realm City. Lin Feng was genuinely fearful of Jiang Chen. Unable to beat him, unable to escape, and every encounter ended in a beating. If it weren't for old man Tianji's repeated persuasion, saying he should face the challenge head-on, he would have fled long ago. Jiang Chen is the sole son of the Jiang family, so it's normal for him to have some life-saving items. But you are the son of destiny, you must not shrink back. Remember, the path of a cultivator is such that advancing leads to life, retreating leads to death, old man Tianji said seriously. Lin Feng nodded and took a deep breath. This time, he had some confidence in himself. Firstly, he was now at the heavenly origin level of cultivation, and with full power unleashed, he could wreak havoc as long as he didn't encounter cultivators of the upper four realms. Secondly, the ancient Pill Tower may not have much else, but it is abundant in natural treasures. The ghost-controlling sect frequently trades with the ancient Pill Tower, and as such, the ancient Pill Tower possesses a 9-abyss soul embryo. When he became the #1 true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower, his master Yu Shi gifted him this item. Now, old man Tianji's soul power is extremely abundant. If it were to be used on him in an emergency, he could battle cultivators at the divine passage realm of the upper four realms. These 2 points are the confidence behind his visit this time. With the opening of the mysterious ice realm, I will surely stand above all the prodigies and make a name for myself in the central domain. Lin Feng's confidence surged in an instant. Do not be blindly confident, old man Tianji cautioned, pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. In my opinion, to be on the safe side, you should find a place to sit quietly first so I can glimpse into the changing fortunes. This Lin Feng hesitated. Glimpsing into the fortunes consumes a lot of soul power. If an emergency arises later, wouldn't you be left without the soul power to assist me? Old man Tianji also found this reasonable. After thinking it over, he suggested, then let's settle for the next best thing. I will divine the dangers of this journey for you. All right, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Quickly, he had the others from the ancient pill tower wait where they were while he found a quiet place to sit down. After checking that no one was around, old man Tianji, in his spirit form, floated out from the ancient spirit ring in Lin Feng's hand. After taking out a divination disc, old man Tianji sat cross-legged in the air, his eyes slightly closed. A profound and mysterious aura instantly enveloped him. Under the influence of this aura, the Tai Chi on old man Tianji's clothes and the divination disc in his hands began to rotate in the flowing light. After a few moments, brilliant light converged on the divination disc, outlining a blood-red character. Disaster. The blood-red character disaster caught his eye. Old man Tianji's face was grave, and Lin Feng had a hard time swallowing his saliva. How disastrous is this disaster? Lin Feng asked after a long while. A sign of great disaster. There may be a threat to your life, old man Tianji replied instantly. Can you divine the source of it? Lin Feng asked again. Yes, I'll divine once more. With that, old man Tianji closed his eyes again, surrounded by a mysterious light. The divination disc in his hands and the Tai Chi on his body began to rotate again, with light converging and tracing patterns on the disc, but it was unable to form a character. Reluctantly, old man Tianji had to increase the infusion of soul power. In an instant, his eyes shone with starlight as if containing countless stars, with the stars reversing and galaxies converging. Bzzz. At the same time, the divination disc trembled violently. A character, even redder than before, was gradually outlined. Ju. 9. Seeing this character, Lin Feng was even more puzzled. What does it mean? Does it refer to the Juyan sect? Not at all. Old man Tianji shook his head gravely. This, 9, refers to a quantity, not a person. And since 9 is the extreme, it proves. Proves what? Lin Feng pressed. It proves that in Cold Realm City, the number of people who want your life is countless, old man Tianji finally said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was completely bewildered. He had great faith in old man Tianji's divinations. But the problem was he hadn't done anything. He hadn't even entered Cold Realm City yet, so how could he have attracted the attention of an unknown number of people after his life? This was very unreasonable. This is too strange, it seems we should still glimpse into the fortunes. Otherwise, I will be like a blind man, unable to guide you on the correct path, old man Tianji suggested. After glimpsing into the fortunes, how much soul power will you have left? 30%. Lin Feng fell silent. Having only 30% of soul power meant that if they encountered danger, old man Tianji would not be able to offer help at a critical moment. This made him feel somewhat vulnerable and also a bit distressed. After all, soul power was hard to come by. He had been through many changes, from the Juyan sect to the Buddha's temple and then to the ancient pill tower. It was not easy to obtain a 9 abyss soul embryo. However, he also knew that if he could not glimpse into the changing fortunes, he would be like a fly bumping around blindly. He should not hesitate any longer. All right, let's glimpse into the fortunes again. In the end, Lin Feng agreed. The fortunes are unpredictable. To glimpse into the changing fortunes, I need to borrow the luck of your son of destiny, old man Tianji said. Lin Feng nodded upon hearing this. Then, old man Tianji stood up, placing his right hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. Both of them closed their eyes. Wisps of mist spread out, converging above their heads into a bridge of fortune that stretched into the sky. Although they were physically still in the same place, they felt as if they were standing on the bridge. The bridge was shrouded in fog, with only the bright golden light ahead seeming to guide the way. After ascending the bridge and breaking through the layers of fog, their vision suddenly cleared. At the end of the bridge of fortune, they saw a golden dragon lying dormant, and next to the dragon were countless innumerable humanoid shadows with fangs bared and claws dancing, surging towards the dragon and wanting to devour the dragon. Seeing this scene, old man Tianji and Lin Feng immediately opened their eyes. The vision before them disappeared, and they were still in the same place. Lin Feng was instantly covered in cold sweat, while old man Tianji's face was grave. What does this mean? Lin Feng asked. That golden dragon represents your destiny. There are some people. No, that's not right, there are countless number of people who want to devour your destiny, old man Tianji replied. What? Lin Feng was shocked. He had thought that his enemy was only Jiang Chen and the madmen of the Juyan sect. But he had not expected that there would be so many others. Beyond that bridge, who knows how many more people there are. He was horrified, and at the same time, unable to believe it. Isn't he the son of destiny? Why are there so many people who want to defy fate and go against the heavens? I can feel those strange shadows are still increasing. If this continues, sooner or later, you will become the enemy of the world, old man Tianji added. Ah, Lin Feng was shocked again. Seriously, he hadn't done anything. How could he become the enemy of the world? More importantly, what should he do? There are two methods. After a long silence, old man Tianji said, cast aside all mercy, kill all the enemies who come at you, and prove your way through killing. Or hide. Conceal your destiny like a hidden dragon in the abyss. Survive until the end of time. Lin Feng's face darkened. Hide again. He hadn't even met Jiang Chen yet, and he was supposed to hide. And hide until the end of time. If that were the case, he might as well give up on destiny and call himself the son of survival. At this moment, all the past events suddenly surfaced in his mind. He was abused by Jiang Chen, unable to fight back. He was hunted by Jiang Lianyue and others, running for his life. He was disliked by Buddha old ancestor and was directly sent to the ancient pill tower. All of these things had already frustrated him to the extreme, but now, he was supposed to hide from everyone. Find a place to survive until the end of time. That's impossible. Even if it meant death, even if he had to enter the way of killing and risk being consumed by murderous intent, he would not hide again. He, Lin Feng, will rise. And it starts today. If the world wants to be my enemy, then I shall cut them all down. With determination in his heart, Lin Feng roared out loud. The moment his words fell, the black saber in his hand emitted a thunderous hum, and the cultivation technique inside his body started to circulate rapidly, plunging him directly into a state of enlightenment. After looking up at the sky, Lin Feng's eyes became vacant. A strong murderous intent began to spread around him, growing more intense, causing his eyes to become bloodshot and his aura to rise. Boom! A wave of energy burst forth. Boom! Another wave of energy burst forth. The waves of energy dispersed, powerful enough to destroy everything in their path, instantly shattering the surrounding earth and wood. And when everything settled down, he had jumped 2 realms in a row, becoming a late-stage heavenly origin. After exhaling a breath of air, he aimed at the mountains ahead and swung his black saber down fiercely. A saber chi dozens of feet long suddenly appeared. The saber chi rampaged, cutting through the air, and split the mountain in 2. This saber technique shall be called Mountain Cleaver, Lin Feng murmured as he retracted his black saber. This was a move he had comprehended on his own. The power of this move was immense. With his current cultivation, even practitioners from the upper 4 realms would have to retreat 3 zhang. Seeing this, old man Tianji nodded in satisfaction. Lin Feng practiced the 7 purifications annihilation technique and refined the heartless way of the saber. Combining the two, he should first sever his own 7 emotions and 6 desires, then enter the path through killing. Old man Tianji had thought that Lin Feng was still too young and would need more trials to enter the path of killing. But unexpectedly, after being continuously abused by Jiang Chen and others, and now understanding his situation, Lin Feng had truly entered the way of killing that suited him best. The man can be taught, old man Tianji nodded in approval. Old man Tianji, you are good to me, even if the whole world is against me, you would still stay by my side. Lin Feng was touched. Old man Tianji was startled and quickly distanced himself, saying, don't say such things, it's easy to be misunderstood. If the world is against me, what does it matter if I'm misunderstood? Lin Feng moved closer to old man Tianji, his tone still filled with emotion. Old man Tianji fell silent and stepped back a few more steps. Just as Lin Feng wanted to get closer to express his gratitude, a cold wind suddenly arose, and the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. Whoosh! Lin Feng looked up. He saw an overwhelming ghostly chi coming from behind, like a pair of hands covering the sky, plunging the world into darkness. Beneath that ghostly chi, there were countless ghosts walking in broad daylight. Just one glance at the leading female ghost, old man Tianji panicked and said, run, run quickly. That female ghost is at the Nirvana realm, where the ghosts go, humans cannot tread. I'll run again. I've just had a breakthrough. Lin Feng's face turned bitter. Just a second ago, he was full of swagger, entering the way of killing. But now, he had to run again. Really, he cannot look cool for more than 3 seconds. More importantly, where could he run to? With the ghosts attacking, there were ghosts within 100 li, and now even if he wanted to run back to the ancient pill tower, he would have to pass through a horde of ghosts. We can only hide in Cold Realm City. The city has a defensive formation, old man Tianji urged. But that place is a land of great disaster, Lin Feng didn't understand. Going there is perilous, but not going means death. Make your choice. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that entering the way of killing didn't seem to be of much use. He was still so frustrated. With the ghosts attacking, practitioners within 100 li all fled towards Cold Realm City. Lin Feng raced along with frequent ghostly wails behind him. As the ghostly sounds drew nearer, a sense of crisis within him emerged. Having entered the way of killing, not only had his cultivation broken through, and he had comprehended a killing technique, but his way of the saber had also reached major achievement. A practitioner with major achievement in the way of the saber could not only condense saber chi but also tread on it to move through the air. Seeing the ghosts already appearing beside him, Lin Feng held his black saber and swiftly unleashed a wide black saber chi. Then, stepping on the chi, he flew towards Cold Realm City at great speed. Way of the saber major achievement. To be able to condense saber chi at such a young age, senior brother Lin truly deserves to be the son of destiny. Ah, senior brother Lin, please save us. The ghosts are terrifying, we can't fight them. Behind him came the cries of the disciples from the ancient pill tower. Hearing this, Lin Feng did not look back. To tread the way of killing, one must sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Facing the world as an enemy, one must also put away all the compassion of a woman. He has realized this, that's why he has become stronger. Under normal circumstances, it might be manageable, but in the face of the current dire situation, naturally, he wouldn't care about the life and death of his fellow disciples. Immediately, the disciples of the ancient pill tower who came with Lin Feng all became fodder for ghosts and ghouls. To their death, they did not wait for Lin Feng to return. In their despair, they cursed one after another. Ah, senior brother Lin, why? We are fellow disciples and brothers in arms. Lin Feng, you're simply inhuman. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. You did nothing wrong. Even if you turned back now, you would not only fail to save them, but you would also put yourself in danger, old man Tianji consoled. Lin Feng nodded and said no more. He sped towards the gates of Cold Realm City with extreme speed. At this moment, numerous cultivators were flooding into Cold Realm City. The order had been lost, and the guards were powerless to resist the tide of cultivators, leaving them with no choice but to close the city gates. Mountain Cleaver. Seeing that the gates were about to close, Lin Feng swung his black saber again, and a solid saber chi, dozens of feet wide, shot out rapidly. The saber chi swept across, and the saber's intent was stern and deadly. The combination of the two was like sweeping away decay, rolling forward inexorably. The saber chi passed over the crowd, leaving a swath of blood and severed limbs in its wake. The saber chi struck the city gates. Boom! The city gates trembled violently, and the guards behind them were sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng accelerated and rushed into the city. How audacious! Who is this demon from the demonic path? So cruel! A cultivator shouted from behind. Lin Feng didn't reply and just kept rushing forward. This person is wearing the uniform of a sect. He must be a disciple of some sect. Let me take a closer look, a guard shouted. Hearing this, Lin Feng's body stiffened. Through old man Tianji's divination, he knew that in Cold Realm City, enemies surrounded him on all sides. Having killed so many cultivators trying to flee into the city and injured the guards of Cold Realm City, he must not be recognized. With this in mind, he gritted his teeth. Ha! With a shout, he shattered his robe, leaving only his underpants. This sight caught the surrounding cultivators and guards off guard. But in that moment of surprise, Lin Feng had already vanished. Suddenly, a middle-aged city captain with 100 guards appeared at the city gates. HMPH, a coward who hides his identity. After a cold snort, the middle-aged city captain used his cultivation and shouted in the direction Lin Feng had fled. This man has cropped hair, holding a black saber, and has dark skin. It must be that Lin Feng. His voice, mixed with his cultivation, rolled out. In an instant, it echoed throughout the entire Cold Realm City. And the name Lin Feng, upon reaching the ears of the many cultivators and guards, caused their faces to twist with rage, their eyes filled with fierce anger. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Kill Lin Feng." Oh! The guards and cultivators all shouted in unison. The middle-aged city captain waved his hand grandly, his tone impassioned, "Without Lin Feng's death, the heavens cannot be defied. Activate the city's grand formation, today I shall repel a myriad of ghosts from outside and slay fate within." With these words, Cold Realm City fell silent as death. The next second, "Oh, city captain is mighty. His words make my blood boil. What son of destiny? Today, I shall challenge and slay him. United as one, what do we have to fear from fate?" In a flash, the entire Cold Realm City was boiling with excitement. Elsewhere, Lin Feng fled and finally stopped in a secluded alley. He was drenched in cold sweat. The words of the middle-aged city captain still rang in his ears. All around him were mad cultivators and guards searching for him, brimming with murderous intent and fierce anger. He finally understood why Cold Realm City was a place of great disaster. It turned out to be a nest of madmen. At it Novelbin at. His arrival had stirred up the madmen's nest, making these lunatics even crazier. Suddenly, a cultivator wielding a spiritual weapon suddenly burst into the alley. "Lin Feng, you brat, show yourself at once." Lin Feng was startled and quickly leapt to the roof of a house to hide. Seeing no one in the alley, the arriving cultivator clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and left with a displeased face. Watching the cultivator's retreating figure, Lin Feng clenched his black saber, and occasionally a red glint flashed in his eyes. With the influence of the way of killing and the rise of the killing intent, he wanted to slay all his enemies. But, there are too many to kill, Lin Feng felt like crying. Although he had made a breakthrough, his cultivation was still only at the core formation realm. How could he possibly contend with an entire city? Even if he could kill the cultivator before him, what about the guards? The city captain? And what about the lord of the city who is at the divine passage realm? He had no doubts that if he really started a massacre in Cold Realm City, it would be like delivering his own head on a platter. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed. Before this, he had only been chased to such a sorry state when he encountered Jiang Chen or the madman from the Juyan sect. But now it seemed like everyone wanted to hunt him down. He simply couldn't understand why there were so many lunatics in this world. And why did all these lunatics want to kill him? He hadn't done anything. At this point, we should think about how to avoid these lunatics, advised old man Tianji. Lin Feng nodded. But then his face turned bitter as he said, "Now that my characteristics are well known, how can I avoid them?" "Just erase the traits that the city captain mentioned," replied old man Tianji. Lin Feng was speechless. What kind of bad idea was that? Holding a black blade was fine. He could just put it away. Even a cropped head could be dealt with, at worst he could shave it off. But how could he change his dark complexion? Although there were pills and spiritual tools to alter one's appearance, he hadn't brought any with him on this trip. "You forgot. You once entered the Buddhist path and were blessed by the Buddhist teachings. If you try hard, you should be able to condense a golden body, right?" Seeing through Lin Feng's thoughts, old man Tianji added. Lin Feng's expression froze. Half an hour later, a bald monk emerged from an alley. The monk's head shone brightly, his hands clasped together, and a thin layer of a golden body condensed on his exposed skin. Amitabha. When a cultivator approached him, the monk quickly chanted. The cultivator stepped forward quickly, squinting and scrutinizing closely. "Have you seen Lin Feng?" the cultivator asked. "No," the monk replied instantly. Seeing the cultivator's suspicious look, he added, "A monk does not speak lies." The cultivator thought about it and then turned away. Seeing this, the monk breathed a sigh of relief. But then he heard the cultivator mutter, "The world has gone downhill, the human heart is no longer ancient. Even monks are walking the streets in underpants." Lin Feng's mouth twitched. On the streets of the city lord's domain, Lin Feng walked with his head down, chanting Amitabha, when he met people. At this moment, the entire Cold Realm City was surrounded by countless ghosts. Surprisingly, however, it seemed that the ghosts had no intention of attacking the city and were just quietly waiting, though it was unclear what they were waiting for. Alas! Lin Feng sighed deeply. He really felt like crying. He just couldn't understand. How could he, a son of destiny, have fallen to such a state? He had come to Cold Realm City this time hoping to seize opportunities in the mysterious Ice Realm and then step on the shoulders of the proud sons of heaven to become famous in the Central Domain. But now if his identity were exposed at this moment, he would indeed become famous in the Central Domain. Only it would be famous as a laughingstock. Worse still, he might end up losing his life here. At this moment, all Lin Feng wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible and then hide well in the ancient pill tower. There were too many lunatics outside. He really couldn't handle it. But now with the city besieged by ghosts, even if he grew wings, he couldn't fly out. Alas, Lin Feng sighed again. It's okay, the entrance to the mysterious ice realm is in Cold Realm City, but the exit is in another city. The secret realm is about to open, so you can use this opportunity to escape, consoled old man Tianji. Lin Feng nodded and continued walking. Monk, have you seen Jiang Chen? As he walked, a pleasant voice rang out beside him. This instantly scared Lin Feng out of his wits. I don't know, I've never seen him, he said without lifting his head, quickly waving his hand. Really? The person asked again. Of course, a monk does not speak lies. Oh, then you can go die. Hearing this, Lin Feng jumped in shock. What kind of divine conversation was this? Not knowing Jiang Chen's whereabouts meant death. He wasn't even acquainted with Jiang Chen. And just as Lin Feng was in disbelief, the person actually made a move. A sword thrust came at him immediately. It was only then that Lin Feng saw clearly that the person who had spoken was a woman dressed in a black dress with stunning features. Indeed, women, especially beautiful ones, were all lunatics. Lin Feng cried out in his heart while hurriedly dodging. He wanted to fight back, but he was afraid of revealing his identity. Helplessly, he could only quietly activate one of his technique and quickly flee. Watching his retreating figure, the woman frowned. That monk is disgusting, wandering around in underpants. Looks like I need to wash my eyes. Hey, do you know where Jiang Chen is? Turning her gaze away, the woman asked nearby guard. Jiang Chen. The guard was instantly stunned. After seeing the woman's face clearly, the guard actually started sobbing. This time, you must find happiness. The girl had a face full of question marks. She was none other than Nangong Jushi. Ever since she arrived in Cold Realm City, Nangong Jushi had been searching for Jiang Chen. What she didn't expect was that the cultivators and guards of Cold Realm City seemed to have mostly gone mad. No matter how she inquired about Jiang Chen's whereabouts, the answers she received were unfathomably mysterious. After much difficulty, she encountered someone sane, but it turned out to be a monk wearing only underpants. Thinking of that monk made Nangong Jushi frown again. Beyond feeling disgusted, she always felt that she was naturally opposed to that monk, as if they were destined to be enemies in a life or death struggle. Rano Beta S. Suddenly, her master Chen Shi arrived. Jushi, with a myriad of ghosts attacking the city, how can you run around carelessly? Chen Shi said with a helpless expression, massaging his forehead. Master, I need to find Jiang Chen, Nangong Jushi replied. Ah Jushi, I've told you many times, Chen Shi sighed. If you can't find him, perhaps it's because you're not fated to him. Nangong Jushi fell silent. Not fated. She didn't believe it. Since the first time she heard his name and heard of Jiang Chen's deeds, she had felt an inexplicable sensation. It was a strange feeling, like palpitations, but also like anticipation. She had never seen Jiang Chen, but she would laugh heartily at the bad things he did. She didn't understand Jiang Chen, but just hearing his name would make the corners of her mouth involuntarily rise. She always felt that there was a red thread of fate connecting her and Jiang Chen. She didn't care about Jiang Chen's appearance, nor about his actions. All she knew was that she wanted to meet this man. Because just his name, whom she had never met, could easily stir her heartstrings. Looking up at the sky, Nangong Jushi placed her white wrist behind her back. With a smile playing on her lips and a glint in her beautiful eyes, she spoke with anticipation. Master, I have a feeling that I might perhaps be born for him. Hearing this, Chen Shi was at a loss for words. He felt that Nangong Jushi had been influenced by the madmen, as they often spoke mysterious words. For example, to live for someone or to die for someone. Chen Shi shook his head, his gaze growing more somber. Once, the Chen family, whether in the myriad Dao demon sect or the central domain, had a formidable reputation. However, everything had changed ever since Chen Sheng became Jiang Chen's protector. Jiang Chen's infamy spread far and wide, and the Jiang family's influence pressed down on the upper, middle, and lower domains. The righteous cultivators said, the Chen family of the central domain is nothing but a dog of the Jiang family. The demonic cultivators said, we cultivators should learn from the shamelessness of the Chen family, who would do anything to cling to power. The myriad Dao demon sect said, Although the Jiang family owes Chen Sheng a life-saving debt, Chen Sheng, once one of our three ancestors, has now become a protector for outsiders, cutting off ties with the myriad Dao demon sect, a betrayal of our lineage. Under such rumors and gossip, the Chen family could no longer hold their heads high. Chen Shi felt a bitter anger but could not vent it. Due to the sect master's order forbidding him from harboring resentment against the Jiang family, he could not afford to provoke the Jiang family. He had thought that after taking Nangong Jushi as his disciple, this exceptionally talented student would restore honor to him and the Chen family. But who knew that Nangong Jushi would also be enchanted by Jiang Chen? The more he thought about it, the angrier Chen Shi became, clenching his fists until they cracked. Boom! Just as he was about to say something, a deafening roar came from behind Cold Realm City. At that moment, all the guards and cultivators in Cold Realm City turned their eyes towards a towering snow mountain in the deepest part of the city. The snow at the peak of the mountain collapsed, instantly scattering snow dust everywhere. The snow rolled down like a turbulent sea, sweeping all around. The city lord Meng Hong suddenly appeared. With a flick of his sleeve, the snowstorm ceased. With a second flick, a cold jade seal flew out from his body and eventually hung in the sky above the snow mountain, emitting a bright green light. Beneath the light, the snow mountain trembled, and the earth roared. Then, as the snow blocks collapsed, a jade archway, as tall as the mountain and carved with various rare and auspicious beasts, gradually came into view. Creak. Influenced by the green light, the archway slowly opened. Even with just a sliver of a gap, the spiritual energy that leaked out made all the cultivators feel refreshed. When the archway fully opened, what appeared before everyone was an ancient jade staircase, dozens of feet wide, smooth and translucent, with a lush green interior. At this moment, the mysterious ice realm had opened. Will Jiang Chen go there? Staring at the majestic jade staircase, Nangong Jushi murmured to herself. The hidden archway to the secret realm opened, and numerous cultivators swarmed in. Outside Cold Realm City, a myriad of ghosts laid siege. Ghost Master Sui looked toward the direction of the secret realm's gate, her brow furrowing involuntarily. She was well aware that though the entrance to the mysterious ice realm was in Cold Realm City, the exit lay 1,000 li away in another city. Her gaze shifted towards a secluded direction of Cold Realm City, her face filled with confusion. In that direction, she sensed the presence of nether fire. Nether fire is unique, one of a kind in heaven and earth. She was certain that was where Jushuang was. Jushuang, having refined her soul with nether fire, naturally carried a hint of its essence. Sui was puzzled. After the 9 heavens mystic fox became the 9 abyss ghost fox, it was supposed to only have a few hours of life left. So why did Jushuang's presence still exist? And for such a long time? But she was also certain that where Jushuang was, Jiang Chen had to be there. That's why she led the myriad of ghosts here, hoping to take Jiang Chen back to the ghost abyss to make him her abyssal consort. However, after glancing at the grand formation of Cold Realm City, Sui's expression grew solemn. Cold Realm City, being the sole entrance to the mysterious ice realm, meant its grand formation was of a much higher grade than those of other ordinary cities. Judging by the divine light flowing on the formation and its intensity, Sui was convinced that the city's grand formation before her was of the 8th grade. A formation of this level was comparable to the protective grand formation of a top sect, and even without using a divine grade spiritual weapon, it would still be extremely difficult to break through. As the Ghost Master of the Ghost Abyss, Sui naturally had no shortage of divine grade spiritual weapons, but the problem was that the Cold Realm City was under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Dynasty. If she really led the myriad of ghosts to attack the city and causing widespread slaughter, the Imperial Dynasty would not sit idly by. After pondering for a long time, Sui channeled her cultivation, and her voice echoed through the heaven and earth. Hand over Jiang Chen and I will lead the myriad of ghosts away. Her voice was chillingly cold yet somehow pleasant to the ear. In just a moment, it spread throughout the entire Cold Realm City. Sui had thought that the Lord of Cold Realm City, having no ties to Jiang Chen, would surely not sacrifice the entire city for one person. Impossible. But unexpectedly, City Lord Meng Hong arrived from the direction of the secret realm with a voice of rejection, his figure floating above the grand formation. Rao Beta Es. With just one glance, Sui exclaimed in shock, City Lord Meng, your eyes are filled with murderous rage, and your aura is unstable, it is signs of a shattered Dao heart. Have you gone mad? Meng Hong remained silent, merely shaking his head. To be specific, he had gone mad, yet not entirely. These days, he had watched the 9 cycles of reincarnation countless times. Setting aside the content of the 9 cycles of reincarnation, the torment, the pain, and the feeling of being imprisoned were enough to drive anyone completely insane. Over time, his Tao heart had indeed been tainted. But how could a lofty divine passage realm cultivator go mad so easily? Even if he let go of his mind and stopped resisting, he still retained a lot of his sanity. This resulted in him being sometimes lucid and sometimes delirious, always in a state of chaotic confusion. Fortunately for him, Juyan old ancestor saw at a glance that Meng Hong had not completely lost his mind but found the latter's half-mad state quite amusing and thus did not take his life. Ah! Thinking of all this, Meng Hong let out a long sigh. He didn't understand. How could he, a city lord and a divine passage realm cultivator, have fallen to such a state? Wu. As he pondered, he began to cry. After crying, he then burst into a mad laughter. Ha ha, the heavens are unjust, I shall embrace madness to protect my Tao. If the way of heaven is heartless, then I shall defy the heavens to protect myself. With these words, the soldiers of Cold Realm City all raised their arms and shouted. Oh, the city lord's words resonate deeply with me. My life's ambition is to break free from shackles and follow my heart. I may be a nameless soldier, but I dare to defy the heavens. Seeing Sui looking at him with a strange expression, Meng Hong suddenly came to his senses. He had just gone mad again. Huff. Allow me a moment to calm down. Meng Hong slowly exhaled a breath of air. But as soon as he finished speaking, the madness continues. O heavens, O earth! What is my sin? Why must I endure such torment? He drew his sword and questioned the heavens once more. The heavens were tired and didn't want to bother with him. Sui was also speechless. Compared to other madmen, Meng Hong's half-mad state was clearly more unnerving. It would be better if he were completely mad. Not wanting to converse with a madman, Sui bluntly said, Madman, hand over Jiang Chen. Otherwise, Cold Realm City will be devoured by the myriad of ghosts today. Are you threatening me? Meng Hong's eyes turned cold. So what if I am? Sui stood her ground. You dare to threaten and bully a madman. Meng Hong fell into madness again. Do you have any humanity? Ah, you're a ghost. But why a ghost threaten and bully people? That's not fair, he argued righteously again. Sui slapped her forehead, feeling a throbbing pain in her head. There was no way to have a conversation today. The madman was simply impossible to communicate with. With a determined heart, she made a decision to lead the ghosts to attack the city. First, bring Jiang Chen back. If it angers the imperial dynasty, she could just hide in the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss for a few thousand years. After all, she wouldn't feel lonely with Jiang Chen by her side. If the imperial dynasty insisted on exterminating them, then she would just take Jiang Chen and reincarnate. In the next life, they would continue to be together. Immediately, a black umbrella dark as ink with various ghosts and spirits outlined in bloodstains appeared in her hand with a thought. As the black umbrella opened, ghostly chi surged to the sky, and ghastly wails rose. Sui gripped the handle of the umbrella and began to spin it. The spinning black umbrella looked extremely eerie, with the blood-colored ghosts on it coming to life in the rotation, quickly forming a blood-drenched sky obscuring withered hand. The bloody hand reached down from above, directly grabbing at the great formation above Cold Realm City. Upon contact, the collision of spiritual energy was intense, emitting a sizzling sound. The resulting spiritual energy hurricane swept through everything and devoured all in its path. Crack! With a crisp sound, a bloody finger pierced through the great formation. Crack, crack! A more intense and clear sound followed. After holding out for a few moments, the great formation of Cold Realm City shattered with a bang and scattered like starlight. Without the protection of the great formation, Cold Realm City in the cold wind appeared extremely vulnerable. Meng Hong's face was solemn, and the soldiers and guards were already trembling under the influence of the ghostly chi. Just as a multitude of ghosts were restless and ready to sweep through Cold Realm City at Sui's command. Clang! With a heaven-shaking sword cry, an old man wielding a 7-colored ancient sword suddenly appeared in the sky above Cold Realm City. Amitabha. A golden Buddha also suddenly appeared immediately after, murmuring Buddhist chant as a golden light illuminated everything. 7 luminaries sword pavilion in Buddha temple. Sui narrowed her eyes. Evil creature. You lead a horde of ghosts from the abyss, bringing calamity to all living beings wherever the ghosts go. Will you not surrender, Buddha old ancestor, looking like an angry Vajra, loudly rebuked. Su-yi, you've crossed the line, said seven luminaries sword ancestor. Su-yi's expression became serious. Buddhist methods naturally restrained ghosts and spirits, and seven luminaries sword ancestor was more powerful than any other ancestor. Undoubtedly, this situation was extremely unfavorable for her. And judging by the words and attitudes of Buddha old ancestor and seven luminaries sword ancestor, she could feel that these two had come prepared. They would not let her leave easily. Just as she was secretly considering whether to retreat or to fight head-on, more voices began to appear. Ha ha ha, bullying the few with the many. This is not the way of righteousness. Today's Cold Realm city is quite lively, this old man will also join the fun. Accompanied by two loud laughs, a tall and a short elder suddenly appeared in the sky. Myriad Tao demon sect's first old ancestor and second ancestor, seeing this, seven luminaries sword ancestors' eyes sharpened. The Myriad Tao demon sect was different from other sects. While other sects only had one old ancestor, the Myriad Tao demon sect had three. Among them, the first ancestor of Myriad Tao and the second ancestor are both at the Nirvana realm, while the third ancestor, Chen Sheng, was originally at the Fate Transformation realm and only managed to break through to the Divine Passage realm with the help of the Jiang family. Now, the sudden arrival of two Nirvana realm demons changed the situation once more. Buddha old ancestor and seven luminaries sword ancestor exchanged a look, both faces showing seriousness. They were well aware that even with seven luminaries sword ancestors' extraordinary strength, victory was not assured if a fight really broke out. But to retreat now would be embarrassing. Moreover, if they left, Cold Realm City would surely be attacked by a myriad of ghosts. As righteous path's old ancestors, they could not just stand by. If that's the case, then let's fight, declared seven luminaries sword ancestor as he stood with his sword. Amitabha, if I don't enter hell, who will? Buddha old ancestor brought his hands together in prayer. Soon, five top figures from the central domain clashed fiercely. The shockwaves from their battle reverberated for miles. In an instant, the once magnificent Cold Realm city was destroyed and reduced to ruins by the aftershocks. Watching all this unfold, Meng Hong went mad. He had been in charge of Cold Realm City for hundreds of years, but ever since Jiang Chen's arrival, one formidable character after another had followed. Anno Beta E section. In the end, they had destroyed his Cold Realm City. Heavens are unjust, Meng Hong wailed in despair. Meanwhile, Juyan old ancestor and Fan Tong walked out from the city lord's mansion. The two exchanged smiles at the distant battle and surrounding wreckage. Another city had experienced the pawn. Senior, where do we go now? Fan Tong asked. Where is Jiang Chen? Juyan old ancestor countered. Jiang Chen is still at the inn, seemingly with no plans to enter the mysterious ice realm yet. With the city surrounded by countless ghosts, Jiang Chen has only one path left to enter the mysterious ice realm. Let's take a detour and make a trip to Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss first. Oh, why? For the 9 Abyss Soul Embryo. With the ghosts emerging from the abyss, now is the best time for us to go to Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and plunder the 9 Abyss Soul Embryos. I see, Senior, you are wise. Hee hee. After a light chuckle, Juyan old ancestor stroked his beard and waved his hand, indicating it was all basic strategy. Senior, what about that female ghost? And what about Nangong Jushi? If she enters the mysterious ice realm and triggers the 9 cycles of reincarnation, what then? Fan Tong still had doubts. Su-yi means no harm to Jiang Chen, she's just a love-struck ghost, not worth bothering about. As for Nangong Jushi, glancing at the mysterious ice realm, Juyan old ancestor speculated, she probably won't trigger the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Why not? Fan Tong was puzzled. Based on my analysis, one must meet 3 conditions to trigger the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Juyan old ancestor carefully recalled and began to explain. First, one must have had a close relationship with Lin Feng in the previous 9 lives and been an important figure. Second, to some extent, one must be influenced and confused by fate. Third, one must feel a certain rejection or aversion towards Jiang Chen in this life. If I'm not mistaken, one must meet all 3 conditions to trigger the 9 cycles of reincarnation. These insights were the result of experience, paid for with lifespan and soul power. After hearing this analysis and pondering for a moment, Fan Tong nodded repeatedly. Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubai, Qingning, Xiao Hongyi, Mu Kui, and Zhu had all fallen into the 9 cycles of reincarnation because they met these 3 conditions simultaneously. As for Sui and Nangong Jushi, whether in this life or the previous 9, they were unrelated to these conditions. Thus, it was indeed unlikely for them to fall into the 9 cycles of reincarnation. The fact that Sui had not fallen into the 9 cycles of reincarnation was the most direct proof. This made Fan Tong somewhat wistful. He had thought there might be new developments that he could show to others. As for Sui, Fan Tong didn't have much thought. After all, in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Sui's role was small. She just chased Jiang Chen around and eventually died at the hands of Juyan old ancestor. But Nangong Jushi was different. She was a woman willing to give everything for Jiang Chen. Whether it was Fan Tong or other cultivators who had witnessed the 9 cycles of reincarnation, they all hoped that Nangong Jushi would have a good ending in this life. "Senior, do you think Jiang Chen will meet her?" Fan Tong inquired. "Probably not," Juyan old ancestor nodded after a moment of silence. Fan Tong thought the same. Nangong Jushi was the only person Jiang Chen had saved in his 9 cycles of reincarnation. Jiang Chen owed nothing to anyone except to her. In this life, whether Jiang Chen wanted to slack off or become a villain, he would never let her fall into danger again. Sigh. Both Juyan old ancestor and Fan Tong sighed deeply. At Novelban at the remote inn of Cold Realm City, the battle between the powerhouses would have destroyed the inn long ago if not for Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng joining forces to resist the shockwaves. Every time they made a move, Chen Sheng would look towards the battlefield and let out deep sighs. "If you want to go and help, then go," Xiao Hongyi said softly, unable to bear watching any longer. Hearing this, Chen Sheng shook his head. Ever since he became Jiang Chen's protector, he had severed ties with the myriad Dao demon sect. It's not that he's heartless, but he's very clear about the situation. The Jiang family is in a precarious position, and the imperial dynasty could strike at any moment. If he continues to associate with the myriad Dao demon sect, the sect might get implicated. As the young master okay. The aftermath of the battle between many Nirvana realm powerhouses is too much for us to withstand for long. Chen Sheng changed the subject. Xiao Hongyi shook her head. At this moment, Zhu Shuang woke up at the critical time of condensing her ghostly body. Jiang Chen was using ghost techniques to suppress the upper 4 realm specters within the ghost tower for Zhu Shuang to devour. Xiao Hongyi roughly estimated that if Zhu Shuang really devoured those upper 4 realm specters, not only would she be able to condense her ghostly body, but her cultivation level should also greatly increase. She just didn't understand how Zhu Shuang, who was fine before, ended up becoming a ghost fox. This madness was a bit too exaggerated. If it were just that, it would be fine, but now wherever Jiang Chen went, madness followed, which made her vaguely feel that something was not quite right. But she couldn't be bothered to think too deeply about these things. Her only goal in this life was to accompany Jiang Chen and never to leave his side. As for others, what did it have to do with her whether they were mad or not? The mysterious ice realm is special, and it's not very useful for us to enter. I suggest that after young master enters the secret realm to escape, we take a detour to the exit to wait for him, Chen Sheng said again. Xiao Hongyi frowned. The mysterious ice realm had a natural formation that suppressed the cultivation of all cultivators who entered it to the core formation realm. Indeed, as Chen Sheng said, with their cultivation suppressed, there was limited help they could provide inside. But to separate from Jiang Chen was something Xiao Hongyi was unwilling to do no matter what. Although you are at the divine passage realm, you are still too weak in front of the Nirvana old monsters. I can no longer advance further, but you, with your innate phoenix body, should be able to make progress during this opportunity, Chen Sheng added. These words hit Xiao Hongyi's soft spot. Without sufficient strength, she could not protect Jiang Chen, let alone accompany him. She possessed memories of 9 lifetimes and she knew of many places that could help her improve her cultivation without taking too much time. Fine. In the end, Xiao Hongyi nodded in agreement. Inside the inn, a tower 100 zhang tall stood erect. This tower was the ghost tower. After the death of the ghost ancestor, Jiang Chen bound his own essence blood with the ghost tower. The ghost tower was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, and with his cultivation, he couldn't fully control it, he could only freely control its size for now. Inside the tower were 9 floors. Zhu Shuang was staring blankly at several specters while Jiang Chen stood to its right. It had been half a day since Zhu Shuang had awakened. It still couldn't understand why not only had its soul not scattered, but it had also condensed a ghostly body. Jiang Chen didn't explain the meaning of these things, only saying, for now, your life is not in danger, but you must continuously increase your cultivation in ghostly qi to extend your yin lifespan. So I won't die. I can stay with you. Zhu Shuang was overjoyed. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. Who could have thought? He had tried everything in the previous 9 lifetimes but couldn't help Zhu Shuang escape fate. But in this lifetime, Zhu Shuang had directly become a ghost fox and cut off the so-called red thread of fate without him doing anything. Why have you become like this? Puzzled, Jiang Chen asked. Zhu Shuang was at a loss for words. Of course, the truth could not be told because if it were, Jiang Chen would be affected in this life. Just think of me as mad, Zhu Shuang finally blurted out. It said this casually, thinking Jiang Chen wouldn't believe it. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen actually nodded, thinking it made perfect sense. Indeed, only madness can explain your absurd actions, Jiang Chen sighed. Clearly, one becomes accustomed to the strangeness when one has seen too many madmen. However, the fact that you can still realize your own madness means you're already much better off than some lunatics, he added. This left Zhu Shuang speechless. Without further idle chat, Jiang Chen looked at those trembling specters and said, you've just condensed your ghostly body, devouring these specters will benefit you greatly, raw Omicron. MMMH. Zhu Shuang nodded and then approached the specters. There were a total of 4 specters, all from the upper 4 realms, and they were the upper domain cultivators who had attacked Jiang Chen not long ago. Suppressed by Jiang Chen's ghost techniques, these specters inside the ghost tower were all dull-eyed and powerless to resist. Zhu Shuang's form began to change as it approached one of the specters. In just a moment, it grew to the size of an adult. It growled, its blue fur was shrouded in ghostly qi, and its fox eyes glowed red, alternating with a fierce aura. It had heard from Jiang Chen and knew that the specters before it were the attackers. And it had already decided that if it could stay by Jiang Chen's side in this lifetime, then even if it became a ghost fox or a demon fox, it would protect Jiang Chen at all costs. As long as it lived, no one would be allowed to bully Jiang Chen again. Thinking of how these specters had wanted Jiang Chen's life, the fierceness in Zhu Shuang's eyes intensified. Without any hesitation, Zhu Shuang first pierced the specter's body with its fox claws, then tore it apart and swallowed it bite by bite. After devouring one specter, it turned its head towards the other specters. Perhaps it was due to fear, or perhaps it was a sense of impending danger. The ghostly figure suddenly snapped out of its dazed state, its face filled with terror as it exclaimed. Don't come any closer. Zhu Shuang had no intention of responding and simply bit off its head. Seeing this, the remaining ghostly figures also came to their senses and scrambled to escape. Zhu Shuang did not immediately give chase. Instead, a cruel smile played at the corners of its mouth, relishing the thrill of the hunt and the pleasure of killing, much like a cat toying with a mouse. Soon, all 4 ghostly figures were devoured by Zhu Shuang. Returning to its original form, Zhu Shuang licked its front paws, looking quite unsatisfied. It turned to look at Jiang Chen and blinked as if asking, is there more? This scene made Jiang Chen shake his head repeatedly. Although the 9 Abyss ghost fox naturally thrives on devouring souls, such playful behavior was enough to confirm one thing. Zhu Shuang has gone mad. No more. I'll give you more later, Jiang Chen said while spreading his hands as Zhu Shuang continued to look at him. Zhu Shuang nodded and looked away. It reminded itself internally, I am a mature ghost fox. I need to learn to find my own food. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness hit Zhu Shuang. Jiang Chen, I'm sleepy, Zhu Shuang said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen stepped forward, picked it up, and gently stroked its fur, saying, you've just consumed several upper 4 realms ghosts, you need to sleep and digest them to refine them into ghostly qi. But I'm scared, I'm worried I won't see you when I wake up, Zhu Shuang shook its head. Don't worry, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. You are inside the ghost tower, which is bound to my blood. I'll know immediately as soon as you wake up. Right, you need to hurry and go, Zhu Shuang said with a burst of energy, reminding him. The female ghost from the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss is searching everywhere for you. What? Jiang Chen was startled. Although he was inside the ghost tower, he could sense the commotion outside Cold Realm City. He had thought the female ghost was coming for Zhu Shuang, but it turned out she was after him. But that didn't make sense. Logically, he and the female ghost had never met in this life, so why would she come with a horde of ghosts to capture him? I accidentally let it slip while I was sleeping. Zhu ears drooped as it spoke softly. I'm sorry. Ah. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. He couldn't really blame Zhu, knowing full well that it had a habit of talking in its sleep. In his view, Zhu had come to find him in this life probably because Zhu heard Chen Sheng boasting about how awesome his young master was. And now the female ghost had learned about him from Zhu mouth. Hence, she led a horde of ghosts to capture him. If he traced the root of all this, it was definitely Chen Sheng's fault. Well, the system's fault wasn't small either. Don't worry, I'll escape into the mysterious ice realm in a bit. That female ghost won't be able to catch me, Jiang Chen reassured. With that, Zhu felt at ease, curled up, and finally closed its eyes. Jiang Chen just held it quietly, lost in thought. The 9 Abyss Ghost Fox is special, belonging to both the ghost and demon categories. Neither the unique realms of ghosts nor demons could measure Zhu strength accurately. The most precise way was to judge by the number of its tails. Currently, Zhu had 4 tails, its strength comparable to a cultivator who had just entered the upper 4 realms. Jiang Chen estimated that after consuming several upper 4 realms ghosts at once, Zhu would likely need a long sleep. He believed that when Zhu woke up next time, its strength would have increased a notch, and growing a 5th tail was not impossible. A 5-tailed ghost fox would be comparable to a divine passage realm cultivator. With 6 tails, Zhu could transform into a human. Noticing that Zhu was sound asleep, Jiang Chen carefully placed it down and prepared to leave. But he had only taken a few steps when he heard Zhu mutter in its sleep. Jiang Chen, will you marry me after my shape transformation? Hearing this, Jiang Chen paused. In the end, just like in the previous 9 lives, he did not answer directly but left with a sigh. In the previous 9 lives, it was because the outcome was unclear. In this life, it was because he already knew the outcome. Death, ascension, and then departure. Chapter 253. After leaving, Jiang Chen put away the ghost tower and found Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng outside the inn. Even for these two, dealing with the clashes of many Nirvana realm powerhouses was exhausting and consumed a great deal of energy. Jiang Chen glanced at Cold Realm City and was shocked. At this moment, Cold Realm City could only be described as riddled with holes. Everywhere he looked, there were ruins and rampaging ghosts. Many cultivators, desperate to survive, were rushing madly towards the mysterious ice realm, with only the soldiers of Cold Realm City battling the ghosts. In the distance, Jiang Chen saw a middle-aged city commander. The middle-aged commander, along with 100 soldiers, fought fearlessly against thousands of ghosts. They wielded various spiritual weapons and were bathed in blood on their armor. Despite their bravery and skill in battle, the overwhelming number of ghosts consumed them one by one like a tide. Jiang Chen witnessed it with his own eyes. A soldier was torn apart by several ghosts, and even though he was on his last breath, he still charged into the crowd of ghosts alone, taking many with him in a self-destructive move. He also saw a middle-aged commander's abdomen was pierced by a ghostly claw. Despite being drenched in blood, despite the unbearable pain, the middle-aged commander still turned back and shouted to him, "Jiang Chen, these ghosts are here for you. Quickly hide in the secret realm. There's a natural formation inside the secret realm that ghosts cannot enter." These scenes before his eyes made Jiang Chen frown. Where are the righteous sects? Where are the prodigies of the righteous path? Why are only the soldiers resisting the horde of ghosts? He asked Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng. The secret realm has opened, and numerous cultivators have swarmed in. Now, in Cold Realm City, only the guards and over 1,000 crazed cultivators remain, replied Xiao Hongyi. That female ghost has spread the word that the attack of myriad ghosts on the city is not to kill but to find you, Chen Sheng said, puzzled. Young master, when did you get involved with that female ghost? Old Chen, this is on you. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen said. Chen Sheng was immediately dumbfounded. What did this have to do with him? Jiang Chen had always respected Chen Sheng. Although he thought it was Chen Sheng's fault, he didn't mean to blame him. It was just a casual remark. At this point, dwelling on these matters was meaningless. What needed to be considered now was what to do. Jiang Chen frowned in thought. Logically, as the villain, he should disregard the lives of others and escape into the mysterious ice realm. But the problem was, if he really left like that, wouldn't he owe a debt of gratitude to the city's guards and the many crazed cultivators? After all, at this moment, these people were using their lives to resist the myriad ghosts, thereby buying him time to escape. Jiang Chen was speechless. He knew very well that even without anyone's help to buy time, he could still smoothly enter the secret realm with the various trump cards in his hand, as well as the cover provided by Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng. Jiang Chen, will never owe anyone. In the end, he made a decision. With a clang, the flame blood dragon sword appeared. He stepped on the blood sword and flew into the air. Upon reaching the skies above Cold Realm City, he used his cultivation to shout loudly, "Jiang Chen is here." In an instant, the sound thundered away, echoing all around. Upon hearing this, all the ghosts paused in their movements, simultaneously turning their gaze to investigate. The guards and cultivators alike were stunned for a moment, then, as if recalling something, they began to beat their chests and weep. The most dramatic reaction was from Sui. Following the sound, she saw Jiang Chen's face clearly. Her eyes shone brightly as if she had seen a rare treasure. Handsome, he is simply too handsome. Such a responsible and outrageously handsome man was worth her leading myriad ghosts here. My lord, this girl greets you. Sui greeted Jiang Chen after licking her lips. There are too many bad people outside, my lord should quickly come back with me to Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. Jiang Chen blurted out, Sui, you lovesick female ghost. Sooner or later, I will suppress you with a flip of my hand. You will regret it. Giggle. Sui laughed instead of getting angry, her voice seductive. My lord, if you want to suppress me, why wait for the future? As long as you come back with me, this girl is willing to be suppressed by you in bed. As she spoke, she also threw a flirtatious glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was so angry. This ghost is too shameless. HMPH. Not wanting to bicker with Sui, Jiang Chen directly headed for the mysterious ice realm. Seeing this, Sui wanted to pursue but was stopped by the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor blocking her path. Even you righteous folks want to stop me from finding Jiang Chen. Sui's smile faded, and her expression turned gloomy. I've said it before, you've crossed the line, the 7 luminaries' sword ancestor said as he swung his sword. Jiang Chen's life and death are none of my concern, but your leading myriad ghosts to attack the city is an insult to us righteous cultivators. That's right, added Buddha old ancestor. The emergence of myriad ghosts brings calamity to living beings. Killing you is another act of merit. Such high-sounding talk, but isn't it all for your own benefit? Sui said with disdain. Unable to go after Jiang Chen herself, she communicated with her consciousness to order the myriad ghosts to ignore everyone else. The priority was to capture Jiang Chen and not harm him. Upon receiving the order, the myriad ghosts quickly converged, baring their fangs and claws as they chased after Jiang Chen. As this scene unfolded before their eyes, Xiao Hongyi, Chen Sheng, and the many guards and cultivators wanted to help. But then they saw Jiang Chen, who had been fleeing just a second ago, suddenly stopped in his tracks holding a miniaturized ghost tower and abruptly turned around. Go! After a grin, Jiang Chen threw the ghost tower towards the approaching myriad ghosts. In an instant, the ghost tower grew larger as it spun and emitted a violent trembling sound. The trembling sound stunned the ghosts and slowed their movements. By the time they came to their senses, they realized that the suspended ghost tower was emitting a suction force they couldn't resist. Under such suction force, lower cultivation ghosts were instantly sucked into the tower. The higher cultivation ghosts, who could initially resist a bit, also discovered that Jiang Chen was surrounded by ghostly qi. Under the control of the ghostly qi, the suction force of the ghost tower became even stronger. In just a moment, thousands of ghosts were all sucked into the ghost tower, causing the remaining ghosts to be utterly horrified. Having dealt with the ghost-controlling sect for years, the ghosts knew very well that any ghost sucked into the ghost tower would be suppressed by it, unable to escape. Ghost tower. Ghost-controlling demon strategy. Sui, watching from a distance, was also shocked. She couldn't understand. Wasn't Jiang Chen from the Juyan sect? How could he know ghost techniques? And even control the ghost tower? Haha. Sui. Today I'll teach you a small lesson by taking thousands of your ghosts. Sooner or later, I will also suppress you inside the ghost tower. Jiang Chen let out a laugh. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone and the ghosts were stunned, he flew away on his sword quickly and entered the secret realm's gate in the blink of an eye. When they came to their senses, the ghosts were left blinking in confusion. Sui was so angry she stamped her feet. But soon, she let it go and smiled sweetly. My lord, consider those ghosts as your concubine's dowry. Since you've taken them, your concubine will surely find you, she called out in the direction of the secret realm. Inside the mysterious ice realm, above the ancient jade steps. Hearing Su Yi's shouts, Jiang Chen immediately had a headache. To call his spoils of war a dowry. He felt that this female ghost was somewhat seriously ill. Not wanting to waste time on Su Yi, Jiang Chen flew on his sword and followed the ancient jade steps into the secret realm. What met his eyes was a vast white world. Snow fell from the high skies, and as far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in ice. Jiang Chen raised his hand to catch a snowflake. In the midst of the crystal-clear snowflakes, there seemed to be pulsating veins, creating an extremely eerie sight. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow from afar. Cultivators were usually unaffected by the cold or heat, but even in the midst of the cold wind, one could feel a chill penetrating deep into the bones, involuntarily causing one to shiver. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. A glacier lay at the end of the icy plain, coiled and stretching like a dormant dragon. The glacier seemed alive, emitting a dazzling green light whenever the cold wind blew, adding to its eeriness. Jiang Chen stood there, his gaze distant and unfocused. He had been here many times across his 9 cycles of reincarnation. In this life, he had thought he would not return, yet here he was once again. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought of Jiang Lianyue. When the mysterious ice realm had just opened, he had sent Jiang Hu and Jiang Lianyue ahead into the secret realm. He did this because he was well aware. Jiang Lianyue was truly close to death. She practiced the Ice Lotus Celestial Annihilation Scripture Close Double Angle Bracket, a technique comparable to a superior grade method but increased the cold poison in her body with each advancement in her cultivation level, NOS. To counteract this poison, she had to consume fire impurity pills. But having both ice and fire within her body meant that if her cultivation reached the heavenly origin realm, she risked her body exploding. And now, Jiang Lianyue was not just in the heavenly origin realm but at the mid-stage of it. Despite appearing like a thawing millennium glacier and always smiling beautifully in front of Jiang Chen, he knew the truth. Every moment, she was enduring the pain of the cold poison invading her body and the fire poison burning her flesh. In this life, Jiang Lianyue had changed. After going mad, she became cautious and obedient in front of Jiang Chen. Yet, she's still somewhat the same. Even in her madness, she retained her inherent pride. Despite suffering from the torment of ice and fire, she never showed fear or sought help from others. Jiang Chen's feelings for her were complex. Across 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Lianyue was the important female lead who wholeheartedly sided with Lin Feng, once known as the son of Destiny's imperial protector. In the previous 9 lives, she had often spoken harshly to Jiang Chen, looking down upon and criticizing him. Compared to other female leads like Qingning and Xiao Hongyi, Jiang Chen harbored deep resentment and disgust towards her. But Jiang Chen also knew that Jiang Lianyue wasn't bad per se. She too had hoped for an upright eldest senior brother. At first, when Jiang Chen was punished, she had pleaded on his behalf. But over time, through a series of coincidences and misunderstandings, she was influenced by fate to believe that her eldest senior brother was beyond redemption. Sigh. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen shook his head. The sorrows of 9 lives were not easily forgotten. The grudges and misunderstandings of 9 lives could not be erased with a few words. Even though he understood everything and knew that fate was the true culprit, he could no longer revert to being that upright eldest senior brother. He had lived for others for 9 lives. In this life, he just wanted to live for himself and quietly await ascension. Eldest senior brother. A shout suddenly broke the silence. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and shook his head again. The callers were Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu. Some time had passed since the mysterious ice realm had opened, and their appearance meant they were waiting. Waiting for their eldest senior brother to arrive. They must have heard about the invasion of the city from ghosts and worried that he had been captured by Su Yi. Eldest senior brother, it's good that you've come. 5th senior sister was just about to leave the secret realm to look for you, Jiang Hu said with a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen remained silent. There is a time limit for the opening of the mysterious ice realm. In a few moments, the gateway to the secret realm would close, and it would not open again for another 100 years. This was common knowledge, and Jiang Lianyue was certainly aware of it. She should understand that the treasures within the mysterious ice realm were the only things that could cure her cold poison and save her life. Yet, she prioritized Jiang Chen's safety over her own life. She was willing to disregard her own safety and leave the secret realm. After a long silence, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say, so he simply remarked, "Fifth junior sister, your madness has intensified. If being mad is the only way to stay by eldest senior brother's side, then Lianyue is mad, incurably so," Jiang Lianyue said with a silly smile, stepping forward to link arms with Jiang Chen. Her words left Jiang Chen shaking his head helplessly. He couldn't understand. It was one thing for the system to curse him with a poisonous buff, but why did every mad person's affection for him skyrocket? Could it be because mad people turned bad, and thus they found him, the great villain, particularly appealing? After much thought, this seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Now that the plot had completely collapsed in the most outrageous way. At this point, Jiang Chen no longer expected to ascend according to the original story and had prepared for the worst. If it came to it, at the grand finale, he would just throw himself onto Lin Feng's blade. After all, the system's mission was for him to die at Lin Feng's hands without specifying how he should die. Let's go. The mysterious ice realm is vast, and it would take a core formation cultivator several months to reach the exit. No longer dwelling on those thoughts, Jiang Chen said while beckoning and taking a step forward with Jiang Lianyue in tow. Jiang Hu hurriedly followed. Across the vast ice plains, three people walked at a leisurely pace. After covering several li, suddenly, Jiang Lianyue felt a sharp pain in her chest, her head spun, her pale cheeks turned as white as paper, and she staggered, nearly falling. "The ground is a bit slippery, eldest senior brother, please be careful as well," Jiang Lianyue said with a forced smile. "Fifth senior sister." Jiang Hu seemed to realize something but hesitated to speak. "Indeed, it is a bit slippery," Jiang Chen nodded. Just as Jiang Lianyue let out a sigh of relief, and Jiang Hu was contemplating whether to inform Jiang Chen that something was amiss with Jiang Lianyue's health, with a clang sound, the flame blood dragon sword was summoned by Jiang Chen, hovering in the air. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, leapt onto the sword, and then extended a hand to Jiang Lianyue. "Fifth junior sister, I'm tired, why don't you join me on the sword?" Jiang Lianyue was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she truly felt Jiang Chen's concern. Tears welled up in her eyes as she reached out her hand. But then, she drew it back. While Jiang Chen's concern made her happy, it also intensified the guilt she felt inside. She was self-aware. She knew she couldn't compare to people like Xiao Hongyi, and she was one of the people with the deepest sins. Therefore, she didn't deserve to be happy, nor did she deserve to be content. Eldest senior brother, Lianyue is not tired. Using spiritual energy to carry someone on the sword is quite draining. You go ahead, and I'll follow. I'm fine, she said, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill, and forced a smile. Before she could finish speaking, the hand that was about to retract was caught by Jiang Chen. The next second, she was pulled onto the sword. "Quit the nonsense, if you don't come up, who will massage and pound my back?" Jiang Chen asked fiercely. After a brief moment of confusion, Jiang Lianyue smiled. "Senior brother, can Lianyue massage and pound your back for a lifetime?" she asked. "Depends on your performance," Jiang Chen replied. Hee. Soon, Jiang Chen and Jiang Lianyue flew swiftly away on the sword. Jiang Hu, on the other hand, was running with all his might below. Boom. Shortly after they left, the earth shook, and the entrance gate to the secret realm began to close amidst the tremors. Just before it completely shut, thousands of mad cultivators suddenly rushed in. These cultivators had all witnessed the 9 cycles of reincarnation and were extremely familiar with the mysterious ice realm. They not only knew of the treasures and natural resources there but also knew that Lin Feng had also entered this secret realm. They knew exactly where he would go. After traveling more than 10 miles on the sword, Jiang Chen and the others arrived at a lake surrounded by many cultivators, enveloped in cold qi. There was a small island in the lake. The island seemed unaffected by the cold qi of the world, lush with greenery and full of playful spirit rabbits and various spiritual fruits. The most eye-catching was the huge crystal in the center of the island, clear on the outside with a red flame flickering within. Anyone with discernment could see at a glance it was because of the presence of this crystal that the island thrived with life amidst the cold secret realm. And the flame within the crystal had to be an innate spiritual fire of at least the 6th grade. Such a flame was extremely valuable. Whether sold or exchanged at the ancient pill tower, it could bring a considerable return. Although the cultivators were tempted, strangely, none of them wished to cross the lake to the island. The arrival of Jiang Chen immediately drew the attention of many cultivators. These were all normal people, Heaven's Pride talents from various sects who had come for the mysterious ice realm. One of them, named Jiang Lianyue, was the sixth sword disciple of the seven luminaries sword pavilion and also ranked sixth on the Heaven's Pride ranking. This annoyed Jiang Lianyue. It was bad enough that his name contained 6 Lu, but why did his status and ranking also have to be associated with number 6? People who didn't know better might think he had an issue with the number 6. Seeing Jiang Chen leap down from the sword with a wicked smile, a talent whispered to another named Su Shan, "This person is so young and has already achieved major accomplishment in the way of the sword. Could he be the sword pavilion's eldest senior brother, Su Shan?" No. Jiang Lianyue shook his head decisively, his expression a bit solemn. As a sword disciple of the seven luminaries sword pavilion, he naturally recognized Su Shan. He had thought that among the current generation of talents, only Su Shan had achieved major accomplishment in the way of the sword, but he didn't expect there to be another. The point was this person had a defiant face and walked with extreme arrogance, clearly not a good person. Strange, there doesn't seem to be any good sword cultivators among the demonic path talents this time, Jiang Lianyue murmured to himself. As he was puzzled, a monk with a gentle smile approached and said, "Brother Jiang, this person is the eldest senior brother of the ninth peak of the Juyan demonic sect, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen, Jiang Lianyue exclaimed in shock. He knew of Jiang Chen's notorious reputation but was unaware of his accomplishments in the way of the sword. "Be careful, Brother Jiang, this Jiang Chen not only stole Buddhist techniques from our Buddha temple but also practices demonic arts. Wherever he goes, madness follows," the monk warned. Hiss. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue gasped. The monk CFA was the third Buddhist disciple of the Buddha temple and was also well known on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Since the Juyan sect became a demonic sect, the seven luminaries sword pavilion and the Buddha temple had banded together like allies. Therefore, Jiang Lianyue had no doubt about Sifa's words. He also realized at this moment. No wonder there were so many madmen in Cold Realm City. It turns out it was all because of Jiang Chen. A technique that can manipulate people's hearts. The demonic paths of Central Domain don't have something like that, Jiang Lianyue said, puzzled. Brother Jiang, although Central Domain doesn't have it, Upper Domain does. Jiang Chen is the sole heir of the Jiang family. With the Jiang family's power, obtaining some technique to bewitch people's hearts is a trivial matter, CFA explained gravely. Rano Beta S. That makes sense, Jiang Lianyue nodded continuously, quickly averting his gaze. Although Jiang Chen has achieved major achievement in the way of the sword and possesses heavenly origin cultivation, Jiang Lianyue was not afraid. Because Jiang Chen was nameless on the Heaven's Pride ranking, he should just be a showpiece. But that technique that could drive people mad was indeed terrifying. Hearing this, the other cultivators also withdrew their gazes, and the more timid ones had already started to flee. This left Jiang Chen feeling quite bored. Indeed, as a villain, one must seek out trouble oneself. Taking Jiang Lianyue with him, he approached a genius standing by the lake. "Brother, may I ask your name?" he inquired. Hearing this, the genius was momentarily stunned. Adhering to the idea of not wanting to make a scene, lest Jiang Chen take the opportunity to cause trouble, the genius smiled slightly after taking a deep breath, bowed politely, and said, "My name is Yuan Cheng, a true disciple of Mystic Yang Pavilion." Mystic Yang Pavilion, a second-tier Orthodox sect in Central Domain. Although second-tier, its old ancestor was on good terms with Ancient Pill Tower, and with the protection of Ancient Pill Tower, its strength far surpassed other second-tier sects. "What is your ranking on the Heaven's Pride ranking?" Jiang Chen asked next. When the topic of the Heaven's Pride ranking came up, Yuan Cheng's spirits lifted. He cleared his throat and said with pride, "I am humbly ranked 29th on the Heaven's Pride ranking." "Oh, so you're a genius. My apologies, my apologies. May I ask what level of cultivation Brother Yuan has?" Jiang Chen continued to inquire. "Hehe, just earthly origin realm," Yuan Cheng said, his face blooming into a smile. "Admirable, admirable," Jiang Chen said with a look of respect, then added, "By the way, I am of the heavenly origin realm." Yuan Cheng's expression instantly turned sour. "Oh, right, brother, at such a young age, you've made it onto the Heaven's Pride ranking. You're truly a dragon among men, a young man with the bearing of a great emperor. May I ask how old you are?" Jiang Chen asked again. "Hehe, I am 26," Yuan Cheng replied, regaining his smile. Admirable, admirable. Jiang Chen added, by the way, I just turned 20. Yuan Cheng was speechless. At this moment, he wanted to ask. Can we even have a proper conversation today? He doubted that Jiang Chen was not lifting him up in admiration but seemed to be slapping his face. Brother Yuan is exceptionally talented, and I really admire that. Although your cultivation is not as advanced as mine and you are older than me, you must possess the ability to fight across levels, and the spiritual weapon you use must also be extraordinary, right? Jiang Chen asked again. As he spoke, he summoned his flame blood dragon sword and brandished it, immediately causing a dragon's cry to echo in all directions. A superior grade spiritual weapon. Instantly, a cultivator exclaimed. Yuan Cheng was cursing inwardly. Holding a superior grade spiritual weapon and saying someone else's is extraordinary. Isn't that nonsense? Seeing Jiang Chen still looking straight at him, Yuan Cheng had no choice but to cup his hands and say, Brother Jiang is the true dragon among men, a man with the bearing of a great emperor. I am not your equal. Really? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, Yuan Cheng nodded continuously. Throughout the ages, I have never seen anyone who could wield a superior grade spiritual weapon with just a core formation cultivation. Moreover, both your cultivation and talent are above mine. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly, reluctantly accepting the compliment. But the next second, his expression changed dramatically, and he shouted angrily, if that's the case, then why are you on the Heaven's Pride ranking? Tell me, why am I not on the list? With that, he lifted his foot and kicked Yuan Cheng. The kick was extremely powerful and fast. Before Yuan Cheng could react, he was kicked several zhang away, drawing an arc in the air before falling into the lake. At the same time, the system's prompt appeared. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, 1 drop of phoenix essence blood. Ha. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, his voice full of arrogance. 3 drops of phoenix essence blood collected. He could now absorb the essence blood and transform his physique into that of an innate phoenix. When that happened, his combat power would definitely leap in quality. Seeing Yuan Cheng fall into the water with a panicked face, struggling in the water before finally reaching the shore, other cultivators all had gloomy faces. No one expected that Jiang Chen, who was amiable just a second ago, would suddenly make a move. Directly kicking him into the lake. He was after Yuan Cheng's life. Why had the cultivators gathered here and not gone to the small island in the lake? Wasn't it because they were worried that there might be powerful monsters hidden beneath the lake, fearing an attack while crossing? But to everyone's surprise, Yuan Cheng managed to return to the shore quite smoothly without being attacked by any monsters. This made the cultivators' eyes light up. Although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he had helped them scout the way, proving that there were no powerful monsters beneath the lake. And just as everyone was eager to move towards the small island in the lake. Brother, may I ask your name? Jiang Chen approached Jian Lu and asked softly. Jian Lu had a bad feeling about this. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at him with a smile, Jian Lu thought to himself. Jiang Chen was not on Heaven's Pride ranking and should be just for show, but after all, he had achieved major achievement in the way of the sword and had the means to drive people mad. All things considered, he's still not to be underestimated. He glanced again at Yuan Cheng, who was still struggling in the water and had just managed to get ashore. Jian Lu's mouth twitched. With the previous example before him and with all the geniuses gathered here, it would be quite embarrassing if he were also kicked into the water. After some thought, Jian Lu decided to play it safe. Hee. Jian Lu said aloud, I am Jian Lu, fortunate to be ranked 6th on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Although Brother Jiang is not on the list, I greatly admire your strength. With that, he smiled with satisfaction. In this way, he had answered Jiang Chen's question and had lowered his stance to the extreme, believing that Jiang Chen could not find any fault to take advantage of. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen asked in return. Jian Lu, from this name, I sense that your swordsmanship is extraordinary and smooth. Your talent in the way of the sword must be very high. May I ask, what is your specific cultivation in the way of the sword? Jian Lu hesitated. As the 6th sword disciple of the 7 luminaries sword pavilion, he was confident in his swordsmanship. However, what would he do if he answered truthfully and Jiang Chen responded with "Oh, my sword is at major achievement"? Wouldn't that be just like being slapped in the face like Yuan Cheng? But if he continued to compliment Jiang Chen, Wouldn't that indirectly prove that the disciples of the seven luminaries' sword pavilion were nothing special, that even their sword cultivators couldn't compare to him? For a moment, the sixth sword disciple found himself in a dilemma. Seeing him struggling to speak, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Brother Jian, why do you hesitate? Did I say something wrong? Or is your sword talent poor, merely a reputation without substance?" A reputation without substance. These words struck a nerve, and the sixth sword disciple became furious. "I, Jian Lu, have practiced the sword for over 20 years, serving the sword at the age of 5, achieving beginner in the way of the sword at 10, and achieving minor achievement at 16. Although I have not yet reached major achievement, it is within my sight," he retorted with a cold snort. "Oh, I have reached major achievement in the way of the sword," Jiang Chen replied. The sixth sword disciple's face turned dark. "By the way, I am younger than you," Jiang Chen added. The sixth sword disciple's face grew even darker. "For your information, I've only practiced the sword for a few years. 1 year to beginner, 2 years to minor achievement, 3 years to major achievement," Jiang Chen continued. The sixth sword disciple wanted to curse. The previous statements were still acceptable, but Jiang Chen's last claim was definitely nonsense. 3 years to major achievement in the way of the sword. Such talent, not even the seven luminaries' sword ancestor had it in his youth. "Will you die if you don't brag?" the sixth sword disciple retorted. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly in response. Clang! Then, a resonating sword cry filled the air as a powerful sword intent burst forth from within him. The sword intent soared to the heavens, and in an instant, the winds howled and clouds surged. At the same time, a white-haired, crane-like elder with a gentle smile on his face, towering about 30 jong tall and wielding a sword, appeared as a phantom behind Jiang Chen. Ancient swordsmanship, first form, Skybreaker. Both swung their swords, and 100 jong long sword chi suddenly appeared, carrying the force to break the sky and cleave towards a distant glacier. The sword chi extended for several li, and the sword intent ravaged in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the majestic glacier was split in two, revealing a smooth-cut surface with snow slowly collapsing from the top. Seeing this, the sixth sword disciple and the onlooking cultivators were dumbfounded. No one expected that Jiang Chen would suddenly make a move without any warning, and he could split the mountain with one sword so effortlessly. At it nobleman at. This the ancient way of the sword. After coming to his senses, the sixth sword disciple exclaimed. Compared to the other cultivators, he could better sense the ancient essence and sword intent of this first form. He was shocked and terrified. Because the seven luminaries' sword pavilion also had records of this ancient first form, but for 1,000 years, no one had been able to comprehend it. The seven luminaries' sword ancestor once said that the ancient way of the sword could not be cultivated by anyone without exceptional talent and monstrous aptitude. A cultivator who could comprehend the ancient way of the sword was a born sword emperor, rare to find even in 1,000 years. Hiss! Remembering this, the sixth sword disciple took a sharp breath. This Jiang Chen's mastery in the way of the sword was terrifying. Judging from that first form of the ancient sword, his claim of 3 years to major achievement in the way of the sword might not be an exaggeration. The people of the seven luminaries' sword pavilion were all hard-working cultivators known as sword fanatics. Jian Lu had been practicing the sword since he was young. He had served the sword with his blood essence and had swung his sword 10,000 times a day for years to perfect a single sword move. The person he admired the most was the number 1 disciple of the sword pavilion, Su Shan. But now he realized, Su Shan was nothing compared to Jiang Chen's talent and aptitude in the way of the sword. If it weren't for the fact that good and evil could not coexist and there were too many eyes around at the moment, the sixth sword disciple would have knelt down to Jiang Chen right here and now. There was no helping it. This was just too damn amazing. The sixth sword disciple also secretly speculated that the reason why Jiang Chen's name did not appear on the Heaven's Pride ranking was probably because Jiang Chen's strength could no longer be described merely as outstanding. He looked at Jiang Chen with trembling shoulders and eyes full of admiration. Clang! The 100 jong long sword chi dissipated in the distance, but the sword cry lingered, and the sword intent remained. The sixth sword disciple looked at the ravines on the ground, the distant broken mountains, and the clouds split in the sky, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. Influenced by the sword intent, he had an epiphany. In a daze, the sixth sword disciple seemed to see an old man with white hair practicing the sword. The elder's posture was as straight as a sword piercing the sky. From beginning to end, the elder had only one sword move, but with this one move, he could break the heavens and the earth. His sword intent swept across hundreds of li. In his eyes, the world was nothing more than something to be cut. After an unknown amount of time, the sixth sword disciple finally came back to his senses. His eyes snapped open. Boom! A powerful aura burst forth from within him. Influenced by this aura, the sword case on his back opened automatically, and an ancient sword flew out, hovering in the air and ringing, clang clang. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the sixth sword disciple had broken through. By observing Jiang Chen's single sword move, he had directly broken through his bottleneck and became a cultivator with major achievement in the way of the sword. As everything calmed down, the sixth sword disciple could no longer contain his excitement and knelt down to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, for pointing out my flaws, you did not hesitate to expend your spiritual power to unleash that earth-shattering sword. Please accept my bow, he began to kowtow. At this moment, the scene was like dead silence. The outstanding young cultivators around had strange expressions, unsure of what to say. As for Jiang Chen, he regretted it. He said he achieved major achievement in the way of the sword in 3 years, which was indeed bragging. If you look at this life alone, perhaps it was true. But actually this is his 10th reincarnation, his 10th life practicing the sword. He was well aware that although he had talent in the way of the sword, he was definitely not a monstrous prodigy in the way of the sword. And that sword just now he just wanted to show off and shut people up. But he never would have imagined that Jiang Liu would actually grasp the way of the sword and reach major achievement from his first form, ancient sword. It had long been said that those with a high talent for the way of the sword could enhance their own understanding of it by observing others' sword intent. Indeed, the saying held true. No wonder Jiang Liu ranked 6th in the Heaven's Pride ranking. It seems he really has something special. Thinking of the Heaven's Pride ranking, Jiang Chen felt annoyed again. Then, with a lift of his leg, he kicked Jiang Liu, who was kowtowing, straight into the lake. Onlookers were all dumbfounded. Kicking someone who was bowing to him. Does he have no humanity at all? Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Host's cultivation level has been raised to the mid-stage of heavenly origin. Ha ha. A surge of energy burst forth from within, and Jiang Chen laughed out loud. At the sound of his voice, the cultivators first swallowed their saliva, then involuntarily shivered. They all thought to themselves, this person is terrifying. He actually grows stronger by bullying others. Chapter 258. What's the point of giving Nangong Jushi's bellyband? Jiang Chen thought that the system is up to something again. He reminded himself to be careful. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had finally managed to prevent Nangong Jushi from meeting a deadly fate, and he couldn't afford any mistakes in this life. At this moment, the prodigies were still kneeling on the ground, the surroundings a complete mess. The ice field for miles around had melted due to the influence of the phoenix fire, and the lake, directly exposed to the high temperature of the phoenix fire, had completely dried up. However, the small island in the lake remained lush and green, and the red flames inside the crystals on the island flickered even more dazzlingly. Phoenix fire is heavenly fire. The fact that it could still exist amidst the rampage of the heavenly fire and protect the entire island proved. The innate spirit fire within that crystal is at least 7th grade, one of the prodigies exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the rest of the prodigies were all startled. That was 7th grade spirit fire. If they could refine it, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance their combat power. If they could exchange it for pills at the ancient pill tower, the gains would be a massive fortune. Just the thought of it made the prodigies eager to move again. But glancing at Jiang Chen, they wisely gave up the idea. The situation just now had proven that even if they joined forces, they were no match for Jiang Chen. 7th grade spirit fire was good, but one needed the strength to compete for it. Alas, Jiang Liu sighed deeply. He inwardly cursed his luck. It would be great if his eldest senior brother Sushan were here. Sushan might not have the same talent in the way of the sword as Jiang Chen, nor the same combat power, but Sushan was a sword cultivator at the pinnacle of heavenly origin with major achievement in the way of the sword. Jiang Chen possessed the power to cross the chasm in this secret realm, indeed making him an invincible existence, but that was in a one-on-one fight. Sushan was famous throughout the central domain, and his reputation among the prodigies was extremely high. If he were to lead, the prodigies could fight Jiang Chen once more, and it would not be as stifling as this time. Regrettably, since entering the mysterious ice realm, Sushan had been chasing Nangong Jushi of the myriad Tao demon sect along with the first Buddhist son of the Buddha temple, Cien. Jianlu had no idea where he was at the moment. Thinking of Nangong Jushi, Jianlu's expression became grave again. This woman was ranked third in the Heaven's Pride ranking and possessed the rare profound dark demonic body. Her combat power was unquestionable, and her nature was even more ruthless than the rumors. Since the opening of the secret realm, only a few hours had passed, but several righteous prodigies had already died at her hands. It was heard that since entering the secret realm, Nangong Jushi had been inquiring about Jiang Chen's whereabouts everywhere. Jianlu didn't know how this woman got entangled with Jiang Chen. But he was certain that if this woman really met and allied with Jiang Chen, given the temperament and methods of both, it was highly likely that the righteous prodigies who entered the secret realm would be annihilated. The demonic path runs rampant and the righteous path weakens. What to do? Thinking of this, Jianlu felt a deep pain and urgency. While everyone was convinced that Jiang Chen was overpowering all the prodigies for the sake of the spiritual fire in the lake, Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the shining red spiritual fire. Instead, he stared at the spirit rabbits on the island with a strange smile. Eldest senior brother, why are you looking at those spirit rabbits? Jiang Hu didn't understand. As he spoke, he took a look at the rabbits on the island. There were quite a few of them, at least 100. Apart from their red eyes being somewhat eerie, their fluffy long ears and snow-like fur seemed nothing out of the ordinary. Not only were they not out of the ordinary, but they were also somewhat. They're adorable, Jiang Hu commented. Adorable. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Jiang Lianyue, hearing this, also shook her head slightly. Jiang Hu, puzzled, asked, Senior brother, aren't you interested in that spiritual fire? That's a 7th grade innate spiritual fire. Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped talking. Because while he was speaking, the spirit rabbits had moved from the island to the dried-up lakebed, gathering and rushing towards Jiang Chen and the other prodigies. In less than a moment, a particularly large spirit rabbit came before Jiang Chen. Without waiting for the rabbit to do anything, Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and his sword fell with a swift movement of his hand. With a flash of sword light, the spirit rabbit was cleaved in two and its blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing this, Jiang Hu was stunned. The other prodigies looked on with disdain, thinking to themselves, a villain is a villain. Whether it's cultivators or spirit rabbits, their lives are nothing but weeds in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen had no intention of explaining anything to them. He stood with his sword, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, as if sensing the scent of blood in the air, the hundreds of spirit rabbits inexplicably halted. They began to bare their teeth, their white fur standing on end, emitting a strange laughter. Then, with the red light in their eyes intensifying, these spirit rabbits stood upright, their bodies beginning to grow. In just a moment, they turned into hundreds of giants. Indeed, giants. They stood like humans, laughing while rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Their thick muscles and towering figures gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. What was even more terrifying was that from the aura they emitted, it was clear that these hundreds of giant spirit rabbits were all great demons comparable to heavenly origin cultivators. While everyone was still in shock, a spirit rabbit with bulging chest muscles approached Jiang Hu, looking down at him. It clenched its fist and opened its bloody mouth wide. Thick saliva dripped down its sharp teeth, landing right on Jiang Hu's cheek. Swallowing hard, Jiang Hu was petrified. It looks pretty adorable looking at you now, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to tease. Jiang Hu was on the verge of tears. Who could have imagined that the seemingly harmless spirit rabbits not only hid their aura but could also transform? Now, Jiang Hu was merely an earthly origin cultivator. He had no doubt that not just a group of giant spirit rabbits, even a single one could pin him to the ground and pummel him, then devour him alive. Eldest senior brother, save me, he chose to ask Jiang Chen for help. Jiang Chen was quite friendly to his junior brother and immediately responded, Junior brother, keep it up. Eldest senior brother will cheer you. The spirit rabbits are so adorable, you should get to know them better. With that, Jiang Chen and Jiang Lianyue soared into the sky on his sword, cheering for Jiang Hu from several meters high. At this point, Jiang Hu really wanted to cry. At the same time, the giant spirit rabbit suddenly stepped forward and with a strongman's grip, choked Jiang Hu's neck. Then, it bit into Jiang Hu's shoulder. Ah! The intense pain made Jiang Hu scream. He thought he was done for, but then he realized, the giant spirit rabbit also screamed in agony, even more miserably. Squeak! In just a short while, the rabbit foamed at the mouth, flailed its limbs, and fell to the ground dead. It died with its eyes wide open. Before dying, it still pointed at Jiang Hu, making strange noises from its mouth as if to say, "This person is poisonous." This left Jiang Hu somewhat dumbfounded. After coming to his senses, he danced with excitement, shouting to Jiang Chen in the sky, eldest senior brother. "It's postnatal poison body. I've become a postnatal poison body." The response he got was still Jiang Chen's cheering. Jiang Hu was no longer afraid and his confidence soared. Looking at the prodigies being chased by the spirit rabbits and desperately fleeing, he felt this was his moment to shine. "You, come bite me," he casually pointed at a spirit rabbit and beckoned with his finger. The spirit rabbit paused, glanced at its poisoned dead companion, and then, "Tui!" It spat on the ground. Then it walked away with a look of disgust. Several moments later, chaos reigned below as all the prodigies scrambled to escape in disarray. Jiang Hu casually grabbed a spirit rabbit, insisting that it bite him. The rabbit greatly angered and responded with 2 slaps. Watching those burly spirit rabbits, Jiang Chen pondered thoughtfully. He was well aware that these spirit rabbits were known as bloodthirsty rabbits. In their calm state, the rabbits would conceal their aura, but if a human cultivator appeared or they smelled blood, they would transform into the state they were in now. He hadn't left yet because he was waiting for Lin Feng to arrive. In every life, Lin Feng would follow as soon as he entered this secret realm. This life, although the plot had collapsed, Jiang Chen guessed that Lin Feng would still come. After all, within this mysterious ice realm, there were many heavenly materials and earthly treasures prepared for this son of destiny. For example, the congenital spirit fire within the huge crystal on the small island in the lake. This fire was called the mysterious ice crystal fire, and it was indeed a 7th-grade spirit fire. According to the original story, although Lin Feng did not join the ancient pill tower, old man Tianji had some knowledge of the way of the pill, so he still practiced alchemy. And this mysterious ice crystal fire helped him become a 7th-grade pill refiner. The status of a pill refiner was extraordinary, and a 7th-grade pill refiner in the central domain was a rare existence. Therefore, after Lin Feng became a 7th-grade pill refiner, he not only received more attention from the Juyan sect but also became famous throughout the central domain. "Senior brother, aren't you going to take that 7th-grade spirit fire?" Jiang Lianyue suddenly asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. He already possessed a heavenly fire like the phoenix fire, so naturally, he did not covet the 7th-grade spirit fire. Furthermore, having witnessed Lin Feng being bullied everywhere and now that the plot had completely collapsed, he had to consider whether the son of destiny Lin Feng would have the strength to kill him at the grand finale in this life. Firstly, there were more and more madmen, and all of them wanted to make a move on Lin Feng. It's not that he feared the 10,000 possibilities, but the 1 in 10,000. What happened if Lin Feng really had his destiny plundered by those madmen and lost his life? Secondly, even if Jiang Chen wants to throw himself into Lin Feng's blade at the grand finale, what if Lin Feng, having been bullied by him too much, saw him and ran away? Raz. What then? Although these possibilities were not high, they still existed. For the sake of his own ascension, Jiang Chen had to be cautious. Of course, Lin Feng also still needed to be bullied. If he didn't vent his resentment, where would it go? However, while bullying Lin Feng, he also needed to ensure that Lin Feng could grow successfully and have the courage to face him. And to achieve these, he must ensure that important opportunities that belonged to Lin Feng did not fall into the hands of others. Jiang Chen suddenly felt very tired. For his own ascension, he had worried himself to pieces. Not only did he have to guard against a host of madmen, but he also had to take care of Lin Feng, this young, pitiful, and helpless son of destiny. Fortunately, the system's rewards were as powerful as ever. He didn't have to worry that Lin Feng's rise would surpass his own and repeat the plot of the previous 9 lives. Just as Jiang Chen was silently reflecting and chaos erupted below, suddenly, a monk cowering and only wearing shorts came into Jiang Chen's view. Lin Feng. Jiang Chen's pupils widened. Although the monk had a shallow golden body and a shiny head, he recognized him at a glance. The reason was simple. Apart from his own extreme familiarity with Lin Feng, it was also because of the intense feeling of aversion. In the cycle of 9 lives, Jiang Chen was very clear that only Lin Feng could provoke such a natural enmity and aversion in him. He hadn't figured out what Lin Feng's getup was all about when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness appear behind him. As he turned around, he saw Jiang Lianyue, her face frosty and her eyes filled with hostility. The cold chi formed by her cultivation technique even seemed to overshadow the temperature of the surroundings. And when the murderous intent and coldness reached a peak, she could no longer restrain herself. Just as she leapt out after drawing her sword, intending to slay Lin Feng, Jiang Chen pulled her back. "Do you want to die?" Jiang Chen roared. His loud voice, almost an angry bellow, startled Jiang Lianyue. She clenched her teeth, her face pale as paper. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only lower her head like a child who had made a mistake. Right now, the cold poison in your body is on the verge of erupting. Only by using all your cultivation can you barely suppress it. If you fight with others now, your body will instantly explode, Jiang Chen roared again. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue suddenly looked up. Instantly, tears welled in her eyes. She had thought Jiang Chen was yelling at her because he didn't want her to make a move on Lin Feng. Only now did she understand Jiang Chen was worried about her. Take a good look, Lin Feng is now in the late stage of heavenly origin. Even if you were at your peak, you wouldn't be his match, let alone in your current state, Jiang Chen continued. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue indeed cast a probing glance at Lin Feng. With one look, she immediately frowned. The last time she made a move on Lin Feng was on the eve of his apprenticeship to the Juyan sect. At that time, Lin Feng was merely a human origin cultivator. But now, he had leapt to the late stage of heavenly origin. In terms of cultivation, he had even surpassed her. As Jiang Chen said, Lin Feng was already extremely powerful in combat, and now that his cultivation had caught up, she was indeed no match for him. If she had really made a move just now, she would likely have only endangered her own life. The son of destiny is indeed not so easy to kill, Jiang Lianyue thought with a frown. Unaware of her thoughts, Jiang Chen softened his tone as if coaxing a child. "Fifth junior sister, I also find this son of destiny displeasing, but destiny is hard to defy, and everything needs to be planned for the long term. In my opinion, it will take at least 100 years of preparation." Eldest senior brother is right, Jiang Lianyue nodded with tears in her eyes after a moment of contemplation. Although she was driven mad, she was not foolish. She, along with Xiao Hongyi and the others, could clearly see that Jiang Chen did not wish for Lin Feng to die in this life. They didn't know why, but that was the fact. When it came to Jiang Chen's other desires, the women would choose to fulfill them even if it meant death. But this one is an exception. They had seen the 9 cycles of reincarnation and knew very well. If Lin Feng did not die, then the one to die would be Jiang Chen. Therefore, no matter how Jiang Chen tried to stop or oppose them, the women still tried their best in their own ways to help Jiang Chen cut off his fate. This was also the only way for them to atone for their sins. These matters, the women could not explain to Jiang Chen. All they could do was to not show it in front of Jiang Chen and to go along with him when he was deceiving them. Unaware of Jiang Lianyue's thoughts, Jiang Chen thought he had managed to stabilize this madwoman and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. But how come I never noticed before that Lin Feng has a hobby of wearing only underpants? He wondered again. Eldest senior brother, stop looking. It'll dirty your eyes, Jiang Lianyue warned. Indeed, it's quite an eyesore. At the same time, Lin Feng was panicking. He was planning to sneak over to the small island in the lake while the other proud geniuses were fighting the spirit rabbits and then take the spirit fire from the crystal. In plain terms, he was going to pick peaches. He was just wandering around in this secret realm when he stumbled upon a 7th grade spirit fire. Coincidentally, the spirit rabbits guarding the spirit fire were distracted by the other geniuses. Wasn't this opportunity prepared just for him? He was now a 6th grade pill refiner, and if he could obtain this 7th grade spirit fire, he would certainly gain more attention from the ancient pill tower. From then on, he would be famous in the central domain. Just the thought of it made Lin Feng excited. Be careful, Jiang Chen is above. But he had barely taken a step when old man Tianji suddenly shouted a warning to him. These words startled Lin Feng so much that he jumped up and quickly shrank back. Looking up, he indeed saw Jiang Chen, who was flying with his sword. Lin Feng instantly chickened out. He thought his progress had been swift enough, but who would have expected that Jiang Chen had already reached major achievement in the way of the sword? What made him feel even more threatened was Jiang Lianyue behind Jiang Chen. Previous events had proven that Jiang Chen just wanted to torment him, but Jiang Lianyue truly wanted to kill him, and even more so, to press him to death in a latrine. For a moment, he panicked even more, considering whether to run away hide. But then he thought again, and it didn't seem right. Why panic? Why be a coward? He had just checked Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Chen's cultivation and found that both were only at the mid-stage of heavenly origin. And now, he had advanced through way of killing, not only reaching major achievement in the way of the saber but also reaching the late stage of heavenly origin. He was already a step ahead in terms of cultivation, right? Plus, he had the ability to fight across realms. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that at this moment, he would even dare to take on a cultivator who had just entered the upper four realms. Could Jiang Chen be stronger than a cultivator who had just entered the upper four realms? No matter how crazy Jiang Lianyue was, what could she do to him in the face of absolute strength? HMPH. With this thought, Lin Feng crossed his arms and snorted coldly, his confidence surging. With your current strength, Jiang Lianyue is indeed not to be feared, but that Jiang Chen old man Tianji suddenly said gravely. What about Jiang Chen? Lin Feng asked. Jiang Chen being able to fly with his sword proves that his way of the sword has reached major achievement. More importantly, I sense the aura of phoenix fire from him. The towering flames just now should have been released by him, old man Tianji explained. Phoenix fire. Lin Feng was shocked. The reason he had come here was that he was attracted by the towering flames earlier, thinking it was some kind of rare treasure appearing. Only now did he realize that it was phoenix fire. Phoenix fire was a heavenly fire, and its power was enough to cross the chasm of realms. In other words, Jiang Chen was now truly stronger than a cultivator who had just entered the upper four realms. Instantly, Lin Feng panicked again, reconsidering whether to run away and hide. He just couldn't understand. How could Jiang Chen, this so-called stepping stone, grow faster than him? Who is the real son of destiny? Why panic? Seeing Lin Feng really wanted to run away, old man Tianji cursed, look at your spineless appearance. Running at the first sight of Jiang Chen. If you continue like this, you will inevitably develop a demon in your heart. Lin Feng didn't like to hear this. Running at the sight of Jiang Chen. Did he want to run? If he didn't run, should he let Jiang Chen beat him up again? Did he really think he was a masochist? Every time old man Tianji took over his body to beat someone up, he was extremely eager, but when it was critical and he was being beaten, he hid away. It was easy for him to talk without experiencing the pain. Can you take over my body in this secret realm? Lin Feng suddenly remembered to ask. Sure, old man Tianji replied instantly. Lin Feng hadn't even had time to get excited when he heard old man Tianji continues, but it's not very useful, your cultivation and strength will still be suppressed by the natural formation of this secret realm, and you can't exceed the core formation realm. Lin Feng was speechless. Then what was the point of agreeing? Jiang Chen glanced at you just now, but he didn't make a move. I guess he probably didn't recognize you, old man Tianji said again. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. If that was the case, then he didn't necessarily have to run away. The son of destiny only wearing underpants and also turned into a monk, it's indeed hard for others to recognize. Old man Tianji added. Lin Feng didn't like to hear this again. It was old man Tianji who had made him look like this in the first place, and now this old man was mocking him. Indeed, this old man is too bad. In fact, Lin Feng had plenty of clothes in his spirit ring that he could change into. But unfortunately, all these clothes bore the mark of the ancient pill tower, and he didn't want others to recognize his identity. After all, he was the only disciple of the ancient pill tower who could enter this secret realm. The rest were devoured by ghosts. Lin Feng's original plan was to find a cultivator after entering the secret realm and strip them of their clothes to change into. But before he could act, he saw the flames here reaching the sky, so he was still only wearing underpants. Jiang Chen already has phoenix fire, so he should not be interested in the 7th grade spirit fire. I will pass on to you a technique to conceal your breath, and you should be able to successfully enter that island in the lake and refine the spirit fire, old man Tianji suggested. A technique to conceal breath. Lin Feng blinked. Yes, this is an ancient technique that has long been lost, and I am the only one who knows it in the world. This technique is called ancient turtle breath concealment technique. Once you use this technique, unless a cultivator is a whole major realm higher than you, they will definitely not be able to detect you, old man Tianji said. Lin Feng's face darkened in an instant. The value of ancient techniques goes without saying. A method that can conceal one's aura is even rarer. At this moment, all he wanted to say was, if there's such a useful technique, why didn't you mention it earlier? Had he learned this technique sooner, would he have been relentlessly pursued and tormented by Jiang Chen or hunted down by lunatics like Jiang Lianyue? Previously, your cultivation level wasn't sufficient, and moreover, I didn't think of it. Old man Tianji hesitated to finish his sentence. Didn't think of what? I didn't expect that you, the son of destiny, would end up in such a miserable state. Lin Feng was speechless. Old man Tianji was truly someone he had mixed feelings about. This old man had stood by him through thick and thin, which moved him. But the same old man Tianji was also the one who often threw cold water on him and mocked him. Not wanting to waste time arguing with old man Tianji, he requested to learn the technique as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, old man Tianji transmitted the ancient turtle breath concealment technique to him through a divine consciousness transmission. The technique wasn't difficult to cultivate, and Lin Feng had mastered it in just a short period of time. Phew. After slowly exhaling a breath, Lin Feng activated the ancient turtle breath concealment technique close double angle bracket, using the surrounding clutter as cover, and stealthily moved towards the small island in the lake. He kept chanting in his mind while glancing at Jiang Chen in the sky. You can't see me, you can't see me. And then, eldest senior brother, Lin Feng's movements are like a monkey's. Shish, be quiet. Let's pretend we don't see him to save the son of destiny some face. Oh, but he really does look like a monkey. Not just like a monkey, but like a monkey that's fallen into a dung pit and is covered in gold. Senior brother, you're so talented. That metaphor is simply divine. Cough cough, low-key, low-key. The whispers from above made Lin Feng want to curse. Old man Tianji, you must give me an explanation for this, he shouted inwardly. I overlooked something, old man Tianji finally replied after a long pause. What? Even if Jiang Chen and Jiang Lianyue can't sense your aura from high up, they can still see you with their naked eyes. At that moment, Lin Feng wanted to strangle old man Tianji. Jian Lu quickly climbed out of the lake, sat down cross-legged on the shore, soaking wet, and frowned in deep thought. He felt that Jiang Chen's kick just now must have some deeper meaning, similar to that of the ancient sword's first form. If he could fully comprehend it, perhaps his cultivation could advance even further. But no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing this, CFA was about to say something when he saw Jiang Chen smiling and walking towards him. Monk, what is your honorable surname? Jiang Chen asked. Glancing at the drenched Jian Lu and Yuan Cheng, CFA thought of what might happen to him. He chose silence. He didn't respond at all. Bald donkey, you dare ignore me. Great majestic heavenly dragon, Jiang Chen suddenly lost his temper. In an instant, Buddhist power bore down upon them, and a golden dragon appeared. Before CFA could react, he was struck in the chest by the golden dragon, coughed up a mouthful of dirty blood, and fell into the lake. Jiang Chen waited on the spot for a moment. Seeing that the system prompt didn't appear, he kicked Jian Lu again. At this moment, Jian Lu was still deep in thought. He hadn't even realized what had happened before he plunged into the lake again. The system prompt still did not appear. Jiang Chen frowned and turned his gaze to the other prodigies. Don't come over here, a cultivator shouted while trembling as he locked eyes with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored him, his smile intact as he stepped forward. CFA and Jian Lu both leapt out of the lake. Jian Lu had a grave expression, sensing Jiang Chen's full malice, and any gratitude he had felt instantly evaporated. CFA, now in his golden body state, shouted, Jiang Chen is going too far. He must be trying to suppress us all by himself to take the treasure in the lake. No. Common interests unite people. Upon hearing this, the prodigies indeed shuddered and cast unfriendly looks at Jiang Chen. They admitted that, based on Jiang Chen's performance, one person was not enough to contend with him, but there were more than a dozen people here. If they all attacked together, even if Jiang Chen had great abilities, he would be suppressed. Jiang Chen, if you leave now, I'll act as if nothing happened, Jian Lu said with a stern face. To this, Jiang Chen just smiled faintly. Realizing he had aroused public anger, Jiang Hu whispered, eldest senior brother, Ninth Peak's Peak Master and Elder Chen are not here, and Fifth Senior Sister is not in good health. Should we keep a low profile? Keep a low profile. Jiang Chen scoffed. Can keeping a low profile earn system rewards? Can it allow one to show off and slap faces? No. Since it can't, the higher the profile, the better. Of course, he wasn't foolish. If many prodigies attacked together, it would indeed pose a certain threat to him. But this threat was almost negligible because he had already obtained 3 drops of phoenix blood and could become an innate phoenix body at any time. Ha. Today, I will make you so-called prodigies unable to lift your heads. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. As soon as these words came out, the prodigies' faces turned ashen, they gritted their teeth and shouted in unison. Arrogant. Presumptuous. If we all strike together, even cultivators of the upper 4 realms would have to retreat. Jiang Chen, today is your day of death. Leave quickly now, and you may still live. Not bothering to argue, Jiang Chen flipped his right hand, revealing 3 suspended drops of essence blood. These 3 essence blood was as red as fire, its glow illuminating the surroundings. Just one glance at it made the prodigies feel as if they were in flames, instantly breaking out in profuse sweat. The cultivators had limited vision and didn't know what it was, but they understood that this was undoubtedly Jiang Chen's trump card. Everyone attacked together. Don't hold back, CFA shouted loudly. As he spoke, his golden body grew a bit larger, and after leaping into the air, a huge golden palm immediately struck down Jiang Chen's head. Knowing that Jiang Chen had learned the temple's treasured sutra from the Buddha temple, CFA did not use any Buddhist secret scriptures but instead tried to suppress Jiang Chen with his own strength. Brother CFA, I'll help you, Jianlu hurriedly followed. He opened his sword case, held the ancient sword, and slashed 3 times. The 3 slashes turned into sword chi concentration. The sword intent swept through, creating a wind that cut like a knife around them, not only deadly but also blocking Jiang Chen's escape route. Seeing the 2 of them take action, the other prodigies no longer hesitated and attacked from all directions with their spiritual weapons. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu prepared to help. But before they could act, they saw Jiang Chen slap the 3 drops of essence blood into his forehead. Screech. The next second, a phoenix cry resounded, and phoenix fire enveloped him. Countless phoenix flames burst from Jiang Chen's body, condensing into a fiery red bird in the sky. This bird has a beak like a chicken and a jaw like a swallow, with crimson feathers that shine in multicolor. Its wings span several jong, and its eyes gaze down upon the heavens, exuding a majestic aura. At this moment, CFA happened to launch an attack. His golden palm had not yet touched Jiang Chen when it was burned by the phoenix fire. Had he not been a brave man who decisively cut off his own arm while gritting his teeth in the process, he would have been consumed by the phoenix fire and turned into black ash. The 3 sword chi strikes from Jianlu that swiftly came slashing toward Jiang Chen also stood no chance against the scorching heat and were instantly dispersed. Phoenix apparition. This Jiang Chen, could he actually possess the innate constitution of a male phoenix? Jianlu exclaimed in shock. Looking at it now, those 3 drops of essence blood must be male phoenix essence blood, Cien said, covering his severed arm and retreating several jong away. Male phoenix essence blood is a treasure far surpassing the 9th grade. Even in the upper domain, it was extremely rare. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Chen had 3 drops. Phoenix fire is a heavenly fire, touch it and you'll definitely burn. It's no exaggeration to say with such heavenly fire in hand, coupled with Jiang Chen's various techniques and spiritual tools, everyone was certain that, not to mention core formation cultivators, Jiang Chen would still have the power to fight even those who had just entered the upper 4 realms. In other words, a person capable of crossing the chasm, fighting from core formation against the upper 4 realms, was right before their eyes. It means that in this mysterious ice realm, where even upper 4 realms cultivators would have their cultivation suppressed to the core formation level, Jiang Chen was an invincible existence. After the shock, the prodigies looked at each other. At the same time, a thought emerged in their minds. Run. Run with all their might and as far as they can. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen harbored a killing intent today, none of them would be able to escape. As the thought settled, Jianlu and CFA took the lead, fleeing in different directions. The other cultivators also hurriedly followed suit, scrambling to escape. But they had not gone far when they saw the phoenix fire condense into a male phoenix that spread its wings and soared. The next second, a deluge of phoenix fire descended from the sky, trapping everyone within a circular inferno. Jiang Liu thought to escape by sword flight from above, but remembering that Jiang Chen could also control a sword, and that he couldn't outpace the soaring male phoenix, he ultimately stopped in his tracks. Jiang Chen, do you really intend to exterminate everyone? Jiang Liu shouted loudly. Exterminate. Jiang Chen scoffed. When the prodigies had attacked him just now, they all did so with a strong intent to kill. He who kills must be prepared to be killed in return. The one who wishes to kill the villain must be ready to face the villain's counterattack. But well, it's better to fully humiliate them and get system rewards. I said that today, I will make you unable to lift your heads. Kneel and beg for mercy to me, then I'll spare your life. Rising with his sword, Jiang Chen looked down from above. Hearing this, the prodigies all clenched their fists. You're dreaming, the monk CFA blurted out. Then, he was consumed by the surging phoenix fire, turning into black ash and dissipating. What about the rest of you? Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the others. The prodigies were silent. After a long while, perhaps because he had already knelt once, or perhaps because he couldn't bear to fall like this, Jiang Liu was the first to kneel. With him taking the lead, the rest of the prodigies, grinding their teeth, followed suit and knelt down one after another. Ha ha! Jiang Chen burst into laughter. As his laughter rang in their ears, the prodigies, though clenching their fists, felt the utmost humiliation. But, not one dared to raise their head. The host's actions conformed to the villain's character setting, reward Nangong Jushi's bellyband. Jiang Chen. At this moment, Lin Feng was halfway to his destination. He was reluctant to retreat now, feeling a sense of unwillingness. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of troubling him, he had no choice but to steel himself and continued moving towards the small island in the lake while maintaining the operation of the ancient turtle breath concealment technique close double angle bracket. It must be said that the ancient turtle breath concealment technique was indeed somewhat effective. Apart from Jiang Chen, none of the other prodigies engaged in battle, nor the hundreds of spiritual rabbits, had discovered his presence. Overjoyed, Lin Feng finally reached the small island. Affected by the 7th grade spiritual fire, the temperature on the island was slightly scorching. However, there was a hint of coldness as he approached the crystal. This is the characteristic of the mysterious ice crystal fire, hot on the outside and cool on the inside. It will take some time to refine the spiritual fire, so first collect this crystal, urged old man Tianji. Lin Feng nodded and quickly collected the entire crystal into his spiritual ring. After the crystal disappeared, a bone-chilling wind swept across the once lush island. In an instant, a heavy snowfall turned the island white. This sudden change immediately drew the attention of all the prodigies and the spiritual rabbits. Although Lin Feng had concealed his aura at this moment, there was nothing to hide behind on the island, so he was directly exposed to everyone's sight. And when they clearly saw Lin Feng, the prodigies were furious. It was one thing for someone with strength like Jiang Chen to take the spiritual fire, but how could they allow an unknown monk to snatch the fruits of their hard labor? Monk, you're courting death, the 6th sword disciple shouted angrily and charged towards the island. The other prodigies followed closely behind. And behind the group of prodigies followed hundreds of giant spiritual rabbits. The small island in the lake was originally the home of these spiritual rabbits. It was their only haven in this secret realm of constant cold and year-round snow, but now, their home had been destroyed. This enmity was irreconcilable. In an instant, whether it was the prodigies or the hundreds of spiritual rabbits, they all targeted Lin Feng, wishing they could tear him to pieces alive. Rane diaresis. Seeing that he had incited a mob, Lin Feng swallowed hard and chose to flee. He slashed out a sword chi with his black blade and then stepped on the air to escape rapidly into the distance. His speed was so fast that the others could only watch him disappear. In just a few breaths, he was gone. The prodigies gnashed their teeth in anger while the spiritual rabbits, looking at their destroyed home, shed tears and completely lost their will to fight. Who exactly is that monk? The 6th sword disciple shouted loudly. Do you want to know? Jiang Chen suddenly appeared beside him and said, I'll tell you for 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The 6th sword disciple was startled. He didn't believe Jiang Chen would be so kind, so after much thought, he came to a conclusion. Jiang Chen just wanted to rob him. Not only did he beat him up, but now he was after his spirit stones. Helplessly, even if he knew, he couldn't resist. In the end, the sixth sword disciple reluctantly took out the money, planning to use it to avoid disaster. He thought that Jiang Chen would leave after taking the money, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen actually spoke up after straightening his expression. That person is Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The sixth sword disciple was shocked. Although Lin Feng was not listed on the Heaven's Pride ranking, many sects paid great attention to this son of destiny. The sixth sword disciple clearly remembered. Lin Feng first joined the Juyan sect, then went to the Buddha temple, and finally was sent to the ancient Pill Tower. This son of destiny had something special. Although he had no impressive achievements and his reputation wasn't great, after a few months in the ancient Pill Tower, he had become the first true disciple and even a sixth-grade pill refiner. Still, the sixth sword disciple felt that Jiang Chen was bluffing. The son of destiny was someone favored by fate. Even if Lin Feng was not good enough, he wouldn't just wear underwear and pretend to be a shameless monk, right? Thank you for the reminder. Although he didn't believe it, the sixth sword disciple still thanked him with a bow. There was no helping it. The one with the bigger fist had the say, and he dared not voice his doubts. No need, it was just a small effort. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Then he suddenly kicked the sixth sword disciple. This unexpected kick caught sixth sword disciple off guard. After drawing an arc in the air, he fell back into the now dry lake face first. Jiang Chen, you're going too far. The sixth sword disciple leapt up from the lakebed, furious. It's too much bullying. Jiang Chen kicked him for no reason again and again, treating him less than human. Facing his roar, Jiang Chen just smiled faintly and then suddenly shouted. Great majestic heavenly dragon. The moment his voice fell, the sixth sword disciple, who had just leapt up, was struck by a golden dragon back into the lakebed. Despite his resentment and unwillingness, this time, the sixth sword disciple was smart. He didn't get up but lay there pretending to be dead. Seeing that the system's prompt did not appear, Jiang Chen turned his head and kicked several dazed prodigies into the lakebed. In the end, there was still no response from the system. This made Jiang Chen click his tongue and come to a conclusion. It was becoming increasingly difficult to continuously farm system rewards from the same group of people. At first, a casual kick would elicit a response from the system. But the more he did it, the harder it became. Now, even after kicking several people, it was all in vain. Jiang Chen shook his head, looking helpless. It wasn't easy to find a group of normal people, and he had wanted to take advantage of the sixth sword disciple and the others to farm system rewards a few hundred times. Now that staying was useless, he prepared to leave. But just as he was about to move, he sensed a presence behind him and felt a pat on his shoulder. The person behind him was gentle and light in movement, without any hostility, and carried a fragrance. Fifth junior sister, stop messing around, Jiang Chen said without turning his head. The person behind him did not respond but poked his back with a finger. Jiang Chen frowned, and just as he was about to say something, he discovered Jiang Lianyue was right beside him. Her eyes were wide open, staring in disbelief at something behind him. Then, what he saw when he turned around was a woman in a black gown. The woman had her hands behind her back. Her face looked somewhat tired, but her sparkling eyes were full of light. She is Nangong Jushi. The sight of her made Jiang Chen's brain shut down. He couldn't understand why Nangong Jushi would appear here. He had gone through 9 reincarnations. Only in the last one, by avoiding meeting Nangong Jushi, did he manage to prevent her death. But in this life, he was destined to ascend and leave this world. Now, he had encountered Nangong Jushi once again, at Novelban at. No matter how the plot crumbled, Jiang Chen had never been afraid. But at this moment, he truly felt fear. He was afraid that Nangong Jushi would die for him again, and he feared that when the time came for his real ascension, he would not bear to part with this woman who lived and died for him. Are you Jiang Chen? Seeing Jiang Chen in a daze, Nangong Jushi smiled. The familiar smile caught his eye, causing Jiang Chen to feel somewhat dazed. It was as if he had returned to the previous 8 cycles of reincarnation, back to when he first met Nangong Jushi. In every cycle, she smiled just like this. Then she would ask another question. Do you see the red thread between us? Memories of past lives surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. The 8 cycles before this reincarnation. He encountered Nangong Jushi in each life after being expelled from his sect and after the destruction of the Jiang family. In the first life, he had barely escaped from the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss only to be surrounded and attacked by several cultivators. At that time, Jiang Chen had few life-saving items left on him. Most of them had been used on the day the Jiang family fell. He was only at the heavenly origin level of cultivation, but those who ambushed him were several upper four realms cultivators. Just when Jiang Chen was in dire straits, severely injured and nearly unconscious, Nangong Jushi descended from the sky. She was dressed in a black gown, her smile filled with a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. While others had tales of heroes saving damsels, in Jiang Chen's case, it was the beauty saving the hero. At that time, Nangong Jushi was an upper four realms cultivator. She possessed the profound dark demonic body, not only advancing rapidly in her cultivation but also possessing immense combat strength. Facing many upper four realms cultivators, she fought like a madwoman, aiming for the kill with each strike and showing no mercy. Only after her black gown was stained with blood and all her enemies lay dead did she finally smile contentedly. Throughout it all Jiang Chen could do was watch silently. Watching Nangong Jushi slay her enemies. Watching her approach him and then, with her hands stained with blood, hold his cheeks. Their eyes met, gazing directly at each other. At that moment, her gaze seemed to touch his soul, filling the void in his heart and compelling an involuntary smile. "Are you Jiang Chen?" Nangong Jushi blinked. "Do you see the red thread between us?" she asked again. Jiang Chen, familiar with the original story, naturally recognized who Nangong Jushi was. He knew that she was a female villain, a villainess arranged for him by the heavens. The thread of fate. Jiang Chen indeed saw it. As long as he looked into Nangong Jushi's eyes, he could see that faint yet glaring red thread of fate. But, no. In the first life, he lied. Because he was defying the heavens. Because accepting Nangong Jushi would mean following fate and following the will of the heavens. Moreover, he was well aware that Nangong Jushi's existence was merely the heavens' way of reinforcing his infamy. In the original story, Nangong Jushi's ending was tragic. She lived for Jiang Chen and died for him. Her existence, although it reinforced Jiang Chen's infamy, ultimately led to her death under a sky filled with sword rain, all to protect Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thought that the events that followed would not occur as long as he rejected her completely and did not accept Nangong Jushi. But the result, he was wrong. When he lied, a flash of pain crossed Nangong Jushi's eyes, but she only replied, "It's okay, as long as I can see you." When he rejected her, Nangong Jushi was heartbroken, yet she still managed to say with tears in her eyes, "It's okay, as long as I like you." After that, even if Jiang Chen pushed her thousands of li away, Nangong Jushi still followed him. One day, the two of them arrived at a small city. Not long after entering the city, Jiang Chen faced the sharp opposition of many righteous cultivators. Whenever others merely looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, Nangong Jushi would slap them. Some cultivators merely gossiped and slandered Jiang Chen a couple of times. Nangong Jushi would then brazenly kill them within the city. Witnessing all this, Jiang Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Indeed, everything was unfolding according to the will of the heavens. Ever since he met Nangong Jushi, his infamy had indeed worsened. Before, various coincidences and misunderstandings were needed to cover up the truth, but now nothing was needed. Because Nangong Jushi's actions directly confirmed all of his notorious reputation. In the end, Jiang Chen was pursued by the city lord and numerous guards. The two of them barely managed to escape. While Jiang Chen pretended to rest, Nangong Jushi quietly slipped back. Jiang Chen suddenly awoke. Guessing what Nangong Jushi intended to do, he immediately returned to the city as fast as he could. However, what he saw was a sea of red. The lord of the small city, who had just entered the upper four realms, was no match for Nangong Jushi and ultimately perished in self-destruction. Hundreds of guards, all dead. Even the innocent cultivators in the city were killed by Nangong Jushi. Within the vast city, corpses were strewn everywhere, and not a single breath of life was left. And there stood Nangong Jushi in the midst of a bloodbath. Her black gown was completely soaked in blood and her body was enveloped in demonic energy like a demoness incarnate, laughing with satisfaction. She alone had slaughtered an entire city under the cover of night. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't know what to feel. He knew that Nangong Jushi's massacre was for him, but that was not what he wanted. This was his first life. In that life, he just wanted to be upright and respected. He swore to defy the heavens and break free from his character. He swore to be righteous, not to kill the innocent indiscriminately. Despite being misunderstood, scorned, and criticized, he always remained true to his conscience. Still at that very moment, even if it's indirectly, the people of that city, hundreds of lives, all perished because of him. Among them were those who harbored malice towards him, but there were also timid and cowardly innocent cultivators. Moreover, ordinary people who were powerless to even kill a chicken also. Jiang Chen, you're here. These people deserve to die. They were all bullying you, Nangong Jushi said as she turns around. Hearing this, Jiang Chen clenched his fists. He wanted to curse, but he held back. He wanted to rage, but he held back. After struggling for a long time, he finally managed to ask, Jushi, can you be a good person? Her silence was the answer to him. Amon. Perhaps she saw through Jiang Chen's disappointment, or perhaps she realized that her actions had not made Jiang Chen happy. She finally said, if that is your wish, then I am willing to try. Jiang Chen didn't believe Nangong Jushi's words. Because he couldn't believe that someone capable of ruthlessly slaughtering a city would truly be willing to change for him and turn towards righteousness. Therefore, he tried to drive Nangong Jushi away. But no matter how hurtful his words were, Nangong Jushi showed no intention of leaving. He had tried to leave quietly on his own. But their first meeting meant that the red thread of fate had already been tied. No matter where he was, Nangong Jushi could always find him. Over time, Jiang Chen gave up. Worried that Nangong Jushi might commit another massacre on a whim, he deliberately stayed away from cities and crowds. He thought Nangong Jushi was beyond redemption, but the truth proved him wrong. Afterward, Nangong Jushi stopped killing. Even when they encountered cultivators who spoke ill of Jiang Chen, although she would still get angry and take action, she would eventually spare their lives. Jiang Chen was relieved but soon discovered that Nangong Jushi seemed to have a misunderstanding of the concept of good person. Once on their journey, they encountered a severely injured cultivator. Jiang Chen intended to help, but Nangong Jushi stepped forward first and ended his life with a palm strike. Why Jiang Chen didn't understand. I am helping him find relief. He has damaged his foundation, and even if he survived, he would lose all his cultivation. Compared to that, it's better for him to be dead, Nangong Jushi explained. Jiang Chen was speechless. The consequence of this incident was that passing cultivators witnessed it, and he was labeled a murderer and a robber. Once on their journey, they happened to meet a sword maiden from the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion. There was no conflict between them, just an exchange of glances. Then, Nangong Jushi tied up the sword maiden that night, saying she wanted to give her to Jiang Chen as a concubine. She had a very reasonable explanation. Being your concubine is her good fortune. I want to be a good person, so I should help her achieve this. At it nobleman at. Jiang Chen was speechless again. As a result of the incident, another power joined the forces pursuing him, the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion. These matters had Jiang Chen at his wit's end. He finally realized that the root of all this trouble must be that there was something wrong with Nangong Jushi's thinking. The two continued on their way, aimlessly wandering around the central domain. Jiang Chen led the way with Nangong Jushi following behind. Compared to her laughter and cheerfulness, he was more often silent and helpless. Jiang Chen never spoke of his own troubles. Because he knew very well that with Nangong Jushi's temperament, she would surely go on a rampage if she knew how much he had been misunderstood and looked down upon. Ranoe grave S. Instead, it was Nangong Jushi who often talked about her own matters. It was then that Jiang Chen learned that Nangong Jushi was an orphan who had lived in a secluded village. There weren't many people in the village. There was only a big yellow dog besides her parents and about a dozen relatives. None of these details were recorded in the original novel. One evening, Jiang Chen built a campfire, and Nangong Jushi came to sit beside him. Under the glow of the fire, her cheeks were rosy, as adorable as a ripe apple. Seeing Jiang Chen's silence, she habitually started talking about her past. I used to live in the upper domain. My childhood days were dull but peaceful. Every time my father returned from hunting, he would bring me some medicinal herbs to nourish my body. My mother would tell me interesting stories every day and then laugh to herself. My second uncle wasn't good with words. Every time he saw me, he would just say, Jushi has grown prettier again. My third uncle wasn't quite right in the head, chopping wood all day and insisting that I should watch him. And that big yellow dog, whenever I walked to the village entrance, it would bark at me. At this point, Nangong Jushi suddenly fell silent, her expression turning somber. Perhaps it was because they had been companions for so long, or perhaps because he sensed Nangong Jushi's mood had fallen. After a long pause, Jiang Chen finally spoke. No matter what happened later, at least you were happy at that time. Happy. Nangong Jushi shook her head. She'd picked up a stick and poked at the campfire. Instantly, the fire crackled and sparks flew with the wind. She gazed at the flames. After a long while, she said, the profound dark demonic body is born with an innate demonic aura. Under the influence of this aura, unless one is greatly stimulated to break the seal of the demonic aura, one cannot feel joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure for a lifetime. Jiang Chen was silent. I only have the memories. Looking back, what should have been the happiest and most blissful times? I felt just like a puppet. It was sad. Similarly, these details were not recorded in the original novel. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Unlike reading a novel, every person in this world is real. They have their own pasts and their own thoughts. And of course, it's impossible for the original novel to record everything in detail. What happened afterward? Jiang Chen asked. Afterward, Nangong Jushi stood up and looked up at the sky. Later, two cultivators appeared in the sky above the village and fought a great battle. The sky cracked open during that battle. Just the residual effects of their fight destroyed the village. My father was pierced through the chest by a sword chi while trying to protect me. My mother kept kowtowing to the two cultivators, hoping they would stop, but the only response she got was a giant palm covering the sky and one word. Ants. My second and third uncles tried to take me away, but they were killed by the shockwaves of the battle just as we reached the village entrance. And that big yellow dog. It kept barking at the two cultivators until one of them just glanced at it, and it exploded and died. And me. If it weren't for the demonic aura protecting me, I probably would have died too. Hearing this, Jiang Chen fell silent again. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. Such incidents are almost commonplace in this dog-eat-dog world. So, it was that shock that broke the seal of the demonic aura, Jiang Chen inquired. Nangong Jushi nodded and asked back, guess what the identities of those two fighting cultivators were? Demons from the demonic path, Jiang Chen blurted out. No, they were two righteous sword cultivators. Nangong Jushi's eyes turned cold, and demonic energy surged within her as she said, their fight wasn't over a life-and-death feud. It was merely a casual sparring match. For a moment, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. Later, I met an elder from the myriad Dao demon sect of the upper domain. Seeing that I had the profound dark demonic body, the elder sent me to the central domain to join the myriad Dao demon sect there. After calming down, Nangong Jushi finally said. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. He was very clear that although the imperial dynasty decrees that forces from the upper domain must not strike against those from the central domain or interfere in the affairs of the central domain, this is only the case on the surface. In the shadows, the mighty and influential figures of the upper domain have always been strategizing within the central domain. For example, the myriad Dao demon sect is merely a branch of a sect with the same name in the upper domain. Similarly, the ancient Pill Tower, the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion, and the Buddha Temple all have certain connections with the Holy Land of the Buddhist sect in the upper domain. Normally, these sects will not receive interference from the upper domain forces even if they encounter difficulties. However, if they truly face the catastrophe of annihilation, the upper domain forces will provide assistance through certain means. In comparison, the Juyin sect was able to become a first-rate sect in the central domain thanks to the Juyin Old Ancestor alone. This is also why, after the fall of the Juyin Old Ancestor, the Juyin sect faced repeated disasters of potential annihilation, and after Lin Feng ascended, it was directly destroyed. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally understood. It was all these things that shaped Nangong Jushi's ruthless and merciless character. She had no sympathy because when her parents and relatives were killed in her youth, no one had sympathy for her. She could even kill ordinary people because she understood that weakness was the original sin. It was because of weakness that her parents and relatives were treated like ants and exterminated. Her misunderstanding of the concept of good people stemmed from her isolation from the world since childhood, when she became an orphan and then joined a demonic sect. She never truly understood the meaning of good people. Chapter 264. After learning all this, Jiang Chen began to seriously consider Nangong Jushi. Previously, his resistance to Nangong Jushi stemmed from his rebellion against Heaven's will and his understanding of the original story. But now, he realized that the girl before him was just a pitiful person. However, being pitiful does not justify indiscriminate killing, nor does it justify imposing one's own past sufferings onto others. He could never accept it, nor did he want to accept this woman arranged for him by fate. Indeed, Nangong Jushi was beautiful, so beautiful that even Jiang Chen found it hard to remain calm. And to meet a woman willing to give everything for oneself is the lifelong wish of every man. But if all this was the will of heaven, if their mutual attraction and devotion were merely influenced by heaven, how could Jiang Chen accept it? He was already defying heaven, so how could he willingly accept the manipulation and kindness of heaven? Furthermore, he was well aware that accepting Nangong Jushi meant that this woman who was born for him would walk towards the tragic ending in the original story and die for him. Therefore, Jiang Chen laid his cards on the table. Have you ever thought that your feelings for me might just be influenced by heaven? He asked. Maybe so. Nangong Jushi nodded. We had no connection before, but ever since I first heard your name, it has been branded in my mind and impossible to forget. Are you willing? Willing to be influenced by heaven, willing to become a puppet under the control of heaven's will? Jiang Chen asked again. I once encountered a nine heavens mystic fox that was controlled by heaven. From the moment of its birth, its destiny was predetermined. This was unfair to it, he added. Nangong Jushi pondered this question for a long time. After several moments, she finally replied, if all this is truly arranged by heaven, then I will accept it. Why? Because if heaven really arranged for me to be born for you, then my life would lose its meaning without you. You should resist. Your destiny should be decided by yourself. Jiang Chen, you are mistaken about something. Perhaps there is indeed an influence of heaven between us. But my affection for you is genuine. With the person I like right before me, why should I resist? These words left Jiang Chen speechless. No matter what, I will not accept you, Jiang Chen said resolutely, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jushi's delicate body trembled. Although Jiang Chen had been cold to her and often indifferent, he had never spoken such direct words before. After a long silence, she tried to smile and said, it's okay, as long as I like you. Jushi, Jiang Chen interrupted softly. No matter what you say or do, you can't change my mind. Why? Nangong Jushi shouted. She had lost her composure. Besides being sealed from emotions by demonic energy in childhood, the profound dark demonic body had another characteristic. If one's desires were fulfilled, their thoughts would be clear, and their cultivation would progress rapidly. If not, the demonic energy would consume their heart, leading to madness. Being rejected by Jiang Chen time and again, she could no longer remain calm. As she asked loudly, demonic energy began to swirl in her eyes. Because our paths are different, Jiang Chen replied. Different paths? Nangong Jushi didn't understand. If their destiny was determined by heaven and they were connected by a red thread, how could their paths be different? After spending time with him, she realized that Jiang Chen was not as evil as the rumors suggested, but she was willing to try. Willing to change for Jiang Chen and to learn to be a good person. Yet despite her efforts, Jiang Chen still said their paths were different. Why? Why do you choose to ignore the red thread of destiny between us? With the demonic energy in her eyes growing denser, Nangong Jushi yelled as if driven mad. Jiang Chen's response was silence. In the end, Nangong Jushi left. Her departing figure was desolate, like a soulless shell staggering away. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. It wasn't until half an hour later, when Nangong Jushi's figure had completely vanished, that Jiang Chen let out a deep helpless sigh towards the heavens. I hope I'm right. To defy the heavens, he had no choice but to cruelly hurt the only woman in the world who loved him wholeheartedly and cared for him. He thought that only by doing so could he prevent Nangong Jushi from meeting the fate described in the original story. But the outcome proved him wrong. Half a month later, Jiang Chen heard some news. After returning to the myriad Dao demon sect, Nangong Jushi had gone mad. In her insanity, she killed her own master, Chen Shi, and then defected from the sect. Jiang Chen instantly understood that this was because of him. He was well aware that Chen Shi had always been dissatisfied with the fact that Chen Sheng had become Jiang Chen's protector. It seemed likely that Chen Shi had spoken ill of him in front of Nangong Jushi, who already mad and prompting her to commit the murder. Jiang Chen felt helpless about this. That was his first life, and in that life, he had never imagined that even by using the most decisive words to drive Nangong Jushi away, the plot would still unfold in the worst possible direction. The sect's prodigy going mad and committing patricide and defection was a huge blow to the myriad Dao demon sect. Initially, due to Chen Sheng's relationship, the sect had a harmonious relationship with Jiang Chen. But after this incident, a rift had formed between them. Occasionally, among those pursuing him, Jiang Chen could even spot disciples from the myriad Dao demon sect. At this point, the central domain had become hostile on all sides for Jiang Chen. He planned to return to the upper domain. Although the imperial dynasty of the upper domain was also searching for him, he thought he wouldn't have much trouble if he was careful. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard another piece of news. After defecting, Nangong Jushi had quietly infiltrated the ninth peak of the Juyan sect, intending to go on a killing spree. The reason? Jiang Chen didn't even need to think about it. It was surely because of him again. In the end, Nangong Jushi did not succeed and fled with injuries. The Juyan sect unanimously believed that her actions must have been instigated by Jiang Chen. Therefore, not long after, following a fierce battle with several grandmasters of the Way of the Sword from the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion, Lin Feng appeared with a group of former junior brothers and sisters. His former sect, the place he once considered home, had also issued a killing order against him. This time, Jiang Chen offered no explanation. He was exhausted from defending against attacks from his former sect members and eventually self-destructed his life-bound spirit sword to escape thousands of li away. After this battle, he never appeared in the central domain again. It wasn't until more than 10 years later after the Juyan sect was promoted to a sect of the upper domain that he learned Nangong Jushi had died. After recovering from her madness and learning that she had caused so much trouble for Jiang Chen, she voluntarily went to the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion and took responsibility for all her crimes. In the end, her fate is the same as in the original story. She died under a sky filled with sword rain. Jiang Chen suddenly awoke from his memories. Before him was still the face of Nangong Jushi, her smile enchanting, her laughter charming. "Are you Jiang Chen?" Nangong Jushi was still asking the same question. Jiang Chen's lips parted, but he hesitated, not knowing what to say. Their meeting at this moment proved that the red thread of fate had connected them once again, and it was inescapable. In this life, Jiang Chen had no choice either. If he rejected Nangong Jushi, the plot of the previous 8 lives might play out again. If he accepted her, even if he could protect this woman, once he ascended and left, all he would leave behind for her was endless loneliness and hurt. Unsure of what to do, Jiang Chen finally decided to run. From now on, he would flee whenever he saw Nangong Jushi. Indeed, no matter where he was, Nangong Jushi could find him if she followed the red thread of fate. But that wasn't a problem. After all, there would be no further interaction between them as long as he fled fast enough. And without interaction, he believed Nangong Jushi wouldn't fall into madness due to unrequited love. Even if she committed evil deeds for him, the myriad Dao demon sect would protect her. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Chen felt it was worth a try. To flee fast and with style, he first needed to attract Nangong Jushi's attention. "Do you see the red thread between us?" Nangong Jushi asked again. Jiang Chen pretended not to hear and suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look, someone is flying." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Hu, and the other prodigies who were preparing to seize the opportunity to escape were all startled. This was inside a secret realm. Even cultivators from the upper 4 realms couldn't fly here. Only those who had achieved major achievement in the Way of the Sword or the Way of the Saber could fly in the air. Rao BS. Driven by curiosity, everyone looked in the direction Jiang Chen was pointing. However, they saw nothing but emptiness. What was there? Nothing. On the other hand, Nangong Jushi, although she did turn her head to look, eventually curbed her curiosity. "What's so interesting about someone flying? You're more interesting to look at," she gazed at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen was speechless. Since ordinary tricks were useless, he had to resort to something more drastic. Gritting his teeth, he took out a piece of clothing and stuffed it into Nangong Jushi's hands. Nangong Jushi was indeed startled. Looking at the clothing in her hands, she blinked in confusion and said, "Huh? Stockings. Stockings." Jiang Chen was baffled. Upon closer inspection, the clothing indeed turned out to be Jiang Lianyue's stockings. In his haste, he had grabbed the wrong item. Seeing Jiang Chen taking out her stockings and even placing them in another woman's hands in front of everyone, Jiang Lianyue's face turned red. Cough, cough, sorry, I took the wrong thing. He snatched the stockings back and coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. He fumbled in his pocket again, and then he took out a green bellyband. Qingning, who's Qingning? Why do you have another woman's bellyband? Nangong Jushi frowned as she looked at the red characters on the bellyband. Ah, Jiang Chen was once again embarrassed. His original intention was to take out Nangong Jushi's bellyband and make a quick getaway while she was distracted. But there were too many clothes in his pocket, and in his panic, he kept taking out the wrong ones. To be certain, he decided to go all out and take out all the clothes in his bosom, and then, he began to sort through them under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As he sorted, he muttered, "This is Qingning's. This is Lianyue's. This is my master's. This is Lianyue's again. Oh, found it. This one is yours." Finally, he placed a black bellyband into Nangong Jushi's hands. Familiar clothing in sight, Nangong Jushi was completely dumbfounded. "FCK," the onlookers exclaimed in shock. Jiang Lianyue's face turned as red as a ripe apple, dripping with desire. Only Jiang Hu remained calm, giving a thumbs up and praising repeatedly, "Eldest senior brother is awesome." While Nangong Jushi was still in a daze, Jiang Chen acted swiftly. He grabbed Jiang Lianyue with one hand and Jiang Hu with the other after summoning his sword and flew off into the distance. In just a few breaths, they had disappeared from sight, leaving behind Nangong Jushi and the other prodigies stunned in a daze. "Which from myriad Tao, meet your end. Amitabha, today this poor monk shall punish evil and promote good." At the same time, a man flying on a sword arrived with a monk. The man was the #1 swordsman of the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion, Su Shan, and the monk was the #1 Buddhist disciple of the Buddha Temple, Cien. The two landed in front of Nangong Jushi, both brimming with murderous intent. Seeing her eldest senior brother arrive, the feigning dead sixth sword disciple leapt up from the lake and complained, "Eldest senior brother. That Jiang Chen is too ruthless, he beat us all up." "Jiang Chen," Su Shan frowned. "Is it that Jiang Chen who has committed many evils and whose strength doesn't even qualify for the Heaven's Pride ranking?" "Yes, that's him," the sixth sword disciple nodded while crying. "Eldest senior brother, Jiang Chen's strength is extraordinary. He has achieved major achievement in the way of the sword and also possesses the phoenix fire, we were no match for him." Hearing this, Su Shan's fighting spirit surged. As the #1 swordsman, he had enough pride and confidence. He looked around coldly and shouted, "Where is Jiang Chen? Dare you to fight me?" Silence was his answer. "Eldest senior brother, Jiang Chen has run away. That's why he suddenly fled just now, he must have sensed your arrival," the sixth sword disciple quickly explained. That Jiang Chen is such a coward, Su Shan was taken aback. "Senior brother Su Shan is the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking, it's only natural that Jiang Chen would run upon seeing you," Cien said with a smile. "Hee, I'm only ranked second, I don't deserve the title of the top," Su Shan said modestly, waving his hand. Though he spoke modestly, pride filled his eyes. Because as soon as the Heaven's Pride ranking was revealed, the prodigies of the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion in the Buddha Temple had learned from their old ancestors that it was impossible for the human sacred body to appear right now. Therefore, he, Su Shan, was the true top of the ranking. Not bothering with the fleeing Jiang Chen, Su Shan turned his attention back to Nangong Jushi. "Which, you have killed our righteous prodigies, today is the day you die," he shouted coldly. At this moment, Nangong Jushi was still in a state of shock. She was certain she hadn't seen wrong. The clothing in her hands was indeed her own clothing. But she couldn't understand at all. How did it end up in Jiang Chen's hands? She had clearly stored it in her spirit ring. With this thought, she quickly checked her spirit ring. Indeed, it was gone. Then, she began to ponder another question. What did Jiang Chen steal it for? If he stole it, why did he give it back to her? Could it be it wasn't worth collecting? Thinking this, Nangong Jushi became annoyed. Humph. She placed her hands on her hips and looked in the direction Jiang Chen had left. She must find Jiang Chen and ask for a clear explanation. Seeing her not responding for a long time, Su Shan was also displeased and immediately drew his sword to attack. Look, someone really is flying. Suddenly, the sixth sword disciple pointed towards the horizon and shouted. Hearing this, Su Shan was taken aback. He squinted in the direction the sixth sword disciple was pointing and indeed saw a figure flying on a sword. It's Jiang Chen. He's coming back, the sixth sword disciple shouted again. A figure returned on a flying sword. The sixth sword disciple and Su Shan quickly looked over. Indeed, it was Jiang Chen returning once more. Jiang Chen has already left. Why did he come back again? Cn was startled. Seeing Jiang Chen return again, he felt somewhat perplexed. Haha, I guess he knew that senior brother was here and that he couldn't escape, so he simply came back. The sixth sword disciple laughed heartily. This comment pleased Su Shan. He was the number 1 swordsman of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion and famous on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Who wouldn't call him awesome upon seeing him? Didn't Jiang Chen turn and leave upon seeing him just now? That's the power of deterrence. But Su Shan wasn't a fool. He still remained vigilant in his heart. He speculated that since Jiang Chen had turned and left, there must be a reason for his return. Although he didn't know what Jiang Chen was specifically after, he was sure it was something audacious. With this thought, Su Shan placed his hands on his hips. Jiang Chen, do you know who I am? Jiang Chen pretended not to recognize him, looking puzzled. Who are you? Listen well, I am the number 1 swordsman of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion, the second prodigy on the Heaven's Pride ranking, Su Shan. Su Shan laughed heartily. Oh, then do you know who I am? Jiang Chen smiled. Aren't you Jiang Chen? Su Shan was taken aback. Wrong. Completely wrong. Glancing at Nangang Jushi, who had turned to pounce on him, Jiang Chen shouted, I am the first prodigy of the Juyin demonic sect, the human sacred body Lu Lin. Upon hearing this, everyone was full of question marks. Wasn't this a blatant lie? Seeing Jiang Chen assert this so confidently, even Nangang Jushi began to doubt whether she had recognized the wrong person. But she remembered clearly that the sixth sword disciple had indeed addressed the man in front of her as Jiang Chen. For a moment, she could only blink her big eyes in confusion, standing there dumbfounded. Su Shan was equally dumbfounded. He had never seen Jiang Chen, so he was somewhat unable to understand for a moment. Brother Su, there's no need to doubt. Jiang Chen caused a ruckus at the Buddha temple. I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. Cn quickly reminded from the side. Hearing this, Su Shan nodded. And at that moment, Jiang Chen said, I, Lu Lin, am the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking, while you are only second. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Although he scoffed inwardly, Su Shan still played along. It means I'm your daddy. Su Shan's face darkened. He was so angry that he wanted to draw his sword and chop someone right away. But to strike directly now would undoubtedly be a disadvantage. Those who didn't know better might think he was acting out of embarrassed rage. To regain the upper hand, he had to win the verbal battle, but unfortunately, Su Shan was not good with words, so he could only signal the sixth sword disciple with his eyes. The sixth sword disciple understood and blurted out. Jiang Chen, you're outrageous. How dare you say you're the daddy of our 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion's number 1 swordsman? Do you think our number 1 swordsman is fatherless? Oh, Jiang Chen nodded. He agreed with the sixth sword disciple's words, but to others, it sounded a bit strange. Why did it feel a bit off? Amitabha, Jiang Chen donor, you have committed many evil deeds, why not apologize to donor Su Shan? Cn gave a salute, his body radiating with Buddha's light, and stepped forward to speak. Who are you? Jiang Chen looked at the bald man in front of him, speechless. Although he had seen Cn, he didn't remember him. Because in his eyes, all monks looked the same. Eldest senior brother, he is the number 1 Buddhist son of the Buddha temple, Cn Zhonghu said from the side. So it's a baldy from the Buddha temple. Get lost. Jiang Chen's expression changed instantly. He stretched out his hand and slapped Cn's face, sending Cn spinning and crashing into the lake. Everyone was shocked at this scene. Damn, no reasoning at all. A direct sneak attack. That's just shameless. Eldest senior brother is mighty, eldest senior brother is awesome, Zhonghu shouted from the side. Cough, cough, low-key, Jiang Chen coughed. Jiang Chen, you have no shame and are despicable. You actually sneak attacked. Cn rushed back in a flash with a swollen cheek, his whole person furious. So what if I sneak attacked you? Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. But you're the eldest senior brother of the Juyin sect, Cn was uncontrollably angry. The Juyin sect is now the Juyin demonic sect. Jiang Chen smirked. As the eldest senior brother of the demonic sect, it's only natural for me to sneak attack. My god. Su Shan and the others were stunned by Jiang Chen's words. Do you have no shame at all? Jiang Chen, don't be too arrogant. This is the mysterious ice realm. Even if you rely on the Juyan demonic sect and the Jiang family, don't think you can do whatever you want. Staring coldly at Jiang Chen, Su Shan said coldly, I'll give you a piece of advice, too much evil will lead to your self-destruction. Upon hearing this, just as Jiang Chen was about to say something, Jiang Hu volunteered. Eldest senior brother, let me handle the trash talk. As Jiang Chen's underling, he was very clear on his duties. Jiang Chen, who wasn't fond of verbal spats, nodded in agreement. Then, Jiang Hu, hee, smiled and took out 2 banners, fiddled with them for a while, and held one in each hand, unfurling them. One read, these 2 idiots Su Shan and CN never bring paper when they go to the toilet. Looking at the other one. Because these 2 idiots know how to eat shit when they go to the toilet. FCK. So vicious. The others were first shocked, then admired Jiang Chen's underling's literary talent. Because such a couplet was not only neatly matched but also very rhyming. Upon seeing it, Su Shan and CN were almost driven mad with anger. What the hell does this mean? This is a personal attack. This is unbearable. Even if Grandpa can bear it, Grandma can't. With a boom, Buddha's light shone brightly, and CN's body was enveloped in golden light. The Buddhist teachings within him circulated, presenting a majestic appearance. It was clear that he was now in a state of righteous indignation, ready to take action. However, he felt somewhat hollow inside. Because the technique he practiced was not the Buddha Stupa Sutra, but the Buddha Stupa Zen method. Such techniques, in front of Jiang Chen's Buddha Stupa Sutra, were like a son to a father. Last time at the Buddha temple, he was beaten miserably by Jiang Chen due to his technique being suppressed. But today was different from the past. After being beaten last time, he devoted himself to cultivation, not only making progress in his cultivation level but also can resist the suppression of his technique to a certain extent. With this in mind, CN's Buddhist technique circulated even faster, feeling an explosive surge within. With a clang, Su Shan also, with red eyes, drew his sword. Jiang Chen, you've brought this upon yourself, let's see how we deal with you, Su Shan shouted loudly. Jian Lu also wanted to rush forward, but remembering the scene of Jiang Chen's swift action just now, he still felt uneasy. Although he felt they would not lose, there was still a chilling unease in his heart. Haha, junior brother, you're too cautious. A mere Jiang Chen who hasn't even made it onto the Heaven's Pride ranking is just all bark and no bite. Su Shan laughed heartily upon seeing this. We are all renowned on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Dealing with Jiang Chen is simply a matter of lifting a hand, he added. Oh, dealing with me is simply a matter of lifting a hand, Jiang Chen laughed. He laughed wickedly. Then come and try. Behold my great majestic heavenly dragon. Jiang Chen raised his hand and unleashed a huge golden dragon. Damn, not this move again, CN cursed without regard for his image. CN couldn't stop cursing. He had a deep impression of this move by Jiang Chen. Not long ago, Jiang Chen and Lin Feng caused an uproar at the Buddha temple, not only wreaking havoc on the Buddha's 6 prisons but also turning the entire Buddha temple upside down. The most notable was Jiang Chen's great majestic heavenly dragon. It had indeed left a psychological shadow on CN and the others. Amitabha, this poor monk doesn't believe it. Facing the terrifying golden dragon unleashed by Jiang Chen, CN's face showed courage to face difficulties. Behold my Buddhist technique, CN shouted, trying to resist with his own Buddhist technique. Then he saw a familiar scene and felt a familiar feeling. He watched helplessly as the golden body formed by his Buddhist technique shattered under the impact of the golden dragon, and then he was directly hit and suppressed by the dragon just like before at the Buddha temple. In this regard, one could only say that CN was impulsive. CN was suppressed by a flip of the hand. Seeing this, Su Shan was shocked. However, he sneered again. Jiang Chen, you really are extraordinary. But do you think I'm the same as CN? The technique I practice is the most lethal way of the sword. I have achieved major achievement in the way of the sword, and my strength has reached the heavenly origin realm. It's the bearing of a sword emperor. Do you think I would be afraid of you? He continued to encourage himself. With that being said, his aura surged, stirring the air and clouds around him, causing subtle changes in the surrounding celestial phenomena. This made the others gasp in awe. Worthy of being the #1 swordsman of the 7 luminaries sword pavilion. Jian Lu wanted to flatter, but after glancing at Jiang Chen, he shouted, Senior brother Su Shan, be careful. Su Shan was puzzled. Careful. He was now ready to go all out and show Jiang Chen his strength. Why should he be careful? If anyone should be careful, it should be Jiang Chen, right? Ancient swordsmanship, first form, Skybreaker. Jiang Chen's murmuring voice emerged. As the words fell, an image of an old man with white hair and a gentle smile towering dozens of Jiang tall with a sword appeared behind him. The phantom moved exactly like Jiang Chen, both wielding their swords and slashing at the same time. A massive sword chi over 100 Jiang long appeared again, thick with ancient aura mixed with sword intent, exuding a power like the wrath of the heavens and causing awe and fear in all who witnessed it. A.B. ANC ancient way of the sword. Su Shan's face turned pale. As the number one swordsman of the seven luminaries sword pavilion, how could he not recognize the ancient way of the sword? He just couldn't understand how Jiang Chen could know the ancient way of the sword. This was very unreasonable. The cultivators of the seven luminaries sword pavilion specialized in the sword, yet none had mastered the ancient way of the sword. Could it be that Jiang Chen's talent in the way of the sword surpassed everyone in the seven luminaries sword pavilion? Damn heavens, are you playing with me? Su Shan began to doubt life. He was known to have the bearing of a sword emperor, potentially comprehending the ancient way of the sword, a natural-born sword emperor. Which was superior was obvious even to a fool. And facing such a powerful move, Su Shan had no way to resist. All he could do was run. He immediately fled with all his might on his sword. Seeing that flying with his sword could not escape the 100 Jiang sword chi, he gritted his teeth and self-destructed his spirit sword. Boom! With a deafening explosion, his ancient sword shattered, creating a visible spiritual power hurricane. With the boost from this hurricane, his speed of escape increased slightly, narrowly avoiding the first form, ancient sword. Although he avoided it, the aftermath of the first form, ancient sword was still like countless blades, continuously slashing his body. Su Shan had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. In the end, although alive, he fell from the sky, his clothes almost completely shredded by the aftermath of the sword chi, leaving only his tattered underpants. Cough, cough, Su Shan kept coughing up blood as he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt his eyes burn, and he shouted repeatedly. Arrogant demon, how shameless you are! Take my next strike, great majestic heavenly dragon. Dragon soars in the sky. Om Mani Padme Hum. After everything settled, Su Shan was beaten beyond recognition. Ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed again. With another, great majestic heavenly dragon, combo, he directly blasted the fallen Su Shan and CN into the dried-up lake, headfirst into the mud. Seeing this scene, the other prodigies were stunned. They knew Jiang Chen was fierce, but they didn't expect him to be this fierce. At this moment, they even doubted. Was this really Jiang Chen? Could it actually be the human sacred body Lu Lin in disguise? They couldn't help it. It was too fierce. How could such a fierce person not be named on the Heaven's Pride ranking? What they didn't know was that if it hadn't been for the Phoenix Fire being too powerful and Jiang Chen being worried about harming allies, he could have been even fiercer. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, cultivation level increased to late heavenly origin stage. At the same time, the system's notification text appeared. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He didn't regret coming back as soon as he heard from afar that Su Shan and CN were planning to make a move on Nangong Jushi. Are you Jiang Chen or Lu Lin? A pleasant voice rang out. Jiang Chen turned around and his brain froze again. The speaker was none other than Nangong Jushi. She was still dressed in a black gown, her smile gentle and charming. Her stunning beauty, combined with the unique aura of her profound dark demonic body, was both enchanting and captivating. I'm talking to you. Seeing Jiang Chen in a daze, Nangong Jushi pouted. She had felt somewhat down, not understanding why Jiang Chen was so cold towards her, as if he wanted to keep his distance. This had pained her heart. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had come back in the end and had given Su Shan and the others a beating. Wasn't it obvious that he had returned for her? With this thought, she felt her heart fill up with happiness. On the other hand, upon hearing her, Jiang Chen suddenly snapped back to reality and declared confidently. A true man never changes his name or his surname. My name is Lu Lin. Human sacred body. Admitting the truth was out of the question. Now that the threads of fate had been drawn, admitting he was Jiang Chen at this point could lead to the same fate as in his previous 8 lives. Therefore, the best approach was to borrow the name Lu Lin. Although it wasn't of much use, it was better than nothing. PFF'd. Seeing Jiang Chen lie without batting an eye, Nangong Jushi couldn't help but laugh. Just as she didn't care about his appearance or actions, she didn't care about Jiang Chen's name. What she cared about was the person Jiang Chen was. The man who, with just one glance, made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Of course, whether it was her or any other prodigy, they all knew Jiang Chen's true identity. They also knew that Jiang Chen was just talking nonsense when he said he was Lu Lin. Nangong Jushi's question was simply because she hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so strong. Jiang Chen, you had clearly already left. Did you come back because you heard Su Shan and CN were going to attack me? Nangong Jushi asked again. Beautiful lady, you are mistaken. Jiang Chen straightened his expression and said, firstly, my name is Lu Lin. Secondly, the reason I came back is because the name, Su Shan, disgusts me. It is indeed quite disgusting. After a moment of silence, Nangong Jushi nodded. Their conversation reached the ears of Su Shan, who was still in the lac, stuck upside down. His dangling feet twitched twice. Suddenly, with a swoosh sound, Jiang Chen once again flew off on his sword along with Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Huan disappearing in an instant. Nangong Jushi stood still for a long time while staring blankly at the direction Jiang Chen had left. Liar, she said with a smile. Elsewhere, Lin Feng was riding on his saber chi. He was excited. He hadn't expected that collecting the 7th grade spiritual fire would go so smoothly. Jiang Chen hadn't caused him any trouble either. HMPH, he must have sensed that I am now in the late heavenly origin stage and became afraid of me, Lin Feng boasted with his arms crossed, feeling elated. He has phoenix fire, which could burn you to a crisp. Old man Tianji took the opportunity to throw cold water on his excitement. The power of phoenix fire is immense, maybe he hasn't fully mastered it yet. Otherwise, tell me, why would he act like this? Lin Feng retorted. Old man Tianji fell silent. The recent events were indeed strange. Not to mention that Lin Feng had changed so much, yet Jiang Chen was still able to recognize him. Just one thing. In the past, every time Jiang Chen saw Lin Feng, he would severely thrash him. But this time, not only did he not thrash him, but he also watched Lin Feng leave. More importantly, the look in Jiang Chen's eyes as he watched Lin Feng leave was indeed a bit odd. It was like a father watching his son go on a long journey, filled with sighs and care. This confused old man Tianji. He secretly guessed that this was not in Jiang Chen's nature and must have been influenced by some reason. But even he, who knew the destinies of past and present, was clueless about this reason. You should find a place to refine that 7th grade spiritual fire first to avoid any complications, old man Tianji eventually suggested. All right. Lin Feng saw no issue with that. He looked down, searching for a quiet place to settle. The mysterious ice realm was all ice plains and glaciers, a vast expanse of white. The only places to hide were the various ice caves scattered about. He randomly picked an ice cave and leapt down from high above. Be careful. These ice caves are often the dwellings of demonic beasts, old man Tianji warned before entering the cave. Lin Feng nodded and proceeded with his saber in hand. The ice cave was small, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Whoosh! A cold wind blew as soon as he entered the cave, causing Lin Feng to shiver. He moved forward stealthily, always cautious. He had thought that a great demon or a group of bloodthirsty beasts would attack, but to his surprise, the ice cave was silent, with only frozen bloodstains on the ground and some signs of a struggle and nothing else. A new OVS. Lin Feng made his way to the deepest part of the cave. What he saw was a more spacious area, big enough to accommodate a dozen people. At the same time, a rich spiritual energy hit him in the face. Lin Feng thought there might be some precious natural treasures, but looking around, he couldn't even find a ghost shadow. Someone got here first. Old man Tianji realized what had happened and sighed. Judging from the residual spiritual energy concentration, there should have been a 5th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure here, but it has been taken by someone else. How infuriating. Lin Feng instantly felt so annoyed that his teeth itched. As the son of destiny, he was used to having all opportunities for himself. This feeling of being beaten to the punch by someone else made him very uncomfortable. However, he quickly showed disdain. It was just a 5th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, after all. He had encountered such opportunities countless times. It's not all bad news, though. At least the person who got here first cleared out the beasts in this ice cave for you, saving you some trouble and allowing you to refine the spiritual fire more quickly, Old Man Tianji said with a smile. Right, refining the spiritual fire is the priority, Lin Feng said with a grin. Then, after making sure there were no other cultivators hiding in the cave, he sat down in the deepest part, took out a huge crystal containing the spiritual fire, and began to refine it. The crystal seemed solid, but Lin Feng only needed to infuse it with spiritual energy for it to melt slowly like ice. In no time, the spiritual fire inside was fully exposed. Now, Lin Feng was a 6th grade pill refiner, and the moment he became a master 6th grade pill refiner, the ancient pill tower had gifted him with a 6th grade innate spiritual fire. At this moment, he compared his own spiritual fire with the one before him. Ha ha! Lin Feng laughed out loud and praised, this mysterious ice crystal fire is indeed incomparable to a 6th grade spiritual fire. Whether it's the temperature or the concentration, it's several levels higher. The mysterious ice crystal fire has dual properties. If used for pill refining, it can not only increase the chance of successful pill formation and remove impurities but also prevent the furnace from exploding to some extent, Old Man Tianji also praised. I already have a 6th grade spiritual fire. How can I refine this mysterious ice crystal fire? Lin Feng asked. It's simple. Old Man Tianji straightened up and said, you need to first release the blood bond with your 6th grade spiritual fire, and then you can absorb this 7th grade spiritual fire into your body. I see, Lin Feng said, enlightened. Without any hesitation, he immediately followed Old Man Tianji's instructions and released the bond with his own spiritual fire. Soon, a cluster of red flames emerged from his forehead, which was his own 6th grade spiritual fire. Looking at this 6th grade spiritual fire, Lin Feng felt sentimental. Since becoming a disciple of the ancient pill tower, he had shed his previous frustrations and finally lived up to the image of the Son of Destiny. He was respected by his fellow disciples and protected by his master. His master, Yu Shi, not only managed to get him a 9 abyss soul embryo, but after Lin Feng had accumulated enough experience in the way of the pill, he also gifted him this 6th grade spiritual fire. It's no exaggeration to say that this 6th grade spiritual fire was the symbol of his rise in the ancient pill tower. If it weren't for the fact that there was a better spiritual fire to replace it, he would have been somewhat reluctant to part with this 6th grade spiritual fire. With a 7th grade spiritual fire, coupled with your experience in the way of the pill, you can quickly advance to a 7th grade pill refiner. That will be your true rise, Old Man Tianji said. Lin Feng nodded and took out a little green bottle from his spirit ring. This bottle was unnamed and unranked, made by the ancient pill tower from special materials, specifically for storing spiritual fires. Lin Feng planned to first store the 6th grade spiritual fire in it and then return it intact to his master Yu Shi when he got back to the ancient pill tower. After all, even though the ancient pill tower was large and prosperous, 6th grade spiritual fires were not plentiful. Just as he was about to use his spiritual power to control and place the spiritual fire into the bottle, something unexpected happened. With a bang, a cultivator with an ordinary face, ordinary clothes, and ordinary cultivation level burst out from the ice in front of Lin Feng. Ha ha! Lin Feng, I knew you would come here, the ordinary cultivator laughed. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's confusion and Old Man Tianji's stunned moment, the cultivator also took out a little green bottle and, wrapping his hand with spiritual energy, grabbed the 6th grade spiritual fire closest to him and stuffed it into the bottle. Then he immediately fled without looking back. His speed was so fast that it caught him off guard. How dare you! After snapping back to reality, Lin Feng was furious. He, the Son of Destiny, had his spiritual fire stolen right under his nose. This was intolerable. What he couldn't understand even more was that he had carefully checked just before, and there shouldn't have been any other cultivators in this ice cave. Now was not the time to ponder deeply. Lin Feng, holding his black blade, was about to give chase. Are you stupid? If the 6th grade spiritual fire is gone, it's gone. The priority now is to refine the 7th grade spiritual fire. Old Man Tianji quickly stopped him. Lin Feng was taken aback. The 7th grade spiritual fire was still floating in the air. Indeed, he couldn't let anger cloud his judgment. Reluctantly, he put away his black blade, intending to refine the 7th grade spiritual fire first. But just as he sat down cross-legged again, bang, 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 following several muffled explosion sounds, even more cultivators burst out of the ice. These cultivators were also laughing maniacally, their eyes filled with malice, and they said in unison. Haha Lin Feng, I knew you would come here. Looking at the group of cultivators in front of him, Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He could tell at a glance that these cultivators were all the mad cultivators from Cold Realm City. He just couldn't understand. It was one thing for one person to escape his detection, but there were as many as 10 people in front of him. Some of these people were hidden under the ice, some disguised as ice pillars, some clinging to the walls, and he hadn't detected a trace of their presence. And what did they mean by knowing he would come here? Could it be that this bunch of lunatics could predict the future? I wasn't sure before, but now I am certain. Old man Tianji spoke gravely. Certain of what? Lin Feng asked. These cultivators have all practiced the ancient turtle breath concealing technique. That's why they were able to completely hide their presence, Old man Tianji explained. What? Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. He clearly remembered that Old man Tianji had said that the ancient turtle breath concealing technique was an ancient method and that only Old man Tianji himself knew it. How could there suddenly be so many people who also knew this ancient technique? Could it be? Old man Tianji, please stop talking nonsense in the future, Lin Feng said with a dark face. Nonsense. Do I need to talk nonsense? Who doesn't know that I, Old man Tianji, am versed in the past and present and understand fate? Old man Tianji was furious. If that's the case, then explain the current situation, Lin Feng said with a sneer. This. Old man Tianji was at a loss for words. How could he know what was happening? The scene before him reminded him of the time when Juyan old ancestor had learned the ancient soul technique. That technique was also an ancient one, known only to him, yet it was learned by Juyan old ancestor. Now, the same was true for the open double angle bracket ancient turtle breathing technique close double angle bracket. There must be a traitor among us. But who could it be? Someone who knows me so well has stolen several of my ancient techniques and informed others, Old man Tianji murmured to himself as if facing a formidable enemy. Rano vs. He considered all his past enemies one by one, only to arrive at one conclusion. He had no idea. He couldn't figure it out. Even racking his brains, he couldn't guess who the traitor was. If he hadn't been so familiar with Lin Feng and hadn't spent so much time with him, he would have suspected that the traitor was Lin Feng himself. As for what the mad cultivators had said about knowing Lin Feng was there, Old man Tianji dismissed it as the ramblings of lunatics. Even he couldn't accurately predict a person's movements, let alone a bunch of madmen. Now is not the time to think about this. First, let's collect the 7th grade spiritual fire and fight our way out, Old man Tianji finally said. Alright, Lin Feng was the first to collect the spiritual fire. He quickly assessed the cultivation levels of the cultivators before him. Their cultivation ranged from human origin realm to heavenly origin realm, with uneven levels. The strongest among them, a heavenly origin cultivator, was only at the early stage. Lin Feng scoffed at the thought. With just this level of cultivation, they dared to attempt to slay him, the son of destiny. How arrogant! Those who are my enemies shall all be killed. With a loud shout, Lin Feng clenched his black saber and slashed out several saber chi. He had achieved major accomplishment in the way of the saber, and his saber chi was mixed with a strong saber intent. Under the influence of the saber intent, cultivators with lower cultivation couldn't resist at all. Only those at the earthly origin and heavenly origin realms could barely dodge if they exerted all their strength. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng advanced with his saber, launching into a frenzied attack. In just a moment, several cultivators were slain by his black saber. Seeing that they were truly no match, the leading heavenly origin cultivator shouted, Lin Feng, you be ****. This place is too narrow. Do you dare to come out and fight me? With those words, the cultivator quickly fled outside. Seeing this, the other cultivators hurriedly followed suit. HMPH. Want to run? Ask my saber if it agrees, Lin Feng snorted coldly and pursued with his saber in hand. One by one, the people fled from the ice cave. Outside the ice cave, the world was as white as ever, with the falling snow mixed with blood red, making the whole world look even more eerie. After escaping from the ice cave, the cultivators suddenly stopped in their tracks. What's the matter, not running anymore? Or do you really want to fight me to the death? Lin Feng also stopped and asked. Silence was their response. Ha ha ha! The heavenly origin cultivator gathered all his cultivation and laughed heartily towards the sky. Today is the day to defy the heavens and change fate. His voice boomed like thunder, rolling away and causing the snow to scatter and the ice field to crack. Defy the heavens and change fate. Just you. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. By myself, of course not. The heavenly origin cultivator shook his head. But I am not alone. What do you mean? Lin Feng's pupils shrank. This time, the answer came in the form of the eerie laughter of all the cultivators. The laughter was chilling, giving Lin Feng goosebumps. Boom. And just as Lin Feng was complaining to himself about conversing with a bunch of lunatics, a section of the ice field exploded. I believe that fate can be defied and the wind can be harnessed. Man is destined to triumph over heaven. A cultivator leapt out, bringing with him a flurry of snowflakes. Boom. Another section of the ice burst open. Fate lies ahead, so let's march towards death. Succeed and you defy heaven and change fate. Die and so be it. Another cultivator leapt out. Boom. We cultivators are meant to defy the heavens. Boom. Lin Feng, I knew you would come here. I've been waiting for a long time. Boom. The world is confused. Only I am awake. Boom. Boom. With each explosion, a cultivator burst out of the ice, shouting a dramatic line as they appeared. At first, Lin Feng could keep count. But as time passed, more and more cultivators broke out of the ice, and then he realized he was surrounded by thousands of mad cultivators. Everywhere he looked, there were lunatics. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed hard and took a few steps back. There were too many madmen. He couldn't kill them all. He really couldn't understand why these lunatics insisted on opposing him. Even if it meant death, they wanted to clash with him. What kind of grudge or grievance was this? The point was he didn't recognize a single one. Lin Feng didn't know that Juyan Old Ancestor had changed his strategy this time in Cold Realm City. Juyan Old Ancestor realized that there are countless people in the world, each with different characters, cultivation levels, and thoughts, and thus they are affected differently by the 9 cycles of reincarnation. For example, those who are indifferent, selfish, and self-serving, although they go mad from watching the 9 cycles of reincarnation, it's only because they are driven mad, not because they have experienced the pain of the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Such people cannot fully understand his pain. Even if they go mad, they are more inclined to live a life of compromise. On the contrary, those who are involved with themselves, who are righteous and noble, can very well understand his pain. Not only can they truly generate the thought of defying the heavens, but even in their madness, they can retain a certain level of sanity. These people are the best choice. Only such people are qualified to know the truth of the world. Therefore, the thousands of mad cultivators surrounding Lin Feng were all either righteous or cannon fodder who had died because of Lin Feng in the 9 cycles of reincarnation. It was also for this reason that these people would protect Jiang Chen at all costs and fight against a myriad of ghosts. That's why they wanted to defy the heavens and change fate as soon as they entered the secret realm. Lin Feng, give me back the lives of my wife and child. A cultivator suddenly charged at him. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. Who cares who I am? Die. The cultivator continued to shout, instantly engaging in a brawl with Lin Feng. My husband is the best. Go daddy. A middle-aged woman and a young child were cheering from a distance. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Madmen are indeed madmen. His wife and child are still alive and well, yet he insists on him to give their lives back. With the thought that it's best to calm things down, Lin Feng quickly tried to persuade him, brother, calm down. Your wife and child are still alive. I won't listen to you. Thousands of cultivators battle the Son of Destiny, and the fight is about to break out. Lin Feng is exhausted from dealing with them. Although his cultivation and combat power are stronger, his internal spiritual energy is limited. Soon, the battle turned into thousands of cultivators ganging up on the Son of Destiny. Although the cultivators were mad, they still retained some rationality. They knew the Son of Destiny was not easy to kill, so they adopted a tactic of frontal distraction and sneak attacks from behind. Thanks to the open double angle bracket ancient turtle breathing technique close double angle bracket, the sneak attack tactic was very effective. Often, Lin Feng would be stabbed with various spiritual weapons, grimacing in pain, bleeding profusely before he even realized someone was approaching from behind. He would be punched until he was dizzy and nearly fainted several times. In just a moment, Lin Feng was beaten beyond recognition. His face was swollen and bruised. The exposed skin was covered with wounds caused by various spiritual weapons, a sight full of injuries. After repelling another cultivator attacking him again, Lin Feng gasped for air, furious. If you have the guts, come at me one by one, he shouted. If you have the guts, fight honorably and I'll chop you, a cultivator retorted. Lin Feng was left speechless. Why are you trying to reason with a bunch of madmen? Run for it, old man Tianji shouted. Lin Feng thought about it and agreed. He is the son of destiny, why should he play with a bunch of madmen? There were too many madmen to kill. He couldn't kill them all, and he was indeed surrounded at the moment, but he could run away. The problem was, I want to run too. But I'm surrounded now, and if I try to fly away, I'll be pulled down before I can get away, Lin Feng cried out in his heart. First, unleash a powerful move to push these people back, old man Tianji suggested. All right, at it nobleman at. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng held his breath and concentrated, a red light surging in his eyes. He was very clear that to repel so many cultivators at once was extremely difficult. Only by using the new move he had recently mastered did he have a chance of success. Soon, his aura surged, and he looked ready to kill. Just as he was about to raise his black saber and swing it down, a strange scene occurred. Before he could make a move, the cultivators surrounding him simultaneously retreated 100 steps. They started to guard from a distance. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. These madmen were too cautious, weren't they? He hadn't even made a move yet, and they all ran away. However, this was also good, as it at least achieved the goal of repelling them. After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng was about to release a saber chi and then escape on it. But who knew that just as he raised his hand, the group of cultivators ran back again. In just a moment, they had surrounded him again. Lin Feng was speechless. With no choice, he prepared to release his first form of powerful move again. Just as he raised his hand, the group of mad cultivators ran away again in perfect unison. As soon as he lowered his hand, the cultivators ran back. This cycle repeated over and over. What are you doing? If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to run, then run. Don't keep running back and forth. Overwhelmed with frustration, Lin Feng was on the verge of tears. Raoes. He had a feeling that these madmen in front of him seemed to be extremely familiar with his moves and actions. As soon as he made a move, they knew what he was planning to do. In response, he was met with the strange laughter of the mad cultivators. At this point, you have to make a tough decision. Throw out the 7th grade spiritual fire to make them fight over it, then take the chance to escape, old man Tianji suggested. What? Lin Feng jumped in shock. Throw away the 7th grade spiritual fire that he had finally obtained. Was this a joke? Moreover, his own 6th grade spiritual fire had been stolen by someone else because he wants to refine the 7th grade spiritual fire. If he gave up the 7th grade spiritual fire now, then he would have no spiritual fire to use. Choose between your spiritual fire or your life. I warn you, don't try to gamble with fate. This is the mysterious ice realm, and there is a suppression of natural formations here. Even if someone comes to help you, their cultivation will be suppressed. The risk is too great, old man Tianji said. Lin Feng felt that these words made sense, but he really couldn't bear to part with it. This was an opportunity he had finally seized right under Jiang Chen's nose. Look at you, so pathetic, old man Tianji was anxious. You can get spiritual fire again, but you only have one life. Can't you even tell which is more important? Lin Feng was left speechless by the retort. Seeing the group of mad cultivators about to make a move again, he gritted his teeth, took out the green bottle containing the spiritual fire, and then smashed it heavily on the ice. With a bang, the green bottle shattered, and the spiritual fire inside burst out, hanging in the air and emitting a heat that was sometimes scorching hot and sometimes icy cold. As old man Tianji had said, the mad cultivators indeed froze in place after seeing the floating spiritual fire. Run now, old man Tianji shouted. Hearing this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately released a saber chi, and then quickly fled on it. By the time the cultivators came to their senses, he had already fled far away. Ha ha! The relief of surviving the ordeal made Lin Feng laugh out loud. He looked back at those madmen who were still standing in place, taunting and swaggering, a bunch of idiots. Come and fly after me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Feng felt something was amiss. Although the group of madmen wasn't chasing him, they had taken out numerous round and long cylindrical objects from their spirit rings. Lin Feng took a clear look and was instantly shocked. Those cylindrical objects were all spirit cannons. FCK, Lin Feng blurted out. Boom! The next second, the sound of the spirit cannons shook the heavens. Various elemental cannonballs exploded around Lin Feng. In midair, Lin Feng contorted into all sorts of bizarre poses, trying to dodge them. It was somewhat effective, but not by much. He eventually got hit, and the impact of the spirit cannons caused Lin Feng's saber chi beneath his feet to dissipate. He took a direct hit from a cannonball, plummeting from the sky and eventually crashing onto the icy surface with his legs up in the air. The swarm of mad cultivators rushed over. Looking at the Son of Destiny, who had turned from a golden figure into a charred one, and they all burst into laughter. Haha, to lend us these spirit cannons in advance, the city lord is truly wise. These spirit cannons are high-grade ones used by Cold Realm City to fend off external enemies and guard against beasts. Their power is indeed formidable. Lin Feng, why don't you keep running? Why are you lying down? HMPH, we knew you would end up like this, so we came fully prepared. What now? Should we just kill the Son of Destiny directly? The Son of Destiny is not easy to kill. Let's tie him up and poke a few holes in him every day to drain his luck. Good idea, this is the mysterious ice realm. I'd like to see who could save this Son of Destiny when his cultivation is suppressed. We've got this. The plan is solid as a rock. Hearing this conversation, Lin Feng's body twitched, and he wanted to jump up and curse. In his heart, he called out to old man Tianji, asking him to think of a way. Perhaps seeing that he was about to be abused again, old man Tianji habitually played dead. At this moment, Lin Feng was in utter despair. He didn't understand and roared with all his might, "Why don't you go for the 7th grade spirit fire instead of messing with me? The 7th grade spirit fire is right there, it's not going anywhere," a cultivator immediately replied. "With so many of you, how will you decide who gets it?" Lin Feng tried to sow discord. "If it means I get to poke a few more holes in you, I'm willing to give up that 7th grade spirit fire," another cultivator said. Lin Feng was completely speechless. At this moment, he just wanted to ask. Is it really necessary to go this far? What kind of grudge grievance is this? As Lin Feng was being tied up by a group of lunatics, Jiang Chen arrived at a glacier that had been cleaved in two, accompanied by Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu. This glacier had been split by Jiang Chen's ancient way of the sword, and even now, one could still feel the rich sword intent contained on the smooth surface of the cut. Looking at his own handiwork, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He clearly remembered that beneath this glacier lay a bottomless ice cave. And it was deep within this cave that the blood-tempering Ganoderma and cold jade ice bed, which could cure Jiang Lianyue's cold poison, were located. Due to the glacier being split, the group quickly found the target ice cave. Compared to other ice caves, this one was not only large and deep but also echoed with the howls of various demonic beasts. Judging by the richness of this ice cave, the heaven-sent treasures you need to suppress your cold poison should be inside, Jiang Chen casually remarked. Jiang Lianyue nodded. The natural formations of the mysterious ice realm only suppress foreign beings. The demonic beasts that have always lived here are not affected, Jiang Chen said, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the ice cave. Jiang Lianyue nodded again. She knew more than that. She knew that there were hundreds of demonic beasts inside this ice cave, one of which was even a demon king. Every time Jiang Chen entered this ice cave in the 9 cycles of reincarnations, his cultivation level never exceeded the heavenly origin realm. The reason he could enter smoothly and bring out the cold jade ice bed was that he used many of the Jiang family's trump cards. Even so, Jiang Chen had been chased by that demon king in a most pitiful state, nearly losing his life several times, which was extremely dangerous. Yet, every time Jiang Chen took out the cold jade ice bed, what he received was not gratitude but indifference. But Jiang Chen persisted relentlessly. Even knowing that Lin Feng would follow behind to reap the benefits. Even knowing that compared to the cold jade ice bed, Lin Feng would bring out an even better blood-tempering Ganoderma, Jiang Chen still strived to bring out the cold jade ice bed. The reason was that Jiang Chen didn't dare to gamble. Jiang Chen was worried that if he didn't take the cold jade ice bed, Lin Feng wouldn't enter the ice cave to get the blood-tempering Ganoderma. This could lead to his 5th junior sister dying from the outbreak of her cold poison. Thinking of these things, Jiang Lianyue's beautiful eyes dimmed, and her sense of guilt intensified. In this life, Jiang Chen wanted to be the villain. She had thought that Jiang Chen would no longer come here for her. But at this moment, the two of them stood together in front of the ice cave. Eldest senior brother, thank you. Thank me for what? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. You're not expecting me to enter the ice cave, fight a bunch of demons, and find the treasures that can cure your cold poison, are you? Jiang Lianyue didn't respond but simply smiled faintly. Her smile was somewhat pale and extremely resolute. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to help her, nor did she want him to help. After all, she owed Jiang Chen too much over the 9 reincarnations, and in this life, she didn't want her eldest senior brother to do anything dangerous for her. A.O. grave B. So, she decided to go in alone. You'll die, Jiang Chen said after seeing her intention. I know, Jiang Lianyue nodded. Right now, I'm only suppressing the cold poison with my cultivation. I can't fight at all. Then why go? Jiang Chen asked again. If you beg me or act pitiful, maybe I'll take pity and help you this once, he added. If that would put eldest senior brother in danger, then Lianyue would rather die, Jiang Lianyue cleverly replied. Sigh. Jiang Chen fell silent upon hearing this and then let out a long sigh. He felt helpless. If this life's Jiang Lianyue was as cold and indifferent as in the previous 9 lives, he wouldn't care about her life or death. But clearly, this life's Jiang Lianyue valued him more than her own life. This indeed made it hard for him to be ruthless. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. Unaware of Jiang Chen's thoughts, Jiang Lianyue looked up at the sky and suddenly said, Eldest senior brother, do you remember? When I first joined the Juyin sect, it was you who took me to see our master. Jiang Chen responded softly. It was the same in the previous 9 lives as well as this one. Every time, Jiang Lianyue would stand quietly at the gate of the Juyin sect, her face cold, her aura icy, but he could see the unease in her eyes. Jiang Chen had always known that Jiang Lianyue's cold demeanor was partly due to her cultivation technique and partly due to her upbringing. She was born into an ordinary family with exceptional talent. From a young age, whether it was adults or peers, anyone who came into contact with her had some ulterior motive. She couldn't feel sincerity, so she closed off her heart and refused to express her emotions. That's why she rejected him so directly when Jiang Chen said he would take care of her during their apprenticeship. That's also why she showed more disgust after witnessing Jiang Chen's misdeeds with her own eyes and hearing about them everywhere than the other junior brothers and sisters. And for the same reason, she became the heroine most affected by this fate. What was your first impression of me, eldest senior brother? Jiang Lianyue asked again. Well, quite pretty, Jiang Chen said after a moment's thought, choosing to tell the truth. Do you know what my first impression of you was, eldest senior brother? Jiang Lianyue asked again. Jiang Chen shook his head. Even with the cycles of 9 reincarnations, he could never guess what was really on Jiang Lianyue's frosty face. Disgust, Jiang Lianyue said, her smile fading as she closed her eyes. A strong disgust, for no known reason, it even gave me goosebumps. Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned. The result was not unexpected to him, as he was aware that it must have been influenced by his villainous aura. But having it said outright was still annoying. But Jiang Lianyue suddenly changed her tone and continued. When you smile at me, I can't help but want to smile too. When you walked with me on the 9th peak path with your back to me, I felt an unprecedented sense of peace. When you said you would take care of me as the eldest senior brother to this junior sister, although I verbally refused, I couldn't suppress the anticipation in my heart. As she spoke, she reached the entrance of the ice cave. She turned back to look at Jiang Chen, her cheeks streaked with tears. She knew very well, if she entered this ice cave, there was a high probability she wouldn't survive. Some words can only be said at this moment. Thus, she finally mustered the courage to say, Eldest senior brother, I'm sorry. Sorry? Jiang Chen's frown deepened. What are you sorry for? Jiang Lianyue hesitated, wanting to say more. At this moment, she struggled with the urge to reveal everything. But she restrained herself. Wiping away her tears, she regained her smile and said, I'm sorry for not seeing the righteous and kind heart beneath your wicked appearance before. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Just as Jiang Lianyue was about to step into the ice cave, Jiang Chen, who had been silent for a long time, finally moved towards the cave. If you die, there will be no one to serve as my maid. Seeing Jiang Lianyue's stunned expression, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Despite being deeply moved, Jiang Lianyue still stopped Jiang Chen from entering. She proved with her actions that in this life, she would rather die if Jiang Chen had to face danger again. This gave Jiang Chen quite a headache. And as the two of them were at an impasse, suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Boom! The heaven and earth roared, and thunder rolled. Bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, exploding in the snowy world. Beneath the thunder, glaciers shook, the ice field cracked, and the ice cave shattered. The snow grew heavier. The snowflakes, interwoven with blood-red veins, became more vividly red. Floating in the sky, they connected like human blood vessels, pulsating and emitting a dazzling red light. Such a display of heavenly might instill fear in people. They give the impression of, has heaven become angry? Jiang Hu looked up, his face filled with shock. Jiang Chen and Jiang Lianyue both frowned deeply. Both were extremely familiar with the mysterious ice realm, and they were certain that such a phenomenon was not caused by the secret realm itself but indeed originated from the heavens above. Jiang Chen and Jiang Lianyue knew from 9 reincarnation cycles that this capricious heaven rarely lost its composure. The current reckless display of divine might must have a purpose. Could it be? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, thinking of something. Boom! A dragon-like bolt of lightning struck down, heading straight for the ice cave where Jiang Chen and the others were. Run! Jiang Chen shouted. Seeing Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu still dazed, he had no choice but to summon an ancient bell to float in the air to temporarily resist the lightning. Then, grabbing one in each hand, he quickly fled towards the distance. Boom! Thud! The ancient bell made contact with the lightning, sending out reverberating sound waves that made everyone dizzy. Although the cauldron was an ancient artifact, Jiang Chen's limited cultivation meant he couldn't fully control it. Therefore, after resisting a bolt of lightning and ensuring everyone had escaped to a safe location, he quickly put away the cauldron. Boom! At it Novelbon at. Another bolt of lightning struck, hitting the glacier and exploding above the ice cave. In an instant, the whole world seemed to tremble, making it extremely difficult to even stand. Jiang Chen had to take Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu with him, rising into the air on his sword. Just as the three of them took off, the glacier could no longer withstand the heavenly might and shattered into huge chunks of ice. The ice cave, affected by the tremors of the earth and the aftershocks of the thunder, also collapsed amidst the shaking and was buried in an instant. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lianyue's face turned ashen. Now that the ice cave had collapsed, how could she find the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cure her own cold poison? At this moment, she wondered. Was heaven trying to kill her with this act? It must be Lin Feng getting beaten up again, Jiang Chen said. Lin Feng? Jiang Lianyue blinked. That's right, Jiang Chen nodded. Only the Son of Destiny could cause heaven to lose its composure like this. To heaven, everyone else is just a pawn or an ant. Jiang Lianyue found this reasonable. Heaven had lost its composure several times throughout the cycle of 9 lives, but never so hysterically and recklessly. If heaven just wanted to kill her, there was no need for such a grand display. Realizing this, Jiang Lianyue smiled. She was happy. Although the ice cave had collapsed and she might not escape death, she was still very happy. Happier than she had ever been before. So happy she wanted to laugh out loud. Because such a grand display must have consumed a large part of Lin Feng's destiny and luck. With this, Lin Feng had taken another big step on the path to his own demise. Jiang Chen also realized this and was infuriated. He couldn't understand. How could this Son of Destiny become so useless? Why did he get beaten up wherever he went? Couldn't he give him a break? Eldest senior brother, shall we go see Lin Feng's miserable state? Jiang Lianyue said excitedly. Jiang Chen shook his head. I promise, I absolutely won't lay a hand on Lin Feng this time, Jiang Lianyue added. She was lying. Faced with certain death, she had made up her mind. The moment she saw Lin Feng, she would self-destruct her imperial essence first. Then self-destruct her core formation. With double self-destruction, even in death, she intended to drag this Son of Destiny down with her. Even if this still didn't kill Lin Feng, she would have no regrets. After all, by doing so, she would deplete a significant amount of Lin Feng's heavenly fate and fortune. In this way, she would die content. A new OS. Worried that Jiang Chen might see through her intentions, Jiang Lianyue forced a smile. Eldest senior brother, don't worry, I can still suppress the cold poison in my body with my cultivation. It won't affect me for now. Jiang Chen still shook his head. Only after glancing at the collapsed ice cave did he say, the sky full of thunder cannot save Lin Feng from water and fire. I suspect that the heavens must have some other purpose. Another purpose? Jiang Lianyue was puzzled. But soon, she understood. Roar! Roar! After the thunder, numerous roars suddenly rang out. Countless demonic beasts emerged from the collapsed ice caves, their angry cries echoing through the sky. Their homes were destroyed, so they were all extremely furious. Unable to vent their anger on the heavens, they directed all their rage towards the cultivators who had entered the secret realm. Being high in the sky, Jiang Chen and the others had a very broad view. Jiang Lianyue only glanced briefly and noticed many demonic beasts rushing in the same direction. Demonic beasts are very sensitive to the scent of humans. In a frenzied state, they instinctively seek out where people are gathered. It seems that there must be many cultivators in that direction, Jiang Chen explained. Lin Feng should be there too, Jiang Lianyue guessed, narrowing her eyes. To this, Jiang Chen did not respond, but kept his gaze fixed on the collapsed ice cave below that contained the blood-tempering Ganoderma and the cold jade ice bed. Jiang Lianyue also cast her gaze. Thinking of those frenzied beasts, her eyes lit up as she suddenly had an idea. Roar! Suddenly, the roar sounded again. A snow ape, walking upright, led many demonic beasts, breaking through the ice and charging out from the collapsed ice cave. At that moment, the already collapsed ice cave was once again breached by the numerous demonic beasts. In an extremely angry state, they too ran off into the distance. Only the snow ape remained in place. Roar! Standing at the entrance of the ice cave, the snow ape let out another roar. The roar was deep and fierce, shaking the snowflakes in the sky. Suddenly, it lifted its huge head and looked directly at Jiang Chen and the others in the high sky. Only then did everyone see clearly that this snow ape was about 30 jong tall, with snow-white fur, 6 eyes, 3 tails, sharp teeth, and a ferocious appearance. Six-eyed snow ape Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and called out its name. Human, I find you very displeasing. The snow ape spoke human language. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue was on high alert, and Jiang Hu was already trembling with fear. Not only does the snow ape possess a high level of intelligence, but it can also speak human language. This, coupled with its brutal and suffocating presence, proved without a doubt this snow ape was a demonic king comparable to a cultivator who had just entered the upper 4 realms. What a coincidence. I find you very displeasing as well, Jiang Chen said with a smirk. Jiang Chen was very clear that the snow ape's displeasure with him was not because it was some kind of righteous demonic beast. Rather, this was an opportunity prepared by the heavens for Lin Feng. As a villain arriving here, he naturally faced the hostility of the guardian beast of the opportunity. And the reason he found the snow ape displeasing was very simple. He was just annoyed. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, he was chased by this snow ape every time he entered this cave, running around in a sorry state, and nearly losing his life. This time, he had to get his revenge. Jiang Chen slowly descended on his sword. After instructing Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu to hide at a distance, he stood alone in front of the snow ape. Human, you're not running, the snow ape was somewhat puzzled. How about we make a deal? Jiang Chen countered. A deal? The snow ape narrowed its eyes. That's right, a deal. Jiang Chen nodded. You leave quietly, let me enter the ice cave to retrieve the treasure, and I'll spare your life. Quote! Quote. Upon hearing this, the snow ape became furious. How could it tolerate such mocking words? Roar! It opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, showing its sharp teeth and spraying saliva everywhere. Although the saliva had no lethal power, it was extremely insulting. Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated this and immediately stepped on an azure lotus, dodging with a ghostly speed. The saliva grazed his body and sprayed all over the face of Jiang Hu, who was hiding behind and ready to cheer. Ah! The thick stench on his face made Jiang Hu vomit. Jiang Lianyue, with a look of disgust, quickly moved a few steps away. While the snow ape was shocked by Jiang Chen's speed, Jiang Chen instantly slashed out several crimson sword chi while maintaining his rapid movement. The sword chi intersected, creating a surge of blood light. The snow ape raised its huge fist and threw a punch, intending to counter with brute force. Unexpectedly, the rapidly approaching sword chi moved unpredictably fast and slow as if sentient, impossible to track. Even more bizarre was the sword chi that had been solid 1 second would suddenly disperse the next, then pass over its fist and reassemble, accurately hitting its chest and leaving many bloody marks. Ra-e diaresis. This is sword intent. Compared to sword chi, it not only possesses greater power but also carries the will of the swordsman when it is swung, making it difficult to resist. Looking at its own injuries, the snow ape's eyes turned blood red, and it exhaled a hot breath from its nostrils. He is a demon king. Although it's only a demon king in the penetrating comprehension stage, it can match a cultivator in the initial insight realm of the upper four realms. But now, it has been wounded by a cultivator in the core formation realm. The more he thought about it, the redder the snow ape's eyes became. Its chest heaved violently, and spiritual energy gathered around it. As its aura continued to rise, the wound inflicted by the sword was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Jiang Chen frown. Roar. The snow ape pounded its chest and let out another roar. Unlike the previous roar, this one stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a sound wave with extremely strong lethality. The power of the sound wave was immense, causing the blood and qi within the human body to surge and the world to tremble. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a muffled grunt. Jiang Lianyue's body swayed, her complexion growing even paler. Jiang Hu directly spat out a mouthful of blood and nearly fainting. Glancing at these two, Jiang Chen's frown deepened. The reason why there is a chasm between the upper four realms and the core formation realm is because of the different sources of spiritual power. The spiritual power of core formation cultivators comes from the core formation, and the spiritual energy contained within the core formation determines the upper limit of a core formation cultivator's combat power. To become a cultivator of the upper four realms, one must shatter the core formation to form a nascent soul. The nascent soul can not only generate consciousness and contain more spiritual energy but also control the natural spiritual energy between heaven and earth. From this point, it is clear that the levels they are on are not on the same scale. This also means that it is almost impossible for a cultivator in the core formation realm to defeat a cultivator in the upper four realms. Although the cultivation method of demon beasts is different from that of human cultivators, they all lead to the same destination. After becoming a demon king, although the demon core of the demon beast does not change, it can also control the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. This is why the snow ape can use the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to attack, and because of the abundant spiritual power, it can recover from injuries quickly. I must make a quick decision. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although he possessed the combat power of an upper four realms cultivator and had many trump cards, a prolonged battle would exhaust him to death. Furthermore, even if he could hold on, Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu would not be able to endure. The good news is that the six-eyed snow ape is just an ordinary demon beast. If it had an ancient bloodline, even he would have no choice but to flee now. A quick decision is not enough. I must kill it in one strike. Jiang Chen thought to himself again. To achieve this, the ancient way of the sword would not suffice. After all, that first form, ancient sword has a wind-up. Someone of the same realm might not be able to react in time, but if it were the snow ape, it would definitely have ample time to dodge. In that case, there was only one choice. Phoenix fire. Phoenix fire is a heavenly fire, and even if the snow ape is extensively exposed to it, it would be hard to escape death. Of course, the opponent would not just wait to be burned alive, so some strategies would still be needed. Brother ape, your strength is really extraordinary, I concede. With this in mind, Jiang Chen clasped his hands and praised while putting away the flame blood dragon sword. After speaking, he walked towards the snow ape with a faint smile on his lips. The snow ape was puzzled, and the red glow in its eyes faded somewhat. It clearly didn't understand. How did this human, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly become so submissive? Although it didn't understand, it remained on guard. Standing in front of it, Jiang Chen looked up and asked, Brother ape, do you wish to leave this secret realm? I can help you. Upon hearing this, the snow ape was shocked. Of course, he wanted to. The natural formations in this secret realm not only suppress the cultivation of the demon beasts within, but they also trap the demon beasts inside the secret realm. The snow ape was very clear that after being trapped here year after year, its cultivation could not advance any further. Ignorant human, do you really think you can break the formation of this secret realm? The snow ape didn't believe it at all, looking at Jiang Chen skeptically. Who doesn't know that I, Jiang Chen, am a man of my word, never speaking falsely? At it nobleman at ad. With a solemn expression, Jiang Chen said with determination, now I stand before you. If you don't believe me, you can capture me first. If you find that what I say is false, you can simply crush me to death. How about that? Such a good deal. The snow ape was instantly tempted. It could also see that Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond that of other core formation cultivators. But once in its hands, wouldn't life and death still be under its control? Moreover, what if what Jiang Chen said was true? Wouldn't it be able to leave this secret realm? Hee, then I won't be polite. The snow ape grinned viciously, and its large hand reached out directly towards Jiang Chen. Its huge body meant that its palm could just grab Jiang Chen's entire body. From beginning to end, Jiang Chen made no resistance. Seeing Jiang Chen still with a calm expression, the snow ape somewhat believed him and eagerly asked, "Quickly tell me, how can you help me leave this secret realm?" Well, Jiang Chen smiled wickedly. "You can leave by dying." Dying? The snow ape was furious. "Human, you dare lie to me." As soon as the voice fell, it prepared to crush Jiang Chen to death. But before it could act, screech! The cry of the phoenix resounded through the heavens. Countless phoenix fires burst forth from Jiang Chen's body, instantly enveloping the snow ape's entire arm. The phoenix fire spread wildly from the arm. Before the snow ape could let go of Jiang Chen, it was already engulfed in the phoenix fire. Roar! The temperature, seemingly capable of burning the heavens and boiling the earth, made it let out a miserable roar. After releasing Jiang Chen, it tried to use the spiritual energy in the air to extinguish the phoenix fire. But the phoenix fire was a heavenly fire, not so easily dealt with. The spiritual energy that gathered from all around not only failed to extinguish the phoenix fire but made it burn even more fiercely. "Human, you even deceive demon beasts." The snow ape rolled on the ground, continuously roaring. "Deceive? I did not deceive you." Jiang Chen shook his head and flipped his right hand. A miniature version of the ghost tower appeared in his hand, saying, "If you abandon your physical body and willingly enter this ghost tower as a ghost, naturally you can leave this mysterious ice realm." "Isn't that just dying?" The snow ape was extremely angry. "So I said, you can leave this secret realm by dying." "I never speak falsely," Jiang Chen replied instantly. The snow ape was left speechless. It admits that it is not human, but the human in front of it is truly a dog. At this moment, under the burning of the phoenix fire, the snow ape's fur, skin, and bones were gradually turning to ash in the high temperature, and its physical demise was inevitable. Glancing at the ghost tower in Jiang Chen's hand, a vicious look flashed in the snow ape's eyes. It understood very well that not every cultivator or demon beast could become a ghost upon death. One either had to know ghost techniques or die in an environment that was cold and filled with ghostly qi. It immediately recognized that the ghost tower was definitely of high quality, an excellent vessel for nurturing and accommodating ghostly beings. In other words, if its soul entered the ghost tower, it could indeed become a ghost. And as a ghost, it could actually escape from this secret realm. The situation was pressing, and any further hesitation would mean the phoenix fire would burn its soul. The snow ape made its decision. Fine. Without any further hesitation, the snow ape self-destructed its body. Whoosh! The resulting hurricane blew the phoenix fire in all directions, and seizing the opportunity, the snow ape's soul form escaped, swiftly entering the ghost tower. RAOS. Inside the ghost tower, the snow ape was immediately shocked. The coldness and ghostly qi inside far exceeded its expectations, making it the perfect place for becoming a ghost. It was certain that if it transformed into a ghost here, its strength would be preserved. And then, a red gleam flashed in the snow ape's eyes. Jiang Chen had tricked it, forced it to self-destruct its physical body, and become a ghost that could not see the light of day. How could it swallow this grievance without retaliation? It had decided once it became a ghost and left the mysterious ice realm, it would escape from the ghost tower and then devour Jiang Chen alive. That would also nourish its ghostly powers. Of course, these thoughts couldn't be revealed at the moment, as it still relied on Jiang Chen to take it out of the secret realm. "Human, if you take me out of the secret realm, I will consider our grudge settled," the snow ape said insincerely. The response it received was Jiang Chen's silence. The snow ape couldn't be bothered with further idle talk and prepared to find a corner to quietly wait for its transformation into a ghost. But it had only taken one step when the snow ape was stunned. It couldn't move. Despite exerting all its strength, it couldn't take a single step inside the ghost tower. The surrounding cold qi was like a high-level formation, trapping it firmly in place and making it completely unable to move. As a demon king, the snow ape was very clear that even a superior-grade spiritual weapon couldn't have such an effect on it. "Is this a divine-grade spiritual weapon?" the snow ape exclaimed in shock. Although it had spent years in the mysterious ice realm, it had heard a bit about the outside world. It remembered clearly that such high-level spiritual weapons were the treasures of top sects. But this man named Jiang Chen, he actually carried such a treasure with him everywhere. This was simply inhumane. Now the problem is, trapped inside a divine-grade spiritual weapon and unable to leave or move, wasn't its life completely in Jiang Chen's hands? At this moment, the snow ape wanted to ask, was it necessary to go this far? It was just a small demon king, living in the mysterious ice realm for years. How did it manage to offend Jiang Chen, this shameless and extravagantly inhumane cultivator? What exactly did it do wrong? At this moment, the snow ape was completely panicked, shouting, "Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang, your skills are extraordinary, I admit defeat." The response it received was still Jiang Chen's silence. While the snow ape was preparing to flatter more to save its life, ghostly sounds filled its ears, and its body began to move on its own as if controlled by someone. Ghost techniques. You actually know ghost techniques? The snow ape was shocked again. If it had known earlier that Jiang Chen knew ghost techniques, it would have rather been burned to death by the phoenix fire than enter the ghost tower. Knowing ghost techniques meant being able to command ghosts and use them as puppets. The snow ape had never imagined that Jiang Chen not only possessed a heavenly fire and had major achievements in the way of the sword but also could control a divine-grade spiritual instrument using a superior-grade ghost technique. What great sins had it committed to encounter such a monstrous being? The snow ape was utterly desperate. It no longer begged to leave the ghost tower nor to reconcile with Jiang Chen but only wished to obediently become a ghost puppet, hoping that Jiang Chen, in a good mood, might release it. But reality proved that it thought too much. Under Jiang Chen's control through ghost techniques, the snow ape drifted to the top floor of the ghost tower. On this floor, it saw thousands of ghosts, all standing still. It also saw a ghostly fox, sleeping soundly with steady breathing. Just one look at the ghostly fox filled the snow ape with genuine fear. A voice in its heart kept reminding and warning it that the ghostly fox in front of it specialized in devouring ghosts. Itself and these thousands of ghosts were probably prepared by Jiang Chen as food for this ghostly fox. Brother Jiang, let's talk this out. We have no grudges, why must you be so ruthless? How about this? I know most of the treasures in the mysterious ice realm, spare my life and I'll take you to find them. Don't stay silent, we can discuss this. Brother Jiang, I was wrong, truly wrong. How about you release your control over me, and I'll kowtow to you? Didn't you say you never lie, that as long as I became a ghost, you would take me out of this secret realm? You can't go back on your word. Human, you lied to me. The snow ape's pleas and roars continued to emanate from within the ghost tower. Hearing this, Jiang Chen remained unmoved. At the same time, the system's notification text appeared. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, Son of Destiny's status and locator talismans. What a great item. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Although Lin Feng had left a drop of blood essence in the Juyan sect, Old Man Tianji's interference meant that this blood essence couldn't be used to locate Lin Feng's exact position. But with this locator talisman, it was different. No matter where Lin Feng ran, he could find him with absolute accuracy. And the status talisman would allow him to observe Lin Feng's condition at all times. The plot was becoming increasingly disrupted in this life, and Lin Feng, this son of destiny, was so pathetic, being abused everywhere. If any unexpected changes occurred that could affect the outcome, Jiang Chen could intervene in time. More importantly, these two talismans were not one-time use. They could be used repeatedly. After storing the status and locator talismans, Jiang Chen checked the situation inside the ghost tower again. The snow ape was still roaring, and Zhu showed no signs of waking up. He pondered to himself. The thousands of ghosts inside the ghost tower were the spoils of war he had obtained from Sui, the female ghost. Now, with the addition of the snow ape, a demon beast ghost, it should be enough for Zhu to eat for a while. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. If Zhu knew about this, it would surely be both touched and speechless. It had just finished eating several upper four realms cultivators who had turned into ghosts and was still in slumber. Yet Jiang Chen had brought it thousands more ghosts. What the heck? Was he raising it like a pig? Just then, Jiang Lianyue and Jiang Hu finally recovered from their shock. Both knew Jiang Chen was formidable, but they had not expected him to be this formidable. That was a demon king comparable to the upper four realms, and Jiang Chen had killed it with a single move. Although some tricks were used, there was nothing wrong with that. If one were to really argue about right and wrong, it was the snow ape's fault for being too stupid. Eldest senior brother is so cool. Eldest senior brother is awesome. They immediately praised him. Cough, let's keep a low profile, Jiang Chen said modestly with a wave of his hand. Looking ahead at the ice cave, he continued, Lianyue, go into the ice cave by yourself and look for the natural treasures that can cure the cold poison. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Jiang Lianyue nodded. Eldest senior brother, aren't we going in? Wouldn't it be better to search with more people? Jiang Hu asked, puzzled. Jiang Chen shook his head but did not reply. He knew very well that he could not go in. Because once he did, the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma would hide itself, leaving only the cold jade ice bed exposed. The blood-tempering ice Ganoderma could quickly eradicate Jiang Lianyue's cold poison, its effects countless times better than the cold jade ice bed, naturally making it the best choice. Seemingly reminded of something, Jiang Lianyue sighed deeply. She stepped forward and walked into the ice cave. The ice cave was cold, with collapsed ice blocks everywhere, the path narrow and long, winding and twisting. Since the beasts of the cave had already left, she easily reached the depths. What caught her eye was a spacious green area. Filled with ice pillars, at the center was a spiritual spring emitting a faint glow. Next to the spring was a high platform of ice, on which lay a cold jade ice bed exuding cold air, and atop the bed was a palm-sized, blood-shaped, ice-like natural Ganoderma. That bed was the cold jade ice bed. That Ganoderma was the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma. Drip, drip, the water from above, following the ice pillars, fell onto Jiang Lianyue's cheeks. She was momentarily stunned. In a daze, she seemed to see the 9 cycles of reincarnation again. She saw him. Despite being covered in scars, he was still excited and thrilled when he saw the cold jade ice bed. Her heart ached, and tears fell. Jiang Chen had protected her for 9 lifetimes, and in this one, she had intended to protect him. Jiang Chen had taken care of her for 9 lifetimes, and in this one, she did not want to cause any more trouble for her eldest senior brother. But in the end, Jiang Chen still came to this place, helped her eliminate the beasts, and sent her into this ice cave. At this moment, Jiang Lianyue suddenly realized. Perhaps in this life, Jiang Chen wanted to play the villain, but deep down, he still had that integrity and kindness, still unwilling to watch her die. She stepped forward, ignoring the Ganoderma above her head, and gently touched the cold jade ice bed. The cold touch could not cover the warmth in her heart. She remembered clearly that in the first life, Jiang Chen was so excited when he gave her the cold jade ice bed. In the second and third life, even though he guessed she had obtained the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma from Lin Feng, Jiang Chen still looked forward with hope. In the fourth, fifth, ninth life, perhaps hurt by her cold words, the hope in Jiang Chen's eyes gradually faded, replaced by helplessness and bitterness. In this life, Jiang Chen didn't give her directly, but he still hoped she would take the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma. Eldest senior brother, you are really foolish, Jiang Lianyue sighed. In the previous 9 lives, she had committed grave sins. In this life, how could she make the same mistakes again? After understanding everything and knowing everything, in her eyes this life. Even though the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma could quickly eradicate her cold poison, it was not even a fraction as valuable as the cold jade ice bed. Because the cold jade ice bed contained the love of 9 lifetimes, no natural treasure in the world could compare to it. With a sweep of her sleeve, Jiang Lianyue collected the ice bed. With a happy smile on her lips, she left the ice cave bouncing like the girl next door. From beginning to end, she never gave the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma a second glance. Outside the ice cave, Jiang Chen asked subconsciously after seeing Jiang Lianyue come out satisfied, what did you find to be smiling like that? Eldest senior brother, take a guess, Jiang Lianyue said with a light smile, instinctively linking her arm through Jiang Chen's. Let me guess, Jiang Chen pretended to ponder. It's said that within this mysterious ice realm, there is a blood-tempering ice Ganoderma of the 8th grade that can quickly eradicate your cold poison. You must have found the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma. Eldest senior brother is wrong, Jiang Lianyue giggled while covering her mouth. What blood-tempering ice Ganoderma? But I did find a cold jade ice bed, which can also cure my cold poison. Ice bed, Jiang Chen frowned. He couldn't help but wonder. Had the blood-tempering ice Ganoderma hidden itself again? Not only could he not find it, but even Jiang Lianyue couldn't. Yes, the ice bed. I really like it. I wouldn't trade it even for a divine-grade spiritual weapon, Jiang Lianyue nodded. Thank you, eldest senior brother, she added. Why thank me? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. You found the ice bed yourself, I just didn't like the look of that snow ape, that's all. Eldest senior brother doesn't need to say anymore. Lianyue understands. What do you understand? I understand everything. Everything about you, senior brother. You don't understand a damn thing. Eldest senior brother is right, Jianghu is just a damn thing. Jiang Chen was speechless. After catching a stray bullet, Jianghu had a dark look on his face. Eldest senior brother, where do we go now? Are we going to look for more natural treasures in this mysterious ice realm? Jiang Lianyue asked again. Jiang Chen shook his head. Although he had entered the secret realm reluctantly, the gains had been quite substantial. Firstly, through his relentless system rewards, his cultivation had advanced to the late heavenly origin stage. Secondly, he had also become an innate phoenix body and incidentally cured Jiang Lianyue's cold poison. Although there were other heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the secret realm, Jiang Chen was not interested and decided to leave as soon as possible. But before leaving, he planned to check on Lin Feng. He caused even the heavens to act out and the beasts in the secret realm to go berserk. Who knows what state that guy was in. Jiang Chen knew that it was highly unlikely that Lin Feng would encounter any mishaps, but he still wanted to be cautious with his ascension tool person, so he planned to take a look. He took out 2 golden talismans from his spirit ring. The talismans were covered in obscure runes, with the words, Destiny, faintly visible. These 2 talismans were the Son of Destiny status and locator that Jiang Chen had just obtained. Seeing the rare opportunity, Jiang Chen decided to use one. He first infused a beam of spiritual light into the status talisman. The spiritual light surged into the talisman, which rose from his hand, suspended in the air, emitting a dazzling golden light. Seeing this, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The presence of the golden light meant that Lin Feng was still alive. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock. After the golden light, the talisman showed many dense and numerous blood-red holes oozing fresh blood, almost covering the entire talisman. FCK. Jiang Chen was startled. He knew very well that the state of the talisman was linked to Lin Feng. Hence, Lin Feng's body must also be full of holes. Lin Feng, what on earth have you encountered? Jiang Chen swallowed in disbelief. After the shock, Jiang Chen quickly used the locator talisman to pinpoint Lin Feng's location. As he expected, it was in the direction where the beasts of the secret realm had gone mad. Jiang Chen initially wanted to go immediately, but then he changed his mind. Considering Jiang Lianyue's various insane behaviors, he was worried that upon seeing Lin Feng, she might not be able to restrain her murderous intent. Jianghu, Lianyue, you go to the secret realm's exit first, I'll go over there to check, Jiang Chen instructed. Jianghu had no objections nor dared to have any. As if seeing through Jiang Chen's thoughts, Jiang Lianyue hesitated several times but eventually nodded. After the two left, Jiang Chen immediately flew on his sword towards Lin Feng's location. From the high sky, he surveyed the area below. Affected by the thunderous sky, the mysterious ice realm was a mess, with broken glaciers and collapsed caves everywhere. The originally smooth ice plains were also marred with many deep pits of ice and snow. Jiang Chen saw prodigies like Su Shan and others being chased by the frenzied beasts, hiding and resisting in groups. He also saw the solitary figure of Nangong Jushi alone. At that moment, Nangong Jushi was battling a group of beasts. Facing hundreds of frenzied beasts, she drew a black spirit sword with dense demonic aura entwined around it, and with each swing, a beast fell. Her profound dark demonic body was strong, and just the innate demonic aura was enough to deter most of the beasts. But it was only for a moment. The frenzied beasts, lacking much sense, surged forward. Nangong Jushi was exhausted from dealing with them, and although there was no immediate danger to her life, her body was already injured to varying degrees as time passed. The situation was urgent. Yet, she was still smiling. In her smile, there was cruelty and ruthlessness. At a time when she should be fighting wholeheartedly, she suddenly looked up. She saw Jiang Chen. Their eyes met across the distance, gazing at each other. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The world was silent, and in their eyes, there was only the other's face. A faint red thread seemed to connect the two tightly. Surrounded by the approaching beasts, Nangong Jushi seemed oblivious, just smiling and saying, "Are you here to save me?" Just passing by, Jiang Chen replied truthfully. I believe you." Nangong Jushi responded lightly. "Come down, let me take a good look at you." Jiang Chen was silent, shaking his head. Fine, then you can go. Today, let me be buried in the mouths of these beasts. She'd put away her spirit sword and walked towards the attacking beasts without any defense. This gave Jiang Chen a headache. His reason told him that Nangong Jushi, with her profound dark demonic body, wouldn't die so easily. And this woman wouldn't treat her life so lightly. What he should do now was to leave. Only by leaving could he draw a clear line between each other. Only by avoiding encounters could he prevent the outcome of the previous 8 lifetimes from repeating. But seeing a beast leap up and open its huge mouth to bite at Nangong Jushi, Jiang Chen ultimately couldn't sit still. He flew down on his sword, slaying the attacking beast, then turned his back to Nangong Jushi. Step back, Jiang Chen said. Okay. Nangong Jushi responded with a smile. Although she said okay, her actions were not so. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and actually embraced the man in front of her from behind. Jiang Chen's body trembled. Just as he was about to flee, he saw Nangong Jushi place her palm on his chest, saying, "Jiang Chen, your heartbeat is so fast, mine too." With the warmth of soft jade behind him, Jiang Chen couldn't respond. Not knowing what to say, he could only say, "Beauty, please have some dignity. I am the human sacred body, Lu Lin." PFF'd. Hearing this, Nangong Jushi laughed out loud. "I'm serious," Jiang Chen said helplessly. I believe you. Why do I feel like you're brushing me off? Am I? That's definitely your misconception. It's not I. Shish, quiet, let me feel you again. Oh no, what the hell am I owing for? Beauty, I'm going to call for help if you don't let go. Then call, even if you scream your throat out, no one will care. Jiang Chen was completely speechless. He discovered that in front of Nangong Jushi, his eloquence and schemes seemed to lose all their effectiveness. Apart from Jiang Chen, the group of demon beasts was also completely dumbfounded. They had come with murderous intent, but the 2 humans in front of them were talking about love. And then they fed them a mouthful of dog food. How could they tolerate this? Whether humans could tolerate it or not, the demon beasts certainly couldn't. Roar, roar. Roars of demon beasts erupted, and hundreds of frenzied demon beasts attacked at once, all with red eyes and ferocious faces. Come. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He was feeling restless and was just worrying about how to divert his attention. After slowly exhaling a breath, he swung the flame blood dragon sword in his hand. In an instant, blood light transformed into sword chi, and the sword chi condensed into a huge blood dragon, emitting a heaven-shaking roar. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed another sword strike. With this strike, he attempted to infuse it with phoenix fire. Screech. The cry of a phoenix sounded again, and the blood sword chi, wrapped in phoenix fire, turned into the phantom of a phoenix. A dragon and a phoenix sped forth. Wherever they passed, blood light filled the sky, and the firelight reflected for several li. The attacking demon beasts, merely minor demons and great demons comparable to core formation cultivators, were unable to resist this dance of dragon and phoenix. In just an instant, hundreds of demon beasts were either devoured by the dragon or incinerated by the phoenix, leaving only charred remains on the ground. But it wasn't over yet. The dragon and phoenix rampaged for dozens of li, and the shockwaves even blew away the other prodigies like Su Shan, who were fighting demon beasts in the distance, into the air, only to crash heavily onto the ground. The prodigies were furious but dared not speak out and had to endure the pain while limping away. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that the combined force of the dragon and phoenix would be so destructive. It was almost on par with the ancient way of the sword. Had he known this earlier, he might have been able to stand his ground using this move in the battle with the snow ape. Glancing at the corpses of the demon beasts, he shook his head slightly. Another group manipulated by the heavens, thus losing their lives as puppets. Putting away the flame blood dragon sword, Jiang Chen prepared to continue searching for Lin Feng. But he soon discovered he couldn't move. Nangong Jushi was holding him so tightly that he couldn't budge. Beauty, aren't you being a bit too immodest? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Immodest? Do you like modesty? Nangong Jushi blinked. With that, she moved from behind to in front of Jiang Chen, poked his chest lightly with her fist, and then pretended to be shy, saying, "Young master, don't be like this little girl is pure and innocent." Jiang Chen was speechless again. At this moment, he suddenly missed his crazy junior brothers and sisters. After all, in front of these lunatics, it was always him teasing and bullying others, never like now, repeatedly rendered speechless. And just as Jiang Chen was thinking about whether to find a way to escape quickly, a series of shouts suddenly came from afar. Lin Feng has run away. The one with the black blade is Lin Feng. Quick, catch him. He's hiding his blade. No matter, the one in just underpants is Lin Feng. He's taken off his underpants too. What? This son of destiny is so shameless. No matter, the one without clothes is Lin Feng. Chapter 277. Looking in the direction of the voices, Jiang Chen's scalp tingled. He saw a dense crowd of cultivators wielding various spiritual weapons from afar. These cultivators all had fierce looks in their eyes and fluctuating auras. It was clear to any discerning person that they were all lunatics. And in front of this group of cultivators, Lin Feng was running desperately. His body had multiple wounds left by spiritual weapons, some still bleeding out, and his aura was extremely weak, clearly indicating that his spiritual energy was exhausted. He was forced to run to escape the pursuit behind him. The key point was he really wasn't wearing any clothes. It was an eyesore. Seeing that Nangong Jushi also wanted to look in the direction of the noise, Jiang Chen quickly covered her eyes. He didn't want Nangong Jushi to actually see such a thing. Nangong Jushi was obedient and let Jiang Chen cover her eyes without any resistance. How did Lin Feng provoke so many lunatics? Jiang Chen had a headache. He could stabilize people like Jiang Lianyue through bluffing. But facing so many lunatics, even he would run away at the first opportunity. Then, Jiang Chen noticed. Not only was Lin Feng's spiritual energy exhausted, but with the continuous blood loss, his physical strength was also nearly depleted. If this continued, he would inevitably be caught by the group of lunatics and fall into crisis again. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky and noticed that the heavens were unusually calm, seemingly without any intention of lending a hand again. He instantly understood that the heavens were treating him as Lin Feng's benefactor again and expecting him to save this poor and helpless son of destiny. At the same time, Lin Feng also saw Jiang Chen. He was immediately startled and shivered. Due to the exhaustion of his energy and excessive blood loss, he almost fainted. Run towards Jiang Chen! Old man Tianji shouted loudly, waking Lin Feng up. You old coot, you're not playing dead now. Just now when I was being poked by these lunatics, swords and using them to fend off demon beasts, you were like a dead man. Lin Feng cursed loudly. Calm down, Lin Feng. The situation was critical at that time, and we had to bet on fate. My silence was not out of fear but to glimpse the changing fate for you and to think about your future path. Old man Tianji explained. Oh, and the result. Fate changes unpredictably, and it's no longer something you can change on your own. You need to borrow strength. Borrow strength. Whose strength? Jiang Chen. The root of the change in fate lies with him. He is both your stepping stone and the benefactor in your destiny. What kind of nonsense is this? How can a stepping stone be a benefactor? I can't see the specifics clearly, but what I do know is. What? This time, the heavens lost their composure and sent down a sky full of thunder to help you escape. This has consumed a lot of your destiny's good fortune, and if this continues, you may really lose your destiny. And Jiang Chen is the only person I've calculated who will help you stabilize your destiny. Lin Feng fell silent. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with old man Tianji playing dead in danger, he still trusted him. Especially old man Tianji's divinations, which were always accurate. Could he really ask Jiang Chen for help? This was too humiliating. Although he had done such things before, repeatedly asking for help was something he found difficult to accept in his heart. Lin Feng, think about it carefully. Aren't all the lunatics trying to kill you, except for Jiang Chen, who hasn't shown any intent to do so? Old man Tianji asked. Lin Feng nodded. He was puzzled by this as well. Since his arrival in the central domain, Jiang Chen had bullied him but never really tried to kill him. Not only had he not tried to kill him, but he had actually saved him several times. Lin Feng clearly remembered that he was moved by this at the Buddha temple and changed his impression and opinion of Jiang Chen. But the result was Jiang Chen had said himself that he didn't kill him only because he wanted to keep tormenting him. Being tormented is better than losing your destiny. Old man Tianji sighed. If you lose your destiny, you will die. Choose between death and being tormented. Can't I choose to live a normal life? Lin Feng roared, almost crying. His heart was filled with bitterness. The dignified son of destiny is forced to make such a suffocating choice. How could he bear this? It made him almost not want to be this damned son of destiny. Just as this thought surfaced, Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Had he been bullied by too many lunatics into giving up his destiny? This thought was unacceptable. Heaven was watching him at every moment. Make a choice quickly. The dignified son of destiny being chased without even clothes on. What kind of dignity is that, old man Tianji urged. The mention of this made Lin Feng even angrier. Did he wish to end up in such a miserable state? With his personality, he would never do something like running around without clothes under normal circumstances. But he had no choice. He was tormented by thousands of lunatics. These lunatics would occasionally stab him with swords to let some blood out. When beasts attacked, they used him as a shield, and he was torn at by a group of beasts. Who could understand this pain? Lin Feng also knew that heaven's abnormal intervention to save him must have consumed a lot of his luck. That's why, when being chased, he tried every means to escape rather than gambling on his destiny again. He was worried that if he gambled any further, he might really be done for. That's why he even took off his underwear. Just to escape and survive. But who would have thought, not only did he not escape, but now he also needed to ask Jiang Chen for help. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken off his damn underpants. Lin Feng, give me back the lives of my wife and child, a loud shout suddenly appeared. Lin Feng turned his head and was immediately startled. Somehow, the lunatic cultivator had already caught up to him. And the first one to attack was that fellow whose wife and child were clearly still alive, yet he insisted on demanding him to give their lives back. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng completely let go. He looked at Jiang Chen, his voice almost pleading, Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, eldest senior brother, save me quickly. His voice was so miserable, and his appearance so pitiful. It was hard to imagine that the speaker was a son of destiny. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't rescue him immediately but first told Nangong Jushi to close her eyes, then took out a set of clothes from his spirit ring and threw it to the rapidly approaching Lin Feng, saying, Beast, put on some clothes before you speak. This comment irritated Lin Feng. Beast, how had he become a beast? Not wearing clothes was forced upon him, it wasn't his fault. After a bout of internal complaints, he quickly stepped forward, caught the falling clothes, and hurriedly put them on. The feeling of having clothes to cover your body is really good. Lin Feng looked up at the sky at 45 degrees, his eyes brimming with tears. See, Jiang Chen is good to you, old man Tianji teased opportunistically. Since you entered Cold Realm City, you finally have clothes to wear. Lin Feng was also somewhat touched and subconsciously nodded. But the next second, Jiang Chen stepped forward in a flash, grabbed his collar, and slapped him several times while scolding. You useless son of destiny, why are you so trashy? The sons of destiny in other families are all pushing through the era and are worshipped by everyone. But how come it's like this when it comes to you? Can't you put up a bit of a fight? How does this make me, the villainous eldest senior brother, feel? Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, I can protect you for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Can't you grow up a bit and let me worry less? After a few slaps, Lin Feng was dizzy and disoriented. He couldn't resist and could only shout, Are you my mom? No. Jiang Chen raised his hand and delivered another big slap. I am your father. When Lin Feng first saw Jiang Chen, he was slapped until he was staggering and utterly defenseless. Lin Feng cursed inwardly non-stop while old man Tianji kept comforting him, saying things like a true man can bend and stretch. Luckily, Jiang Chen soon got tired of slapping, and just then, thousands of lunatics also came chasing. Jiang Chen, let's run, Lin Feng urged. Run. Jiang Chen looked disdainful. Running was out of the question. If it weren't for the thousands of lunatics in front of him who had helped him resist the myriad of ghosts in Cold Realm City, he would have faced them head-on using his phoenix fire. He wouldn't end up like Lin Feng, the son of destiny, who was tormented so miserably. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt annoyed with Lin Feng again. So he kicked him. All Lin Feng cried out in pain. At this moment, Nangong Jushi had regained her sight. For some reason, she found Lin Feng extremely displeasing to the eye and aimed for his abdomen, intending to take the opportunity to stab him with her sword. Lin Feng had always been very cautious around women, especially beautiful women. Even in this critical situation, he did not let his guard down. Seeing Nangong Jushi's sword thrust at him, Lin Feng quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding it. Tisk. Nangong Jushi was dissatisfied. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's apparent desire to protect Lin Feng, she would have gone for a few hundred more stabs. Brother Jiang, this woman is unreasonable. Lin Feng took the opportunity to whisper in Jiang Chen's ear. Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned and gave Lin Feng another big slap. Being slapped again, Lin Feng was furious. But then he thought. Unreasonable. Wasn't every slap from Jiang Chen unreasonable? Thinking this way, he felt a lot better in his heart. Perhaps Lin Feng himself didn't realize that, after being continuously tormented and slapped by Jiang Chen, he had become accustomed to it. Old man Tianji seemed to have realized something and hesitated to speak several times, but in the end, he could only let out a long sigh. After all, compared to other madmen, Jiang Chen's treatment of Lin Feng could be considered relatively gentle. Jiang Chen had no interest in Lin Feng's thoughts. He glanced at the thousands of crazed cultivators who were rapidly approaching, then stopped in their tracks, whispering and discussing among themselves. With a faint smile on his lips, he said one thing after another. Ladies and gentlemen, although Lin Feng is now a disciple of the ancient Pill Tower, his blood is still registered with the Juyan sect, so he can be considered my junior brother. As you all know, I, Jiang Chen, am filled with righteous qi. I respect my masters and love my junior brothers and junior sisters. Just stand by and watch my junior brother die. I can't do that. I see that you are all reasonable people. How about today, you give me, Jiang Chen, some face and spare this son of destiny. I will definitely discipline him strictly in the future. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Jushi kept nodding and took mental notes of everything. She didn't care whether Jiang Chen was lying. As long as Jiang Chen said it, she believed it. Lin Feng's mouth twitched wildly. He wondered if Jiang Chen had also gone mad. To have a lengthy discussion with a bunch of lunatics and to boast about being filled with righteous qi. Who doesn't know that Jiang Chen is a big bad villain? The kind of bad villain that knows no bounds. Lin Feng thought that such intelligence-insulting words would only provoke the thousands of madmen to rage again. But unexpectedly, Wu, Brother Jiang is upright and truly rare in this life. Brother Jiang, no more words are needed. Everything is understood without saying. I get it, you want to torment this son of destiny by yourself, right? You have the right. Wu, oh heavens, why are you so unfair? I know Brother Jiang like the stars know the bright moon and like the fish know the vast ocean. Brother Yang's words make us feel ashamed. Amidst the sighs, the madmen actually started beating their chests and shedding tears. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Nangong Jushi blinked in confusion. Even Jiang Chen was baffled. All three of them lamented in their hearts. Indeed, madmen are madmen, their words are completely incomprehensible. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that most of the cultivators driven mad by the Juyan old ancestor were from the lower four realms, so only a silencing restriction was placed on them, and their memories of the 9 cycles of reincarnation were not erased. As a result, they knew everything but could not tell Jiang Chen. That's why their words were so jumbled. So I'll take Lin Feng away. Then Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to ask. No problem. Although Lin Feng killed my wife and children, I feel at ease handing him over to Brother Jiang, a mad cultivator said emphatically. My husband is right, a middle-aged woman agreed. Daddy is right, I died a terrible death, a child nodded incessantly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen, Lin Feng, and Nangong Jushi all had a black line on their foreheads. Too lazy to converse with madmen, Jiang Chen turned around and left with Lin Feng. Without any hesitation, Nangong Jushi followed closely behind. Jiang Chen wanted to turn back and stop her, but the words choked back in his throat. Because following him were not just Nangong Jushi but thousands of mad cultivators. What are you doing? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. We will travel together, a mad cultivator explained. We hit it off with Brother Jiang at first sight, and from now on, whether we ascend to heaven or enter the earth, slay gods or exterminate Buddhas, we are willing to go together. In this life, we only follow Brother Jiang, another mad cultivator said. Jiang Chen's forehead was instantly covered with a black line. With a bunch of madmen running around, how was he supposed to collect system rewards and live a normal villain's life? Stop joking, okay. And just as he was considering whether to just fly away with his sword and take this useless fellow Lin Feng with him, a heavenly origin realm cultivator suddenly came forward and handed over 2 green vials. Brother Jiang, this is for you. Jiang Chen saw at a glance that these 2 green vials were containers specially made by the ancient Pill Tower to hold spiritual flames. There are 2 innate spiritual flames of the 6th and 7th grades in these vials, both of which we snatched from Lin Feng. Without the way of the pill or fire attribute techniques, Forcibly merging with the flames will only cost you your life, so we unanimously decided to give these 2 spiritual flames to you, the heavenly origin realm cultivator added. Hee, thank you. Jiang Chen took the spiritual flames with a stiff smile. Then, slap, he slapped Lin Feng across the face. Lin Feng was slapped into a daze. Can't you, the son of destiny, be a bit more useful? How could you lose the opportunity that was in your hands? Jiang Chen leaned into Lin Feng's ear and cursed in a low voice. Lin Feng immediately looked aggrieved. His cheek still ached, but he had no mind to care about it and just muttered. Can you blame me? They're shameless, outnumbering and ambushing me. I tried to run, but couldn't outrun them. I tried to fight, but couldn't beat them. I wanted to make a desperate move, use the spiritual flames as bait, and escape in the chaos. But who would have thought that they actually brought over the protective spirit cannon from Cold Realm City? They have no sense of martial honor. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng felt something was wrong. Why should he explain all this to Jiang Chen? But if he didn't explain, to whom could he pour out the bitterness in his heart? Jiang Chen also didn't expect that Lin Feng had gone through so much. It sounded quite tragic. Sigh. With a deep sigh, Jiang Chen summoned the flame blood dragon sword, grabbed Lin Feng by the collar, and turned into a streak of blood light and fled into the distance. The group of crazed cultivators stared blankly in the direction of Jiang Chen's departure. How could he just leave like that? We're supposed to be companions with shared ideals. Brother Jiang, wait for me. We are willing to be the vanguard for Brother Jiang to defy the heavens and cut fate. Quick, catch up. Brother Jiang must not want to involve us, we cannot shrink back. Woo Brother Jiang. Amidst the cries and shouts, the madmen chased after Jiang Chen. In just a short while, the once crowded clearing was left with only Nangong Jushi. Leaving me again. Watching the direction in which Jiang Chen had gone, Nangong Jushi murmured. She felt it was necessary to reach the upper 4 realms as soon as possible. That way, she could keep up even if Jiang Chen traveled by sword. By the way, why are there more and more madmen these days? She wondered, puzzled. With Lin Feng in tow, Jiang Chen traveled swiftly, crossing 100 li in just a few days. For thousands of mad cultivators were in pursuit, the 2 dared not stop along the way. It was only when they were close to the secret realm's exit that they finally shook off the thousands of mad cultivators and rested in a half-collapsed ice cave. Lin Feng seized the time to heal his injuries with medicinal pills. Jiang Chen sat nearby, meditating with closed eyes, occasionally letting out a slight sigh that was enough to make Lin Feng shudder. Several days later, seeing that Lin Feng's injuries had improved, Jiang Chen returned 2 bottles of spirit fire to their rightful owner. While holding the small green bottles in his hand, Lin Feng was filled with mixed emotions. It confirmed what old man Tianji had said. Jiang Chen really could help him stabilize his destiny. He managed to regain the opportunities he had lost. Thank you, Lin Feng finally managed to say after a long silence. Thank you. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his face showing a fierce light as he said, Lin Feng. Remember this, what I need is for you to keep getting stronger. Not to be like trash and getting beaten wherever you go. Lin Feng didn't understand this. He should keep getting stronger. Did his strength somehow benefit Jiang Chen? Perhaps what he means is that he hopes one day to have a grand battle with you, the son of destiny. Old man Tianji speculated. Lin Feng thought this made sense. Jiang Chen's strength was progressing too quickly. Looking at the world, perhaps only he, the son of destiny, could keep up with him. With this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but regard Jiang Chen more highly. He had once considered him a stepping stone, and it was still the case. However, the thought of rising by stepping on this stepping stone seems almost impossible at the moment. The only way was to keep growing until the day he surpassed Jiang Chen. With these thoughts, Lin Feng wanted to say that if one day he fought Jiang Chen and won, he would spare his life. But remembering what happened last time at the Buddha temple, where he was stabbed by Jiang Chen for saying this, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Maybe Jiang Chen isn't so bad. To spare his life would be an insult to him, Lin Feng guessed in his heart. With this thought in mind, he straightened up and looked Jiang Chen in the eye, saying, if one day we fight and I win, I will ensure you die a swift death. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Lin Feng is finally enlightened. He finally understood Jiang Chen's painstaking efforts. Haha, I like what you're saying. Jiang Chen laughed while patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. I was thinking of beating you up again, but since you're so eloquent, I'll let you off. Lin Feng was speechless. Even though you're useless and not much good for anything, but rest assured, as long as you obediently act as my dog, I'll make sure you stay alive, Jiang Chen added. This made Lin Feng's mouth twitch. A dog? Him, the son of destiny. That must be a joke. At this moment, he was merely a dragon trapped in shallow waters, but one day, he, the son of destiny, would rise. Jiang Chen, I admit. I'm not as strong as you right now, and your cultivation progress has far exceeded my expectations. But there's one thing you're not better at than me, Lin Feng said confidently. Oh, what's that? Alchemy. Alchemy. That's right, alchemy. I'm already a 6th grade pill refiner master, and with the 7th grade spirit fire I've obtained, I will soon advance to the 7th grade. You're getting carried away. Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. Lin Feng was startled but stood his ground. Can I ask, how many 7th grade pill refiner masters are there in the central domain? Do you know how many years a common pill refiner master needs to go from beginner to 7th grade? Jiang Chen, of course, knew these things. There were countless cultivators in the central domain, but pill refiner masters were rare. Only a dozen or so 7th grade pill refiner masters were in the ancient pill tower. And for someone to become a common pill refiner master, even with good talent and fortune, it would take at least decades. I've only been in the ancient pill tower for a few months, and I'm already a 6th grade pill refiner master. In this regard, I live up to the name Son of Destiny. Lin Feng stood up, gesturing grandly. Jiang Chen did not object to this as it was the truth. He had experienced 9 cycles of reincarnation and had dabbled in the way of the pill, but ultimately his talent and fortune were limited, and his current proficiency in the way of the pill was barely at the 6th grade. So Jiang Chen, do you dare battle me? Lin Feng suddenly shouted. You're getting a bit too carried away. Jiang Chen stood up, the flame blood dragon sword appearing in his hand, and said menacingly, What, have I been too nice to you? Do you think I can't wield my sword anymore? Lin Feng shuddered again and quickly tried to calm him. Calm down, brother Jiang, calm down. I'm talking about a battle in the way of the pill, not what you're thinking. A battle in the way of the pill. Jiang Chen paused. Indeed, the way of the pill. Lin Feng hurriedly explained, in a few months, the ancient pill tower will hold an alchemy conference, and I will, as the first true disciple, accept the challenge of all pill refiner masters. I see. Jiang Chen realized. The plot of the alchemy conference was also in the original story, but it was different from this life. In the original story, Lin Feng was always a disciple of the Juyan sect, but under old man Tianji's guidance, he achieved great heights in the way of the pill. He attended the Way of the Pill conference at the ancient pill tower as a Juyan sect disciple, then proceeded to show off and slap faces all the way. But in this life, Lin Feng had joined the ancient pill tower and was facing challenges from other pill refiner masters. In essence, the nature of the alchemy conference hadn't changed. It was still a stage set for Lin Feng to show off and slap faces. Considering his own proficiency in the way of the pill was indeed not high, Jiang Chen had no desire to embarrass himself. But then he thought there was no need to be modest. First of all, he possessed the Phoenix Fire, which made alchemy much more efficient. Secondly, the system rewarded him with Buddhist sect techniques when he went to the Buddha temple. Then, the system rewarded him with ghost techniques when he went to the ghost-controlling sect. Analyzing this pattern, the system reward will surely be something related to the way of the pill if he goes to the ancient pill tower. Either way, he will definitely make a trip to the ancient pill tower sooner or later. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, not only has the ancient pill tower issued a kill order against him, but that great elder of the ancient pill tower was also the indirect instigator of the Jiang family's downfall. That person must die. The son of destiny cannot be killed, but what about others? HMPH. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. The grievances of the past 9 lives must all be avenged in this life, and no one can escape. There's also the most important point. The Alchemy Conference, as a grand event of the Central Domain, will also be attended by people from the Imperial Pavilion, the surveillance and suppression institution of the Imperial Dynasty in the Central Domain. If Lin Feng truly dominates the scene with the way of the pill, the people from the Imperial Pavilion will surely take notice. At that time, just like in the original story, they might connect this Son of Destiny with the Imperial Dynasty. This must be avoided. Although Jiang Chen hopes for Lin Feng's rise, it doesn't mean he will be unrestrained. He must be cautious, especially when it comes to matters involving the Jiang family. I'll accept your challenge after sorting out his thoughts, Jiang Chen replied. Really? Lin Feng was overjoyed, seemingly already envisioning the scene where he defeats Jiang Chen in the way of the pill, winning both respect and submission. Of course, who doesn't know that I never speak falsely? Jiang Chen nodded. Although Lin Feng doubted Jiang Chen's character, he was sensible this time and did not expose him. After repeatedly confirming that Jiang Chen would not change his mind, Lin Feng no longer spoke and continued to recover from his injuries. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, fell into contemplation. The Heavens Pride ranking appeared ahead of schedule, and the Alchemy Conference was also convened earlier. All this proves that the plot development of this life has accelerated by who knows how many times compared to the original story and the previous 9 lives. Perhaps the Grand Sect competition is already upon us. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Several days passed. Lin Feng's previous injuries had improved, but because he had been frequently slapped for no reason by Jiang Chen, his face had swollen up like a pig's head, and his speech was now slurred. The two said farewell in front of the ice cave where they were resting. Jiang Chen, I will wait for you at the ancient pill tower, Lin Feng said with a fist salute, his words unclear. All right, go on, Jiang Chen nodded. Try to raise your cultivation level a bit more. It would be best if you could reach the upper 4 realms. Also, send my regards to Aunt Shi. The Aunt Shi, he mentioned, was the tower master of the ancient pill tower, Shi Ning. Although Shi Ning, like others at the Juyan sect's elixir peak, had deep misunderstandings about Jiang Chen, because of the good relationship between Shi Ning and Xiao Hongyi and the fact that they called each other sisters, Shi Ning's attitude towards Jiang Chen was much better than others. Despite still having reproaches and blame, there was more of the tough love similar to what Xiao Hongyi had shown in the past. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not harbor much resentment towards Shi Ning. I'll remember. Lin Feng saluted again. Suddenly, Jiang Chen stepped forward with a raised hand. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Lin Feng was shocked and quickly assumed a defensive posture. He had been so scared by Jiang Chen's slapping over this period that he developed a conditioned reflex. What are you scared of? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, hurry back to the ancient pill tower and don't wander around aimlessly. There are quite a few madmen outside, understand? Oh. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's hand delivered a big slap to Lin Feng's left cheek. Slap. PFF'd. The powerful force sent Lin Feng spinning in the air several times before he crashed to the ground. After struggling to his feet, he felt dizzy and saw stars. He couldn't believe it. Just a second ago, they were saying goodbye like brothers, but the next second, Jiang Chen suddenly struck him. Jiang Chen, what did I do to you? Lin Feng shouted, still slurring his words. Oh, the swelling on both sides of your cheeks was asymmetrical, I just helped you even it out, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Even it out? That's the reason for slapping him. Lin Feng was furious. He immediately drew his black blade, full of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also summoned his Flame Blood Dragon Sword and enhanced it with Phoenix Fire. The Flame Blood Dragon Sword, already a superior grade spiritual weapon, became like a flaming blade with the Phoenix Fire, and its blood color deepened. If one listened closely, they could even hear the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. Lin Feng, stop it. Old man Tianji advised, if you clash with Jiang Chen now, you'll only get beaten up even worse. Lin Feng thought it made sense and sheathed his black blade. Was it frustrating? Indeed, it was frustrating. He, the son of destiny, slapped into a pig's head but had to step back again and again. The more he thought about it, the more infuriating it was. How could it not be frustrating? But Lin Feng had gotten used to it after being frustrated so many times. Anyway, now that he was showing weakness in front of Jiang Chen, he no longer had the previous feelings of unwillingness and anger. Farewell. After clearly articulating these 2 words, Lin Feng turned and left. Jiang Chen stayed in place, watching him go. His gaze was somewhat affectionate and wistful, like the silent and heavy love of an old father. Seeing Lin Feng walking further away, Jiang Chen called out, Lin Feng, take it slow, don't fall over. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's body noticeably stiffened. Then, he walked even faster. Jiang Chen frowned and raised his hand to unleash a great majestic heavenly dragon. Roar! A golden dragon appeared, roaring as it charged. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng, who was walking in the distance, was struck by the golden dragon and sent flying, tumbling to the ground face first. "Ah, I told you, but you don't listen." Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. "See, if you walk too fast, you're prone to falling." Cultivators have good hearing. Though he had walked 100 steps away, Lin Feng still heard this remark and couldn't help but twitch. In the end, Lin Feng completely disappeared from sight after falling, a few more times. This made Jiang Chen feel uncomfortable, and his nose tingled with emotion. He lamented. After this farewell, he would have to wait until the alchemy conference in a few months if he wanted to bully this son of destiny again. In the first quarter of an hour after Lin Feng's departure, he already missed him. As Jiang Chen was immersed in the pain of not able to torment the son of destiny, a familiar fragrance wafted from behind him. Jiang Chen's heart tightened as this scent filled his nostrils. This time, he didn't need to turn around to find out that Nangong Jushi was standing behind him. He dared not look back, nor did he want to. But he couldn't stop the palpitations in his heart. "Beauty, I've told you I'm not Jiang Chen, I am the human sacred body." Jiang Chen turned around after all. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck as if by lightning. The person standing behind him was indeed Nangong Jushi. But she was covered in wounds, with bloodstains still at the corner of her mouth, her complexion pale as paper, on the verge of collapse at this moment. Jiang Chen's body couldn't stop trembling. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of Nangong Jushi's mouth, his face fierce, his voice as sinister as a ghost from the ninth hell. He asked, "Who hurt you?" Despite the harshness in his voice, Nangong Jushi heard the deep concern. After a radiant smile, she said nonchalantly, "My injuries. They were caused by Su Shan and others. I heard them speaking ill of you behind your back and couldn't help but take action. Don't worry, they ended up worse than me." This time, a total of over 10 righteous path prodigies entered the mysterious ice realm. "I killed 6 of them, and Su Shan even had an arm severed by me," she added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned. This familiar plot and development, why was it exactly the same as the previous 8 lives? He had thought that as long as he saw Nangong Jushi and fled, he could avoid their fateful entanglement to some extent. But who would have thought that the development of events was identical? Just like in the previous 8 lives, Nangong Jushi was still killing people and plunging into danger for him. If he let things continue, Nangong Jushi might not escape her fate. At this moment, a difficult choice appeared before Jiang Chen. 1. To continue to ignore the red thread of fate, reduce contact with Nangong Jushi, and gamble whether her fate might change. 2. Kill. Whoever harms Nangong Jushi will be killed. Until he instills fear in everyone and no one dares to harm Nangong Jushi again. Protect this woman who lives and dies for him until the end of this life. Although doing so would fulfill the heavens' wish, but he has the system. He is not powerless like in the previous 8 lives, unable to withstand the pursuit of all the righteous forces. After a long contemplation with his eyes closed, Jiang Chen made his choice. Nangong Jushi had killed people for him in 8 lives and died for him in 8 lives. This life, why not live even more freely? Since he's going to ascend anyway, why not kill others for this woman in this life? This is the only thing he can do now. He hadn't made this choice before because, although Jiang Chen didn't want to admit it, he was very clear in his heart. In this life, even if he resolved to be a thorough villain, he couldn't bring himself to kill someone innocent to him in 9 cycles of reincarnations. He had upheld righteousness for 9 lives despite being scorned and misunderstood, so he still retained a bit of kindness in his heart. But now he had to abandon that bit of kindness and become a true demon for Nangong Jushi. Only by doing so could he protect this woman until death. "Let's go, follow me to the secret realm's exit," Jiang Chen said softly, with his eyes closed. "You don't seem very happy." Nangong Jushi perceptibly sensed something. "Happy?" Jiang Chen shook his head, looking up at the sky and said, "The heavens have seized my only weakness, how can I be happy?" Nangong Jushi was silent, not understanding. Still, although she didn't understand, she hung her head like a child who made a mistake, her expression filled with fear and unease. She felt that she might have done something wrong. But upon careful thought, she couldn't figure out what exactly she had done wrong. On the other side, as the night enveloped the surroundings, Su Shan and several righteous prodigies gathered outside a collapsed ice cave, all with somber expressions on their faces. It was one thing for Jiang Chen to bully them, but they never expected that the enchantress Nangong Jushi from the myriad Dao demon sect would take advantage of their injuries and pursue them relentlessly. Not only did she slay several righteous prodigies, but she even severed Su Shan's arm. Damn it! The one-armed Su Shan roared furiously into the sky, his rage nearly splitting him apart. With his cultivation level, he should not have ended up in such a miserable state even if he was injured, but the demonic path cultivator has no shame. In the midst of his fierce battle with Nangong Jushi, she suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Jiang Chen is coming." That single sentence scared Su Shan into a panic. In that moment of distraction, Nangong Jushi swung her sword and chopped off his arm. Had he not realized the deception quickly and dodged, it would have been his life, not just his arm, at stake. Every time he thought of this, Su Shan was infuriated beyond measure. He, the number one swordsman of the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion, the second on the surface of the Heaven's Pride ranking but actually the first, had entered the mysterious ice realm only to end up in such a sorry state. To prevent Nangong Jushi from making a comeback, Su Shan had specially summoned his fellow disciples. The prodigies now surrounding him were all from the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion. Apart from Sword 6, sixth Sword Disciple, there were Sword 2, Sword 3, and the others, totaling 6, known collectively as the 6 swordsmen of the Seven Luminaries, all of whom were renowned on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Sword 2 was a tall man, a few years older than Su Shan. Seeing Sword 6's annoyed and exasperated expression, Sword 2 said, "Eldest senior brother, Jiang Chen and that demoness are arrogant because the 6 swordsmen of the Seven Luminaries are not yet united. We must avenge this insult. Indeed, if we do not avenge this, how can we face the Sword Pavilion? How can we deserve to be on the Heaven's Pride ranking?" Sword 3 echoed. The other swordsmen were also filled with righteous indignation, expressing their desire to make Nangong Jushi suffer the pain of 1,000 swords piercing her heart. But Su Shan shook his head and said, "Nangong Jushi is not a concern. Once my injuries heal, I can kill her alone. The key issue is that Jiang